For a third consecutive year, Canada welcomes NASCAR to beautiful but surely bold Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Connected by bridge to historic Montreal, it's a challenging track that requires skill and savvy in wet weather and dry. An international field of drivers has assembled to further prove that stock cars on a road course always cause fans to marvel.
At the road course in Montreal, local heroes and road course warriors emerge, and the rest will attempt to steal their thunder.
It's out of hand how wet it is down here.
Ron Fellows weathered the storm last year, but Marcus Ambrose has been hunting road course victory lanes, and vengeance at Montreal would be mark their name in the history books forever.
T-minus 10, 9, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition.
ESPN welcomes you to Montreal, Canada, and Le Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, where fans are gathering for another NASCAR Nationwide Series race at this great venue. It is the 25th installment of their 2009 season here, and already drivers are gathering. You see Patrick Carpentier and Jacques Villeneuve, natives of Quebec, and Ron Fellows from Ontario joining this group as well. Hi everyone, Dave Burns joining you here from down on the track here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Bienvenue, mes amis, and welcome to Montreal. We're glad you're here with us. We love coming here north of the border, and we've got another great day set for you as the NASCAR Nationwide Series gets ready to run. Now, you wouldn't believe that we're at the same place that we were yesterday if you were in the grandstands like a lot of these fans were. They sat around in a drizzle and cool weather all day long just to watch the cars practice and qualify. Today, we've got beautiful sunshine. So let's take you back to yesterday and show you what the drivers dealt with. Marcus Ambrose, who we know is going to be very good at the road course, was in one of the earlier groups. That meant better light, that meant less pooling of water on the track, and that meant a very good time for Marcos. He went out early, he set the standard, and no one was able to touch him by day's end. But as for Patrick Carpentier, who had a pole opportunity and a very fast race car earlier, look at the conditions. He couldn't see where he was going. The windshield was fogged up. He had to pull in early, and he has a very bad starting spot because of that. Now, we mentioned that Marcus Ambrose is the fastest qualifier. He will start first today, and he stands by with Jamie Little.
And he has had a fast race car the last 2 years here. You led the most laps both races, but an incident put you out. You haven't gotten the win yet here. What do you think about your performance today with this car?
Well, we're just trying to finish the story. You know, we've given away 2 wins here, and we're trying to get one back. And if we can win up here, it feels like a job well done because we've come so close in the last 2 years. But we've got Amaral in the car this year. We're really excited about it. I'm wearing my lucky shoes. And I've got my French-Canadian crew chief, Francois Lecoeur.
All right, I want to ask you, you've got the shoes. You see he has some modifications, taped them up, but these were the shoes he was wearing when he won at Watkins Glen. How about this car, though? It's not the car you won with at Watkins Glen.
No, it's not the same car. I crashed that one doing my victory burnout. So we've got a brand new piece here. We've never shaken it down in dry conditions. We've got a brand new setup that we didn't run here last year, so a bit of a question mark, but we're confident that it's good for us, and we feel like we've got as good a chance to win the race as anybody else.
All right, he's on the pole for the second time in his Nationwide Series career. Dave?
Oh, Jamie, he is going to be fun to watch today, and even though he's starting from the first position, I think he's going to have some challengers, but he's going to be one of the guys to beat. Now, we mentioned yesterday Patrick Carpentier's difficulty racing and qualifying. He's now caught up with our Shannon Spake.
That's right, Patrick Carpentier just walking across the stage, getting introduced. Definitely a fan favorite here. Obviously, yesterday the rain was not in your favor. You guys were third fastest in final practice, 40th in qualifying. How much did you have to back it down in qualifying because of the weather?
We struggled. I mean, something was wrong, and we had so much fog on the windshield. I couldn't see, so I didn't even complete all the laps. I just said, hey, I can't see a thing. So we stopped in the pits, and today's sunny, so I'm pretty happy to see that. And we had a good car in the morning, so we should be good. You know, we're hoping we're coming forward in the field and coming back to where we should be.
They only did 3 laps in practice, but both crew chief and driver have a lot of confidence in this car. Dave?
Now, Shannon, starting we're back where he is, that is going to be fun to watch. Now, there is Ron Fellows, last year's winner here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Now, he knows when he comes to Quebec, even though he's Canadian, he is not the guy because he's not from here, but he's got plenty of reasons to savor last year's win.
Time for us now to get this race underway.
Conducteur, démarrez vos moteurs.
This huge partisan Quebec crowd coming to their feet.
I feel like although from Ontario, I'm an accepted Canadian. But we're kind of going to be a distant third in the popularity when we go to Montreal with Jacques and Patrick. And then maybe not in that order.
As they say in Canada, it is time to all skate.
Going slick tires are starting to rain.
The full course yellow has flown here on lap number 7. Get your DVRs running, folks, because you're seeing history. The rain tires are going on.
I'm putting my crash helmet on right now. This is going to get wicked out there.
Holy crap, these things drive really bad in the rain.
The corners generally have some drainage, but it's the straightaways when you're hitting puddles, trying to accelerate. That's the more difficult part.
So far, none of the lead cars is coming in except the 5 car, and that is Ron Fellows. If it continues to rain, those cars that pitted, it's going to be a big benefit for them when everybody else has to come in. Fellows managed to get around Leffler, and now he's making quick work of Stephen Wallace.
Oh, don't hit him.
Ron Fellows, he is your race leader right now.
I was so focused on keeping the car on the asphalt relatively.
The drivers are telling us across the radios that it's just so hard to see. They have no visibility whatsoever.
I was fortunate that my guys did a great job of prepping. I could see relatively well out the front.
The race has been officially called with 26 laps remaining. Congratulations are going to go to Ron Fellows.
As a Canadian, Gilles Villeneuve was a huge hero of mine. So to win in the rain on a track named after him, that's pretty special.
And of course, I'm sure Ron would like nothing more than 2 in a row here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. But yesterday, during qualifying, your car had some damage, and there was some question as to whether you would fix it and go to the rear or leave it like it was and start third where you qualified. What's the choice?
We're going to stay where we are. You know, this is if this was Watkins Glen or a high-speed oval, I think we'd probably be in a little bit more trouble. But we'll wait and see. There's a lot less aero issues here than at a high-speed track. So we're going to leave it and make a decision as we get closer to our first stop.
How ready are you and your team for dry conditions? You practice in the wet all day.
About the same as the other 42 guys. All we have is the information we had last year. This is the same car with the JR Motorsports. So this, I think we'll be fine. You know, the Chevy's been great so far, and I have really enjoyed working with this team. It's been a lot of fun, and yeah, it's cool. The one constant for me has been the last 20 or so years is GM stuff and mostly Chevrolet. So I'm happy just to be here, Dave.
It does help to have some good notes as well. Good luck, Ron. It helps to have some good notes on where you're visiting, too. Do you have any on scenic Montreal? If you walk the streets there, you'll find some great restaurants, some great historic look at the layout of Quebec. And, of course, where else in North America are you going to find a scenic walk and a countdown sign?
NASCAR Countdown, brought to you by Nationwide Insurance. Play Driver Pick'em presented by Nationwide Insurance on ESPN.com for a weekly shot at $500.
Located on an island adjacent to Montreal, Circuit Gilles Villeneuve operates for both recreation and race creations. The track was constructed in 1978 and began hosting the Canadian Grand Prix. The circuit's first winner, the late Gilles Villeneuve. The course was also mastered by world champions Damon Hill, Michael Schumacher, and Ayrton Senna, building world acclaim as it paid homage to its hero. It remains viable today, becoming a favorite stop on the NASCAR Nationwide Series Tour. You know, one of those race creations that was tradition here was the Formula One series, and it's rumored that after a one-year hiatus, they might be back here next year. So we'll wait and see on that. Some other interesting Montreal facts that you may want to be aware of. It is the second largest city in Canada. And of course, it has professional sports teams here as well, besides racing. And also, you'd like to remember who comes from here: Mario Lemieux, Celine Dion, and of course, William Shatner. Scotty, I need more power. Of course, you'd love to have that on a road course like Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. So, there is Jacques getting ready for today's event. Tu viens de Quebec? Well, if you don't come from here, you don't quite understand the passion that everyone has when Jacques races on this track. And last year, Quebec natives, Jacques Villeneuve and Patrick Carpentier, they both contended for a win here on their home turf.
Favorites here.
Montreal's always been special for me. They're really supportive and they love racing. If there'd be maybe 15, 20, 25 races a year, then it would calm down a little bit, but because it's once a year, they go crazy about it. It's almost emotional.
All the media and stuff, it was kind of like taking Dale Jr. to Charlotte. You know, it was crazy, it was nuts. We went up there with a goal to win the race. You know, we weren't racing for points. We weren't racing for anything except to get a good run for Jock in his hometown.
We don't need any friends, bud. You got enough up here. Go win this thing. Go have a little fun, okay?
Green flag is in the air. We're racing in Montreal.
Just to let you know, it's going to rain pretty hard in the backstretch and have water running across the track.
You guys got your plan. Just nice and smooth here. No need to get in a hurry. Nobody follow down.
Rob, did you find us a rain X rag? No, don't put rain X. I've had bad experience in the past for that. Nice to meet you, Patrick. We'll see how it turns out, but let me tell you, the fans are going to have a show now.
With the rain, there was a couple of the guys that were going to have advantages.
There goes Villeneuve. He'll gain the position on the inside lane.
Great job, buddy. Fast as the leader right there. Just keep digging.
Oh, and look at behind in the battle for third. That's Carpentier in the 9. Listen to the crowd. They may be wet, but they are happy.
I don't think they want you to run with it raining this hard. And I almost ran into the back of someone already.
Oh no! Jacques Villeneuve with damage.
Yeah, we're all done right there. Thanks for the opportunity. You've done a hell of a job all weekend.
NASCAR has declared that this race is now complete. Ron Fellows of Mississauga, Ontario, picking up the win over Patrick Carpentier.
And like Patrick Carpentier, Jacques Villeneuve is a local hero, and we're driving around here and listening to the fans. It's incredible. But Jacques, you haven't been in one of these cars in almost a year now. What's it like just hopping back in and competing against these guys who are doing it every week?
Oh, it's fun because the team is good. The car is great as well. So we get here and we know we're going to be competitive in front of the home crowd.
You hear the fans behind us. Every corner, they're screaming for you. How motivating is that to come back here?
Oh, it's great. You know, when you have the crowd behind you and you feel the energy here. They're quite close to the track. It's fun. It gives you that little extra.
And a little bit of extra, the team told him if he wins here today, he'll get an oval race later this season. Dave?
That's a nice gift, Jamie, and I know it would be a really gift to the fans here if he could win at Circuit Gilles. That would be fantastic. Now, if he does, I'm sure the stands might come down. There might be a riot because he'd be so popular, I'd have to run for cover. And you know where I might go? That booth just over my shoulder, because that's where the play-by-play will take place with Rusty Wallace, Andy Petrie, and Marty Reed. Marty?
All right, thanks, Dave. Could get a little crowded, but everybody's welcome up here as we get ready for this race. Last night, the crowd was a lot smaller, but those that stuck it out, and there were a lot of them, we got a taste of the provincialism when those two drivers were on the course.
Oh, yeah, when those two drivers were out there, Marty, it was unbelievable. These fans were going crazy out in the racetrack. I mean, this is the first time in the history of NASCAR that I can remember in Nationwide Series Series that we actually qualified in the rain. And you know what? All those fans stayed. They cheer. They love those drivers. And I can't wait to see what they're going to say today.
Now, this is my first time coming up here to this race, and you can just feel the sense of pride that all of the Canadian fans have for especially these two drivers that we're talking about, Villeneuve and Carpentier, but all the Canadian drivers. And like Dave said, if they would win, I think you'd see the fans out on the track with flags going. I mean, they really do love these guys.
Well, this is a great circuit. Let's take you on a tour. And Rusty, you've had a chance to go around it as well as Andy. Take us through it.
Let's take a look at this racetrack here in Montreal, Canada. That's turn 1 and 2 down through this, down to back straightaway, the hairpin, down to 175-mile-an-hour back straightaway, which is unreal. Let's get inside now. Let's get outside and take a look at what this thing really looks like. There's turn 1 and 2. Entry at turn 1. Good place to pass. Take a look at that. 3 wide down into turn 1. But you better get back in line as you exit turn 2, because if you don't, this can happen. Man, this turns into Calamity Corner. They're all piled up. They're all messing up, and that is not the way to do it. Now through turn 3, 4, 5, and 6, the S's that I call it. This is pretty well single file through this area. You got to be careful, but you got to drive hard, be a little aggressive. Above all, stay on the race course in this particular area. The guys just trying to get their line, like I say, not wheel hop, stay on the track, not do anything stupid, get off course, because this is the area of the track you can make mistakes, and you don't want to do that. Let's just take a look at the rest of these guys. Here we go, turn 8 and 9, a really good passing zone into turn 8. Let's watch the number 29 car, the Holiday Inn car. He dives down this back straightaway into turn 8, tries to overtake the NAPA car right there, as you see. Hard under brakes, gets underneath them, and that right there, folks, is a classic way to make a pass. Nobody got hurt, no dents in the fenders, nothing. Now we're getting down into the hairpin, I call it, turn 10 and 11. Another good passing zone. Boy, take a look at 33. Into the corner hard, ooh, slides out. That's not the way you want to do it. He got in there a little too hard. Let's take another way. Take a look at this one. Oh my gosh, bam, bam. They all spin out. The 77 goes around, the 17 to 28 get a piece of it. That's not the way you want to do a pass, getting into turn 10 and 11, the hairpin. Now down the long back straightaway, 175 miles an hour, peak RPM, 3,100 feet, one of the longest straightaways in all of NASCAR. Into turn 13, exit in turn 14, and folks, that's a lap around the track right here in Montreal, Canada.
And Dave, one of the things that we'll be talking about as the race continues to unfold will be brakes. You've got to have them through 74 laps.
I have a feeling that had something to do with that Bam Bam pass that Rusty was talking about down in the hairpin. You know, when these cars come to a road course, they look almost identical to when they race on an oval track, but underneath they are very, very different. We go inside the Craftsman Tech Garage, and Tim Brewer explains.
When the nationwide cars come to a road course, NASCAR lets you change quite a bit of weight distribution. Historically, we would like to have the air conditioning unit, the battery, and the tungsten way down low on the left side. But high-speed corners, that dictates where you want to put the weight. We like to put it over in the right side frame rail, the tungsten, the battery in the battery box on the right side, and even move the air conditioner over to the right side. Because with the weight over on the right side of the car, the high-speed corners of the road course, turning right, the cars are going to drive a lot better.
Tim, you may need to explain weight distribution to a few of the fans here after they've spent a day at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. All kinds of food for these folks to take advantage of, from the not so healthy to the maybe very healthy, and of course, poutine. Yes, that's chips, cheese curds, and gravy. We'll be back. Brett is back. Brett Favre and the Vikings, along with the strong and fast legs of Adrian Peterson, take on the Houston Texans and Andre Johnson on preseason Monday Night Football. That's this coming Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern. And of course, we always get things started with Monday Night Countdown at 7 o'clock. Now in the NASCAR Nationwide Series, the battle at the top changed just a little bit in terms of points after last week. Kyle had a bad day. Carl had a good day, and he gained just a few points on Kyle at this point. 248 points behind right now, but if he makes up that many points every weekend, Shannon, Carl Edwards could still have a shot.
Well, the weekend didn't exactly start off on a positive note for Carl Edwards, involved in the Grand Am race yesterday. And on the warm-up lap, got a little loose. The weather, you guys spun out your driver's side door. I know that it was a pretty hard hit. I can see a little bit of swelling on your face right now. How are you feeling right now? How are you feeling right now?
I'm good, other than Ambrose heckling me from the vehicle behind us. But
I needed to have that qualifying run last night. Our city financial group Ford is really good, and I got to thank all the city financial employees. We've got 385 names on the hood, and I really want to put on a good show for them today. The weather here is beautiful right now. The fans are great, and I'm definitely doing better now than I was yesterday morning.
Well, talking about the Grand Am race and the practice that you got, a lot of practice sessions, how did that translate to the Nationwide Series, and how will that translate to the track today?
Well, it helped me a lot. Kevin Doran and those guys, they put together a great car. We had AU Vineyards on it, iRacing.com, Aflac, and those laps, I think, really paid off because those are the only dry laps I've had this weekend. And now we're going to start this race in the dry, on slicks. No one really knows how this is going to go with these cars, but I feel like I have an advantage. But I'm telling you what, I'm going to be cautious. I've never wrecked a car before the race started like that before, so definitely can't do that today. I have to be extra cautious. We have to take advantage of this, maybe that slight bit of experience that I have.
All right, well, we're glad to see that you're all right. Carl Edwards rolls off second today. Great qualifying effort for this 60 team. Jamie?
And Kyle Busch has had 3 wins in the last week, including 2 nights ago in Chicago. Big win for Kyle Busch. Kyle, talk about making the transition from the truck race. You had 4 hours of sleep once you got here and then hit the track for the first time.
Yeah, it's just, it is what it is, So we're here for this week and trying to figure out how to get this Interstate Batteries Camry around this place. Never been here. I haven't seen it in the dry yet, so, yesterday was quite an eventful day, first time in the rain and everything. Didn't do too shabby, but I wish we were a lot better, a lot closer to the front, but we'll take it. Hopefully we can have some good runs here today and, get up through traffic and try to have a good car at the end.
Been a long time since you've had rookie stripes on your car, and that's the case. Usually guys coming to you for advice. You're getting advice from the veterans. What kind of insight were they giving you?
Just trying to figure out where the braking zones were, trying to talk to everybody. Is there any tricks to this place? Is there anything that I should know, but it's hard to get anything from everybody. They want to beat you. They know you're going to be the guy to beat, and so they don't tell you a whole lot. But Max Pappas was probably my biggest help, but I talked to Jacques a little bit, talked to, Jason Leffler was quick in practice, so I got some sight from him.
All right, Kyle Busch, not bad effort. First time in the rain, first time in Montreal. He qualified 12th. Dave?
And I think he'll elicit the cheers of the crowd. He always runs well at the road courses. Let's look at some J-Ski news and notes as it pertains to the Nationwide Series. Brad Keselowski expects to leave his junior motorsports ride for 2010. Kelly Byers, the rumored replacement. No one is talking about it officially right now. The new car for the Nationwide Series that is expected to race 4 times in 2010, according to series officials, beginning at Daytona in July. That should be spectacular. And the Milwaukee Mile, the track that has been around for 100 years and running the Nationwide Series since the mid-'80s. They were off the schedule, then they were on the schedule. Now they're still talking about it. Their return has been undetermined. NASCAR says we're not close. The Milwaukee Mile says they are. Stay tuned, and we'll see. We mentioned that Montreal is the Olympic town. Of course, the 1976 Summer Games were held here. I don't know what you were doing, but I was watching the U.S. boxing team, including gold medalist Sugar Ray Leonard, win the light welterweight division. And we welcome you back to Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, the NASCAR Nationwide race at Montreal. And it's been a good day so far, weather-wise. But remember that rain we talked about yesterday that hampered qualifying efforts for some? I'm telling you, folks, there's weather in the area, and NASCAR can run with rain tires in the Nationwide Series. They've already had 2 races here on the track earlier today. Andrew Ranger was one of those drivers who raced already. Now let's get ready to go trackside.
Pour la présentation des drapeaux, the presentation of colors by the Royal Island Regiment of Canada, the Black Watch. Et maintenant, j'inviterai pour la prière Monseigneur Robert Sans Souci.
Seigneur, Dieu de l'univers, bénis toutes les personnes rassemblées ici pour cet événement. Tu as permis que tous les humains désirent se dépasser eux-mêmes et aillent jusqu'aux limites de leur capacité. Fais que les participants à cette course le fassent dans un véritable esprit sportif, dans le respect d'eux-mêmes et des autres concurrents. Almighty God, bless all the people gathered here for this event. Especially bless these drivers and the members of their teams, and make that, in spite of the risk they take each time they participate in the competition, they can complete this race healthy and without injury. We ask this to you humbly and with faith. Amen.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez maintenant retirer chapeaux et casquettes pour l'interprétation des hymnes américains et canadiens. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and remove your hats and caps for the interpretation of the American and Canadian anthems. Mesdames et messieurs, accueillons, please welcome Jonas.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front saint de fleurons glorieux, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée, les plus brillants exploits. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Love the dual anthems we get at these events north of the border. Now, a couple of other drivers to keep an eye on today. ESPN's own Boris Said, an analyst sometimes, a race car driver by his preference most of the time. He will be in the 09 car again today, just getting ready to get buckled in. And the car fits him a lot better, but he has to go to the rear of the field for an engine change. He'll be fun to watch. The 20 car Brad Colen, keep your eye on him. This will be the final start for Joe Gibbs Racing in 2009. And what about Justin Marks, the 28-year-old Californian? This is his second year in a row that he'll be racing the 10 car here for Braun Racing. We have mentioned the fans over and over again, and here is a closer look at them as they get ready for today's event. Supporting hockey, supporting racing, supporting anything that moves when you come to Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. You can bring them home to mother, but they'd need a passport. Command to start engines is next.
NASCAR Nationwide Series at Montreal is brought to you by Carfax and Verizon Wireless. Get the inside track from Penske Racing, race analysis from our drivers, plus highlights and more on VCast.
Well, folks, we did mention the weather, and I got to tell you, one of the clouds above this racetrack has begun to open up, and somewhere there are rain tires that know their job is going to be to get on these race cars. Now, it's been an interesting thing to watch NASCAR work the rain scenario. Their desire is for this race to be run either in wet conditions or dry conditions, not somewhere in between, so that the teams are scrambling around, much the way the sports car series would do. So the rules dictate that they'll either run one way or the other, and NASCAR will give these teams some time to go from the rain scenario to the dry scenario and or back again. So right now, dry racetrack, we have the track, but it is beginning to rain a little bit, and we'll see how the accumulation goes here. So teams are in their final preparation now. It's been a great weekend here in Montreal. They've had the challenge of qualifying in the wet weather. They've had the beauty of today, and they've watched a couple of great support events here, and now they're getting their drivers buckled in, ready to go on high speed on straightaways that are in some cases longer than Pocono, Pennsylvania. As we look at the weather radar, there you see we've got just a little bit floating our way. And remember, yesterday it was gray and rainy all day long. In this case, it's something that's either going to be kind of hit and miss. We'll find out. You kind of got to be prepared for anything when you race on the road course in the NASCAR Nationwide Series. Of course, last year they made history by running in the rain for the first time in one of the top 3 NASCAR Touring Series right here. And what a day it was. Even though it ended in some wrecked race cars, they had a great time with the fans, showing them what it was like to do NASCAR in the rain. There you see Ron Fellows, who would like nothing more than to get a second win in a row right here in Montreal. Carl Edwards has an onboard camera for us as well. Carl, remember, on his reconnaissance lap in the Grand Am race, wrecked his car, still a little sore, tore up a race car. The pole sitter today, Marcus Ambrose, one of the best road course drivers now in North America. He will be hard to beat if the equipment holds up and if Marcus can keep it on the black all day long. What he needs is a command to start engines, and here it comes.
Et maintenant, pour prononcer cette fameuse phrase que vous attendez, qu'attendent les pilotes, now to command that sentence that drivers and fans alike are waiting for. Monsieur Robert Attem, président et chef de l'exploitation du UAP Incorporé, Sir Robert Attem, president and chief operating officer, UAP Incorporated.
Conducteurs, démarrez vos moteurs. Drivers, start your engines!
And it's not very far inside the racetrack on the pit lane.
Probably not far enough into the last year. How do you want it to be the fuel deal at left? Steve, we need to watch what we do right here. Right in front of me. Just watch what we do right here.
We've kept you waiting long enough. 43 drivers or conducteurs have fired the engines, and they are ready to go here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. 74 laps, 200 miles coming up. And in a minute, we will go back upstairs to Marty, Andy, and Rusty, and they will be able to talk to our in-race reporter, Ron Fellows, about how his race is going to go today. There he is, winning last year in the rain. That's the guy going for 2 in a row. He's our in-race reporter. We'll talk to him when we come back.
Welcome back to beautiful Montreal, Quebec. This is what it looks like on a sunny day. Yesterday we had none of the sun. We've started out the day pretty well, but as you just heard momentarily ago, we've got a little rain in the area. Hopefully it's going to dissipate and we'll be all right. Take you back to qualifying. This was Marcus Ambrose, and think about this, folks. He was 1.2 seconds quicker than second place Carl Edwards. That's how good he was. He was in the second group, had some advantage because he had better visibility, but still an impressive performance by Kangaroo Meat. And as we come topside, the big question for Rusty and Andy is, what do we do now? We only had limited practice. It was all in the rain, and we're getting ready to go out dry track racing.
Well, I can guarantee you the drivers right now are real concerned about that, Marty. It's a great question. They didn't practice at all in the dry conditions. It's dry right now. They've been in the rain the whole entire time. So their question is to their crew chiefs, is this car going to handle? How do I know that? Are we going to go back to notes from 2007? Because it did rain last year. So there's a lot of questions out there.
And my question for you, crew chief, is, what's the setup?
A lot of questions, not a lot of answers. You know, these guys, the crew chiefs in the garage area, really don't know what to put in there. They don't know what they have. They're going to go, like Rusty said, off of historical notes from probably Watkins Glen. 2 years ago here in the dry, it might help you some, but they've paved some of the corners here, so the track is going to act a little different in dry conditions. Throw that all in there, and we still don't know what the weather's going to be. It still looks like it might rain, and then they still don't know what they have.
All right, you see the starting field coming across the top of your screen, and remember this, the farthest back a road course driver has ever started is 30th. That was Kevin Harvick here in Montreal in 2007. And remember, Carpentier, he is starting 40th. Let's talk to our in-race reporter. There he is, Ron Fellows.
Hey, Ron Fellows, Rusty Wallace, ESPN. You got us?
Copy, Rusty.
Well, buddy, you won this race last year in the rain. You qualified yesterday in the rain. But today, you're pretty well on a dry racetrack. Are you concerned about the handling or what this car is going to do since you've had no practice in the dry track?
Well, there's 42 other guys that are just as worried. The only question for us is damage the splitter a little bit. We'll see how that is in the dry, but who knows what the conditions. It's been changing on a regular basis here.
All right, buddy, we got an ESPN mailbag question, and it comes from Eric in Dawson Springs, Kentucky. The question is, what does it take to be a successful driver on a road course versus an oval track?
Well, the biggest difference is you're really busy with your feet. You're doing a lot of downshifting. Your second gear corners, third gear corners, first gear corners here at Circuit Villeneuve. That's probably the biggest difference. It's just such a wide variety of turns. And as you can tell by the two guys in front of me, the regulars do pretty well at this. As did you, Mr. Wallace.
Thanks a lot. You got to have a great race out there, buddy. We'll be talking to you later. Good luck today. Now, Andy's going to talk to your crew chief, Brian Campy.
Thanks, Rusty.
Hey, Brian, Andy Petrie in the booth. You got us?
10-4, loud and clear.
Hey, Brian, with limited practice that we've had, and even the practice we've had has been on a semi-wet racetrack, how do you really decide what setup to run today?
Well, we looked back at our notes from last year and Ron's comments during the dry practice and the little part of the dry race, and just adjusted on that a little bit, and it's kind of our best guess.
Okay, now that we practiced and qualified in heavy rain yesterday, are you worried about any of that, anything that happened yesterday with the car getting wet today?
We pretty much got that squared away in the practice and the qualifying, so we're not real concerned about that.
Okay, now how about, Brian, how about fuel mileage? Do you have a good idea on what you're going to do there with, like there again, you don't have a lot of data to go by?
Yeah, we're kind of making our best guess with that as well. We got some wet weather last year, so we know what we get in the wet, and we had dry practice last year, so we're just going with those two.
Okay, Brian, we appreciate you talking to us, and have good luck today.
10-4, thank you, Andy.
All right, obviously we have an onboard camera with our in-race reporter, Ron Fellows. But we also have several others for you to check out, as well as Max Pappas in the number 1. He'll be going to the rear because he had some damage that they decided to repair. Justin Allgaier is also going to go to the rear because of a transmission problem. Stephen Light had a great qualifying effort. Jason Leffler was in that last group. He's going to be starting back in the mid-pack. Pole sitter Marcus Ambrose, Carl Edwards right alongside in row number 1, and Stephen Wallace. In the middle, there is the man that's going to be over the wall for us, the 09 rear tire changer, Justin Fiedler. Yeah, there he is. He's going to be giving us some great views when they come in for pit stop on the 09. And 09, Boris said, had an engine change. They're going to the rear as well. And Tony Raines, the number 34, to the rear for a transmission change. So those are the 4 to the rears. Let's get the latest from pit lane. Shannon, you're up.
Well, Marty, if Mother Nature decides not to cooperate today, the teams will have to make some adjustments to their car, some rain adjustments. NASCAR requires that the teams have certain rain gear. Now, the Joe Gibbs Racing team went above and beyond. They have 2 windshield wipers. That's so the water will be cleared off the entire windshield. They also have Rain-X. They have a defogger built into the front of their dash. And this will go inside the car. Brad Coleman will be able to squeegee off all of the condensation that's on the front. They also have 2 rear taillights. NASCAR only requires 1, but this team has gone with 2. They figured after last season running 4th and getting in a wreck during the rain, this team wants to be safe rather than sorry out here if it rains today. Jamie?
Well, Shannon, no matter if we have wet or dry conditions, one thing is certain, brakes will be of major concern for all the teams. Our own Rusty Wallace says that this track here is the hardest on brakes in all of North America. These guys are constantly checking and making sure that they have pressure. Now, the fastest straightaway is coming out of turn 12. They're going about 175 miles an hour. They have to drop it down to 40 miles an hour in an instant. Now, in that very section, if for some reason those brakes fail, there's nothing but a small guardrail and water. Just in case anybody ends up in that water, there are scuba divers there ready to recover. Dave Burns?
Scuba divers, yikes. Okay, this is a road course, so what about fuel mileage? After the gas men like Jeremy Ware here for Boris's said team get the car full of fuel, how long can they go? Andy talked about it a little bit earlier. Somewhere around 30 laps under green and dry conditions. That's changing as we speak. So that automatically makes it a two-stop race. Now, when they make their last stop, that is crucial, but it's also dictated by when they make their first stop. And so we look for those first stop guys to be happening anywhere from around lap 10 to lap 20. Could get interesting, and it's all changing as we speak, Marty.
Yes, and the gray skies are getting grayer, and so we'll keep our eyes on the weather again. As you can see, Marcus Ambrose will be on driver's right. There they go through turn one. We're still under a pace lap, so we're going to squeeze in one more quick break before we go green here in Montreal. Stay with us. Back here at the NAPA Auto Parts 200 at Montreal at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, we are getting an extended pace lap as NASCAR continues to look at the weather situation. But let's check out the quick set smart keys to the race. A couple of them we've already touched on. You know, you got to preserve brakes, weather preparation, but what about pit stops under green?
Well, the pit stops under green are so critical at a road course because you don't lose a lap when you pit. You lose time on the track, and if the caution comes out, you're able to make all of that time back up if you don't pit. So that's what makes it so important to make those pit stops under the green flag.
As you can see, they are heading down for turn number 10 with the lights still on. What, Rusty?
I'll tell you guys, they're getting ready to get this thing going right now. But one thing is going to happen. They're going to have a mandatory caution on lap 10. And Andy, my question to you is, are they going to pit or are they going to stay out, you think?
Well, that's a good question. I believe I would try to make a pit stop right there at lap 10, and then hopefully we could extend things out. And the weather is such an unknown right now. And if it does rain, the fuel mileage will go way up.
Now, this mandatory caution you're throwing, these guys have had no practice whatsoever in the dry. They want to run 10 laps to see how these cars are going to handle. Throw the caution at lap 10. Let them adjust in their cars a little bit, guys.
Are we really doing 3 pace laps? Like, I'm ready for the green.
So are we, Kyle. But the good news is we'll squeeze in one more break because of the added pace lap, which means more green flag racing when we drop it just in a few moments here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Stay with us. It's going to be interesting. Sparks are flying on the track, and the sparks are flying off in the distance. And the rain is falling. Get your DVRs running, folks. For the first time ever in NASCAR history, one of the top 3 series will race on rain tires. Marcus Ambrose has checked out on this field by 8 seconds.
Marcus Ambrose, your leader, having trouble.
He goes too fast into pit lane, has to serve a pass-through penalty. Despite all this, Marcus is in 3rd.
Oh, it's over? They just said it's over.
Congratulations are going to go to Ron Fellows. He picks up his 4th career Nationwide Series win.
Alrighty, guys. Thanks for your hard work. We'll see you in a little while. 10-4, buddy. Hope to see you right here to our left. So
That was Ron Fellows just a few moments ago talking to his crew. And, yeah, Victory Lane would be a sweet visit for anybody in this 43-car field because they certainly have earned it with the weather they practiced and qualified in yesterday. And one guy who we didn't even know for sure he was going to make it was the 28 of Kenny Wallace. And Kenny, who turned 46 last Sunday, there he is, the Herminator, as he's coming into view. And over 5,000 fans, there he goes right underneath our camera, 5,000 fans donated $20 apiece to raise the $100,000 that they needed to come north. And boy, he has been so grateful, telling everybody he could up here how great the fans are.
Kenny Wallace does have some great fans, and some of his closest friends are his fans and paid to get him up here and see him race on the road course.
All right, our pole sitter is Marcus Ambrose. Let's get an update with his crew chief, Dave Burns. I think you're there.
Yeah, hey, Marty, how sure were you that Ambrose was going to show up? Pretty sure, right? Yeah, sure. Exactly. They've got a chance to win today. Frank, what have you guys decided about this weather here and the possibility of growing green right now?
Well, you know, yesterday we practiced all in the rain all day and qualified in the rain. Now we're in dry conditions, and we came here, you know, in dry conditions, and we stayed that way. But we'll just have to wait and see what the weather does. You know, if the weather comes, they're going to switch back over to wet.
So we've been talking setup, and Andy Petrie, flat kind of said it's been a struggle to know what to put on the car. You guys are dry, but you would have to make some major changes if it went wet.
We had to switch all the stuff we did this morning that we were allowed to do, just put it all back just like we qualified. So we'll just have to wait and see what Mother Nature has for us.
All right, we're waiting it out. Now, that's not an enormous list, is it, Andy? I mean, it's a few things that you can do to really help the car if you go from dry to wet.
Well, NASCAR's going to bring them down pit road, Dave, and they're going to let them do a lot of things to the car. Putting the windshield wipers on. They can change some things as far as taking rubbers out of springs and unhooking rear sway bars. The few things they can do that'll help the car handling in the wet conditions. The main thing is to put all the equipment on so they can to drive in the rain and put the rain tires on naturally. But it's a across the board thing. NASCAR lets everybody do it. They bring them down pit road and then turn it over to a wet condition.
All right, just past the top of the hour. If you're tuning in, I'm Marty Reed, along with Rusty Wallace, Andy Petrie, Dave Burns, Jamie Little, and Shannon Spake, and our entire ESPN crew. As we've had some extended pace laps, we're getting ready to go green for the first of 74 laps. We practiced and qualified yesterday in the rain. It is dry right now. We had a brief little sprinkle, a little shower, and you can see the cars trying to warm up the tires as we are getting ready here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve for race number 25 of the 2009 Nationwide Series schedule.
Marty, these guys are really trying to figure out what they need to expect at the start of this race. They have had no practice whatsoever in dry conditions. It's all been rain. The keys right here, though, they know is that they're going to have a problem with the brakes. They got to take care of these brakes. This is the hardest track in North America on brakes. They got to stay on the course. If they get off course, caution flag's going to come out for them. They're going to go to the back of the field. Problems are going to happen.
Fans are getting on their feet here on the front straightaway across from our broadcast position. It is Marcus Ambrose on the left side of your screen, our pole sitter, Carl Edwards right alongside. They are coming out of turn number 14, down the front straightaway, race number 25 of the 2009 NASCAR Nationwide Series from Circuit Gilles Villeneuve is green. Got a couple cars sliding, one off course, gets it back on, no harm, no foul.
And Kyle Busch gets shoved wide through the turn 2.
And you've got to watch that turn 2, just like you said, guys, because, boy, that was a big problem back in 2007. Now they're entering the slow portion of the course, the S's. This is where it's kind of follow the leader. They kind of got to be careful through this area.
And these are the fastest laps they've run all weekend. This is the first time they've been on a dry track. So here they go. They're piling down in these corners, and they don't know what they've got till they get there.
These are some really key laps right now because, like we said earlier, there's going to be a mandatory caution at lap 10 where these guys can come in. If these cars are handling bad because of no practice, they can adjust on them.
Saw the 10 car Justin Marks. There is the 5 of Ron Fellows taking a look underneath for second place. He's going to take the position on Carl Edwards. Jacques Villeneuve in the 32, not able to follow.
Wow, look at how much curb that Ron Fellows is catching there through those corners.
Well, here comes another key area right now. I see Antonio Perez off the track, but we're coming down into the hairpin right now. This is a key area to make some passes. Take a look at the yellow
look
car.
Look at all the smoke. That's
Jacques Villeneuve, a good classic pass.
He's got the inside line on Carl Edwards, and it looks like Fellows' brakes are not working too well, like the bias is not quite right. Saw a lot of smoke, and he's under attack.
Well, he locked the wheels up big time getting in the hairpin. That was a big distraction for the two guys racing behind him. You can see all these cars making it through here without incident.
You go from about 160, 170 miles an hour down to about 40 in that corner.
Yeah, down to about 40 miles an hour. Now they're accelerating to about 175 miles an hour, guys, into turn 13 right there as they exit turn 14 now, coming back to the start-finish line.
What it means is we go on board with Ron Fellows. You can see Ambrose has opened up a sizable lead, about 1.7 seconds. It is Fellows second, Villeneuve third, Edwards fourth, and Brad Coleman is now in fifth.
Now, one concern I got, guys, is this 5-car Ron Fellows right there. You see the air dam is tore up on it. That happened yesterday in qualifying. Will that hurt his performance? I think it really could hurt the performance as this race goes on.
Caught the tail end of Kyle Busch getting off track, and the 98 got around him. So Menard takes over the spot, and damage to the 18.
Yeah, he's pushing a little bit hard right here, and it's really hard to not do that at the beginning of a race, but Kyle Busch is losing spots. Here's Mark Green going around.
So Mark Green takes it off in turn numbers 1 and 2 area, and now back to Kyle's situation. Question is that doesn't look like it's rubbing against the wheel, so shouldn't be a major issue.
No, it looks fine right here. That damage to the headlight won't hurt him at all.
Boy, look at Colin Brown in this 16. He goes right around Kyle on the low side, takes the spot away. So Brown, who finished third in the truck race on Friday night, move him up a couple of spots.
They're entering turn 8 right there, X out of 8, and that corner right there is a good passing zone also. But boy, I tell you what, if you get too aggressive, you can spin that car out there, and these guys are all aware of that.
Jason Leffler, who started this race back in the middle of the pack, trying to work his way up as well. He's got Kyle Busch right in front of him. Look out, fellas, about 3 inches between all 3 cars there for a second. That is turn 10 at the far end of the racetrack.
Marty, one thing these guys want to do is set their passes up for these passing zones. Take a look at Carl Edwards getting into 13 now, 175 miles an hour, down to like 70.
Look at that 32 car jump over that curb.
Saw Carl give him a little wave out to the side, but he's not surrendering the position as they come down the front straightaway to complete lap number 2, heading down into turn 1.
It's a little bit of aggressive driving going on right now. Jacques Villeneuve, probably he's been told that these brakes in these cars don't hold up too good, so he's going to have to not be so aggressive like he's been right now, Andy, or else he's going to burn these things right off this car.
Well, one thing he's thinking right here, if he could get by Carl Edwards and get a little bit of gap out there, he might be able to save the brakes a little bit. He's trying to get this spot now as quick as he can without using too much brake.
While all this is going on, we can tell you Marcus Ambrose has opened up a 2.6-second lead in 2 laps. My question for you is, with this mandatory caution coming up, is there any reason for him to push that hard?
Well, yeah, I think track position is so important, and you see how hard it is to pass. I mean, now Carl Edwards looks like he's got a clear advantage over Villeneuve.
And I guess one of the questions is he really pushing real hard? Is a car just that good? We know he's that good. Maybe it's just running that fast easy. And if it's doing that, hey, let the baby go. Get out front.
Whoa, Colin Brown, and it looks like he's got a major issue.
Yeah, he's got some oil smoke from under the car. He's pulling off the racetrack.
So
he's either
Brown,
got a transmission, engine, something's wrong here. See a little trail of oil under the car.
Going to get a full course caution here on lap number 3, our first of the day. He was running 10th, and you saw how easily he got around Kyle Busch, but all of a sudden, something lets go in the 16th 3M Ford.
Well, Marty, there's a lot of shifting going on there. A lot of shifting, a lot of revs in the engines. It could be anything. You see the trail of oil behind the car. Andy, that could be anything, the engine or the transmission.
Well, he had 2 cars that had transmission issues during qualifying, the 34 Tony Raines and the 12.
Well, we see a lot of oil running out of the front of the car there. It probably could be an engine problem. I mean, this road course racing is extremely hard on the equipment. You see all this right here coming out from under the front part of the car. I don't think the transmission holds that much oil.
I don't think it does.
I believe we know what the problem is right there.
Yeah, that's the engine, that's for sure.
Jamie, what's the latest from pit lane?
Well, just before you guys saw the 16 with all the smoke, he said, guys, I lost oil pressure. I think I'm blowing up. And then, boom, it let go. So it looks like his day is over.
All right. Tough break for Colin Brown. As we mentioned, he finished 3rd in the truck race Friday night up in Chicago. Made the long trip down here just to get soaking wet yesterday, and now he's out in lap 3.
And one of the struggles on a road course is you're turning the left and right, and that's a hard thing to keep the oil next to the pickup in the tank and keep that oil pressure solid. And like you said, he lost a little pressure, and once you lose it, even for just a little bit, it can scuff those bearings, and next thing you know, it'll explode.
Well, pit road is closed, so everybody's going to have to take another lap around. That'll give us a chance to take a break. And Marcus Ambrose, who had a 2.6-second lead, well, that's all gone away as we're under our first caution here in Montreal. That's the cleanup going on the 16 of Colin Brown as he has lost a motor here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve on lap number 3, our first caution. Coming out very early in this race, and Colin had moved up to 10th position. And we saw earlier in the race the 5 car of Ron Fellows having problems smoking the tires going down into number 10. And this is what we picked up on the radio.
Brake bias, I must have gone too much to the front. I flat spotted the front that first lap into the hairpin. Has it been a problem for you so far? Just a nasty vibration. Okay, 10-4. That may change our plans a little bit. Keep me up to date on how big of an issue that is.
All right. Andy, he talked about brake bias. How can he make the adjustment?
Well, Marty's got a knob right inside the car. It's right here, this blue knob. He can spin that knob right and left and change that bias from front to rear. And they changed that bias a little bit for that rain we had yesterday in the qualifying session, and he over-adjusted it back for the dry. And they didn't have any dry practice, so he really didn't know where to put it.
All right, we do have a taker, and maybe Ron Fellows wants some fresh tires after possibly flat spotting.
He flat spotted the heck out of those front tires, so he's probably just going to go ahead and bite the bullet here, go ahead and get tires on the car. You see Justin Marks also making a pit stop.
There we go. Working on the air dam right now. I think that's what they need to do. It's a good move. They're going to try to get this air dam fixed, give this car some more downforce, because, guys, they've got to start tailback no matter what anyway now since they're on pit road.
And we saw them having those pieces ready, and we were wondering, we were speculating, would you have enough time? Jamie, let's send it down to you.
And it is a precautionary measure. Brian Campy said, I don't want to risk getting a flat tire because you flat spotted him, as we heard him on the radio, so he's just coming in 4 tires. Of course, they can't take fuel until after lap 10. You see the valance. That was broken yesterday in qualifying. He went through the grass. He mowed the grass down. They opted not to change it because they would have had to drop to the back of the field. So now you see them just fixing that now with dry conditions, guys. He was saying this could be a problem for them and slowing him down.
Well, it would have been a great decision to leave it alone had the rain come back, correct?
Well, his car was fine. I mean, he actually could run pretty fast, and I don't think they would change this front valance had they not flat spotted the tires. I think the tires were the deciding factor to bring him down pit road. Hey, and while we're here and we're the only ones here, let's go ahead and change this front valance too, because it takes almost 4 minutes to run around here under caution. They'll have plenty of time to do a lot of work.
Well, let's go back to yesterday and show you exactly what happened to Ron and what caused that valance to end up with all that front damage.
See, got in here just a little bit hot, locked the brakes up, gets into this gravel, and you see how he's trying to run across here and get back on the racetrack, goes across that little paved section and through that grass, and there's just a lot of bumps, and it just took its toll on that front skirt.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That last little bump as he come off the track out of the sand into the grass, it broke it. But right now they're doing the right thing. They're taking their time. They have plenty of time to fix this. This is a long way around this 2.709 road course, so they're taking their time. They're fixing it. And I really think that maybe that air dam being broke, Andy, created no downforce in this car, and that might have caused these tires to lock up on them getting into that corner.
Well, it definitely didn't have the downforce.
All right, guys, we've also got the 10 car of Justin Marks in the pits. What's going on there?
Yeah, Marty, he's been riding around down on the right front of that car because the sway bar arm was either broken at the heim joint or had come loose, and I'm just trying to get a peek. It doesn't look like they replaced it, so it may have just come unhooked, and the sway bar and the right front suspension was dragging on that car. Justin Marks on pit road. Believe they fixed it, and he'll go back out.
Yeah, that's something he had to get fixed. That sway bar is such a critical part of the suspension, and it will slow you down a tremendous amount not to have it hooked up.
Wendy, a question I got for you. We saw last year where Jacques Villeneuve actually unhooked the sway bar when the rain came so the car would handle better. Is there a chance they unhooked this yesterday and just simply forgot to hook it back up?
Well, I guess it could be. You would think they would handle those details, though, in the pre-race when were given the opportunity to make those changes.
Well, you see Ron Fellows has got all his repairs taken care of, so there it is, the front valance back in place. So he'll take his place near the rear of this field as we've got a few cars that have come off the track. We'll update you on everybody when we get back here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Monday Night Football preseason styles coming up on Monday with the countdown starting at 7 and coverage at 8 on ESPN. It is Brett Favre back with the Minnesota Vikings. That sounds really weird saying that, but there he'll be against the Texans of Houston. That's Monday Night Football on ESPN. Now, we pointed out the damage on the 18 of Kyle Busch. We picked up the spot where we think that he sort of got that nose punched in just a little bit. And it was when Andy Lally was making quick work of him. Here is Andy in the 0 car.
He drives right by Kyle Busch on the outside into that turn, and then back on the left turn there. Looks like he didn't like that, did he?
He didn't like that. And Kyle got a good bite off that corner, run up and hit him a little bit. Now, you know, they do have this mandatory caution coming at lap 10. People do not have to come down at lap 10, but if he does, I'll guarantee they'll put some probably bear bond on that big hole at Kyle Busch's car, try to fix it.
That is the number 1 of Max Pappas. Now, if you remember, he had to go to the rear of the field because he had some damage from qualifying. They decided to fix it. Max picked up 23 spots in the first 2 laps and is now picked up a total of 26 with a couple of guys going behind the wall. Let's update you there. He had a best career finish of 3rd here back in 07 in the number 1 car. And there you can see Baraceta's also picked up 19 spots. Justin Allgaier following right behind with 18. But he's got radio issues, right, Shannon?
That's right. Since the start of the race, Marty, the team cannot hear Max. Now, Max can hear the team, so they're using hand signals out the window. If you see Max Pappas put his hand out the window and hit the bottom of the door, that means that the car is pushing. If he hits the top, he's having a problem with forward bite. They will switch the radio, hand him a radio into the car and let him try to fix that during the competition caution. But right now, no communication for Max Pappas. There you see him waving.
Yeah. Do they know the gestures that an Italian can make inside a race car? Because I've seen some of them. Let's update a couple of things. First off, how about the starting parks? Tommy Hubert was off before the end of lap 1. Brian Keselowski's gone behind the wall. Chris Cook, Jeffrey Earnhardt, we're checking up on that one. We didn't think that was going to be a starting park. And, of course, Colin Brown was the reason we are under this extended caution, because they're still trying to get the oil dry to get that mess cleaned up.
Marty, I guess I'm just really still blown away about how many positions that Max Pappas has picked up in this start of this race. I mean, he's up right now 26 positions since the start of this race. And I can tell you, Mad Max is his nickname. That's what we all call him down here. He is this race is everything in the world to him. He was really upset about his bad qualifying run yesterday. He had a qualifying that really bad rain. But he wants to win this thing for these guys so bad, and himself, it's unreal.
Well, other guys to keep an eye on when we come back, and we will be Patrick Carpentier. He's now 19th. Boris Said is up to 21st. So as we continue this extended caution, we'll step aside one more time. Hopefully by the time we get back, it'll be back to green flag racing here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Back here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, we talked about how the Quebec people follow their racers. Here they are. Villeneuve 3rd, Ranger 6th, Dumoulin 10th, Carpentier 19th, and Tagliani is in 20th. And we had a chance to talk to Jacques about how these fans get so crazy support behind their drivers.
The crowd is very enthusiastic. The crowd is close to the track. Normally on a road course, the grandstands are quite far, but here it's a little bit like racing downtown, and so you can see the crowd and you can feel the vibe. It's great. It's a great atmosphere.
And if that 32 car takes the race lead, every corner will erupt as he goes by. We can guarantee it. Lights are out on the pace truck. We're going to go back to green flag racing. We are told from NASCAR they will still do the competition caution at lap 10, but you will not be able to take fuel until that point. So nobody could take fuel in this early stop.
Yeah, if somebody's really in trouble right now with handling or an issue like that, they might stop. But else, I mean, we got 4 more laps to go before this caution flag comes out. And Andy, in my mind, that's going to create a lot of confusion. Are you going to stay out? Are you going to pit? What are you going to do? It's an opportunity to get on pit road and kind of get a freebie. But the thing I don't like, if you come down pit road right now, you're going to come back out at the back of this pack if those guys stay out. And man, track position is everything here.
Well, Ron Fellows is going to restart the 36th position. Jamie, what's the latest on Jeffrey Earnhardt?
Well, what happened on lap 2? He lost 3rd and 4th gear. Jeffrey Earnhardt in the seat right now. His dad, Kerry Earnhardt, putting a brand new transmission in this car. This is the only race he has scheduled the rest of the year. They're trying to make the most of it. They're, of course, talking about being back in the car, but they're trying to get back out there and get some more laps for young Jeffrey Earnhardt.
Yeah, we knew he was not a starting park, so we'll hope that they can get back in. We're getting ready to go back to green flag racing with Marcus Ambrose, Carl Edwards, Jacques Villeneuve, Brad Coleman in 4th, and Antonio Perez in his 2nd nationwide start in 5th. Here we go.
Man, these double file restarts force them down into turn 1 side by side.
No, look out.
And boy, they got to line up coming off of turn 2.
That's Michael Annette in the 15, sort of sliding off at the back of the pack there. It looks like everybody's going to survive. There's the 5 car. Ron Fellows trying to fight his way back. The 18 also has got his hands full right now.
Man,
Kyle
he's had
Busch.
his hands full since the start of the race. Kyle Busch has.
Okay, these guys are getting real aggressive on these restarts, really aggressive. Also, I will tell you, these tires are not up to air pressure yet. Still cause these guys to slip and slide around a little bit.
Look at Carl looking at the lead here.
Flying down this long straightaway.
Okay, he's going to try to outbrake Ambrose.
Oh, here we go. Can he make it stick? Looks like he does. We saw smoke from the 11 car in the back of Andrew Ranger. He holds on as well. We got a new race leader.
That was a big move Carl Edwards made to get the lead from Ambrose.
Boy, down in the hairpin corner right now. This is another good passing zone. You see Antonio Perez trying to take a look at Brad Coleman right there. Gets back in line right now. But that is a spot where you can really make a good pass. And now they're coming off at turn 11, heading down this long straightaway.
Jean-Francois Dumoulin makes the move on the inside in the 23.
Dave, give us an update on our second place car now, Marcus Ambrose.
Yeah, not entirely happy with his car right now, guys. When it changes directions, he says it feels too soft. They plan to put spring rubbers in the rear springs of that car when they pit.
These two have sort of opened up about a 3/10 of a second lead over third place, Jacques Villeneuve. And a little bit further back, we're going to check in now on Max Pappas. Pappas has moved up to 10th. This guy is on a mission.
Boy, look at that car, too. That nose is right on the ground. That thing is digging. It's handling really good, and Max is just driving the wheels off that baby.
Andy, my question for you is he going to be abusing the brakes too much early here, trying to get all this track position back?
Well, the answer is yes. He is abusing the brakes. He's abusing the whole car. You can see the front tires almost in a lockup situation into every corner. So, yeah, he's using a lot of car, but he's getting something for it. He's getting a lot of spots.
While we were watching Max, Marcus Ambrose gets back around, retakes the race lead. So we've had our second lead change here in less than a lap.
So I wonder how he feels about his car now.
Yeah, he's probably pretty good with it now. I've been looking at both these cars, Andy, Marcus's car and Carl Edwards, and boy, the nose on that Marcus Ambrose car is still real high in the front end compared to Carl's. And
you have to be carried the nose just a little bit off the corners, and that's one of the things when you run soft springs. If you don't run a lot of shock, a lot of rebound with that, it will carry the nose under that hard acceleration in the lower gears, in second and third gear.
Let's go back and show you how Marcus got back into the lead.
Well, he gets in a turn one right there.
Carl just overdrove the corner a little bit here. Paid the price.
Come on, keep coming, keep coming. Clear, clear, clear. Good move.
All right, so one little bobble by Carl, and Marcus says thank you very little and moves on.
Well, Carl caught him and passed him once. Let's see if he can do it again. He made a mistake. He's got this baby back on track and looking good. He's got to drive smooth laps right now.
Notice how the guys are clipping the rumble strips. Go on board and you can see the Carfax telemetry.
Yeah, you can see right through this section of the racetrack, they're going 130 plus miles an hour. So they go into turn one, catch a little bit of that curb, sometimes catch a lot of it.
That's where Carl lost the lead a lap ago, and
you can see Marcus Ambrose just driving away from Carl Edwards now.
Yeah, heaven help the field if he gets this car sorted out.
Hey, take a look at that. Look how narrow this course is through here. Talked about us kind of follow the leader through this area. Marcus is doing a good job of negotiating that. You can't see around the corners of this racetrack. You got to memorize what's going on and anticipate. But if somebody spins out or crashes in front of you and you can't see him, you just got to rely on your spotters at that point.
Well, we are approaching the bottom of the hour, and we welcome anybody who's just joining us here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve as we are working lap number 10 of 74 with your race leader, Marcus Ambrose. Second place, Carl Edwards. Jacques Villeneuve, the hometown favorite, in third. Brad Coleman fourth, and Antonio Perez in fifth. You can see all 5 cars right there. And we are approaching a competition caution, because these guys had absolutely no practice in the dry. Look out.
See Andrew Ranger racing hard there with Antonio Perez. And here comes Kyle Busch on the outside of Ranger. That move's not too good right there. Not going to work on the outside through that corner.
Kyle Busch wouldn't surprise me if he won this race one bit. I mean, it seems like every time he goes to a new racetrack, he figures it out.
Yeah, one thing, he's really just figuring this track out today for the first time, because he hasn't had any practice with this much grip out there. So it's really been a learning process for these first 9 laps for Kyle Busch.
Brad Coleman, you saw there in the 20 car. That's his last race in that car for the year, at least as it's scheduled right now. Running in 4th position. Take a look, as you can see, heading down. That's Andrew Ranger trying to get underneath Antonio. First corner, and he makes it stick through 2. Here comes Kyle on the outside. Can he get it done? No.
He's just looking for some room to race. He's a little faster than these cars in front of him, but he doesn't have the preferred groove, so he's just trying anything he can try.
Now, right now, there's gain of knowledge, guys. This is the first time they've been practicing in this dry condition, like you said. You know, talking about Kyle Busch again, the longer he runs, he'll keep figuring this thing out, and then he can tell his crew what he really needs for these upcoming pit stops.
You can see Ron Fellows now, he's worked his way up to the 88 car, Brad Keselowski.
Now, Fellows has picked up 14 positions so far from the back of this field, just like you said, and he's making some ground right now.
Justin Allgaier right behind him, and Allgaier not real experienced on the road courses. He may be able to learn something following Fellows.
Yeah, this would be a great opportunity for Allgaier to really learn something from our master at this kind of racing.
And we're getting the caution back at the start-finish line, so everybody will give their cars a breather, and we'll see who the takers will be into pit lane for this competition yellow. Our first caution lasted 4 laps.
Well, just remember, you know, you saw Ron Fellows in the pits earlier, and he changed tires, fixed that nose, but they did not get to put fuel in it because it was not legal to do that until right now when this competition caution comes out. Now they can put fuel in.
Question will be, will they do it and give up the track position again? I guess it would depend on how many people come. What do you think?
Well, I think you'll see a lot of them down pit road here, and I think it's a gamble if you pit right here because it is outside your pit window. But you see a lot of cars getting ready. Here's Max Pappas's crew.
And those brakes may be on fire when he comes into pit lane. Several teams, at least they're set up. Now, whether they actually come.
You know, these nationwide cars get about 4.5 to 5 miles per gallon on an oval track. Where we're just flat road course, and Andy and I were here this morning, they're only getting about 3.8 to 4 miles per gallon, which, you know, we thought they'd be hitting pit road at lap 10. Oh, it stays
looks like
out.
Marcus made the move, but then decided not to.
Yeah, if they're getting fuel mileage like close to 4.5 and 5, they can pit on lap 10 and make it. But right now, if only 4 miles a gallon, you can't do it.
All right, so Jacques Villeneuve stays out along with Ambrose. And it looks like Carl Edwards is in as first, and Kyle Busch as well, and he's going to be the first to make pit road. So let's go to Jamie.
Well, Kyle Busch was holding his own, as you guys said, despite the damage on the left front that happened early in the race. They said they weren't really concerned because Kyle said car is handling good. So they're coming in. You see him working on the right side there. It's going to be 4 tires. You see the damage on the right side of the hood there around the headlight area. 4 tires for Kyle Busch, Dave.
And Jamie, they're going to take a good look at Carl Edwards' car for any type of damage or anything else. They are not going to change tires. Says the balance is good on that car. It's a little bit loose in the right-handers to start, but the balance has come to him. And as you can see, he's already leaving pit road.
So as everybody makes their stop that did decide to come in, we can tell you it was Ambrose, Villeneuve, Brad Coleman, Antonio Perez, and Max Pappas stayed out. So Pappas moves all the way up to 5th here on lap number 11, fellas.
That's from the dead rear of the field to top 5. Great job by Max Pappas.
Right behind is Jason Leffler. He started in the middle of the pack. He is in 6th as he stayed out as well. In fact, the top 12 stayed out, and Carpentier moves up into 7th position now. And we're hearing we'll get a penalty on Alex Tagliani, another one of the Quebec natives, as he was too fast entering pit lane, so he's going to get the penalty.
I'll tell you, if too fast entering, that entry at pit road will really suck you in there, Marty, because you're running 175. You got to get on the brakes, and there's that cone right there in front of you.
Remember, it did it to Marcus Ambrose. Remember, he had that like 8-second lead, came into pit lane, couldn't get it slowed down, cost him the victory. Right there is the mark, and he slid across that line too fast and got nailed for speeding, came back to finish 3rd.
Now take a look at this, guys. You come down this long straightaway, like I said, 175 miles an hour on the brakes, down to 2nd gear, and there's the line. You got to get it slowed down or else you get busted. A lot of them just slide across it.
So as we continue under this caution, we're taking a look at the pit, and everybody down through the top 14 spots stayed out. That includes Ron Fellows, who is now in 13th position. So things will get interesting again when we go back to Green Flag Racing here at Montreal. Under our second caution here at the NAPA Auto Parts 200 at Montreal gives us a chance to talk about the Nationwide Series next week. It's Degree V12 300 Atlanta, Saturday night, 6:30 Eastern under the lights on ESPN2. And then the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, also from Atlanta, presented by Pennzoil. That's next Sunday at 7 Eastern on ESPN. And the biggest weekend of drag racing, the Mac Tools NHRA US Nationals, presented by Lucas Oil. Qualifying next Sunday at 11:30 a.m. and 5 Eastern on ESPN2. And then final eliminations Monday, Labor Day, 1 Eastern on ESPN2. So we've got your racing covered for you. Right now, as we are still under this second caution, Marcus Ambrose, the race leader. There is Ron Fellows as they are getting form back up. Of course, he has got 4 road course wins, 3 of them at Watkins Glen. The first one came back in 1998 here at the Nationwide Series, as everybody was happy for Ron then. They were even happier in 2000 when he made it number 2 at the Glen. And then in 2001, he took home number 3. And then it was last year here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve where he picked up his 4th road course win. He has 2 in the Truck Series as well for 6 total. And that race last year, 48 laps instead of 74. Let's talk to him.
Ron Fellows, Rusty Wallace, ESPN, you got us?
Go ahead, Rusty.
Hey, buddy, you got yourself all the way up to 13th position. You got your air dam fixed. What's that thing driving like now?
Well, that shark nose jaws thing wasn't helping us under braking, and that first and second lap I flat spotted the tires. It kind of helped make the decision to change that front splitter. The Fastenal guys did an awesome job, and yeah, we knew we had that competition yellow coming at lap 10, so we'll see what we got now.
Oh, so you really think that probably the nose being tore up was what caused your brake problem, and does it feel a lot better right now to you since you got it fixed?
Yeah, it would definitely hurt the stopping more than cornering, the downforce, getting that front brake bite.
All right, buddy, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Have a great race, man.
Thank you.
All right, let's reset it for you. It is Marcus Ambrose in front as Jacques Villeneuve will be in second, and get ready for the Quebec natives to really go crazy if he can somehow get the lead away from Ambrose. Brad Coleman running third, Antonio Perez fourth, Max Pappas fifth, Jason Leffler and Patrick Carpentier in seventh, and Barrichello has moved up to eighth. So a lot of guys that in the front, the top 17 did not take any fuel. From 18 on back, they have full tanks, so they've got 10 laps advantage.
Yeah, so the strategy is kind of playing itself out here. There's a lot of cars that pitted on that lap 10 caution that are going to gamble on maybe either getting rain or getting something to extend their fuel mileage. A lot of caution flags, which are laps that we've had already, could extend this where they could still make it on one stop.
Well, and actually I should correct myself. It was really only 6 laps under green because they had the 4 laps during the first caution when Colin Brown went out.
Well, the strategy is very important right now. There's no doubt about that. But I would guess these guys could stay out maybe about another 5 laps and hit pit road under green and get inside their window to make it. Probably about 5 more laps. Here they go.
Well, and Jeffrey Earnhardt, we can tell you, is back out on track. He is 9 laps down in 40th. So we have 39 cars still on track as we get ready to go back to green flag racing here in race number 25 of the NASCAR Nationwide Series. And boy, Ambrose gets a good jump.
So critical to get a good jump here. You see how you make this left-hand turn first and then the right. And if you can have a clear track in that first turn, it really helps a lot. Look at here. See Coleman now bulling his way into second spot.
And watch Max Pappas as he's looking to take the position as well. There's Patrick Carpentier, our first real look at him since the starting of the race.
I'll tell you, Max's car is just really handling well right now. This is a good guy to watch coming through the field. I mean, he's just bulldozed. He's 38 positions now he's picked up. He started tailback. He's got himself all the way up to 4th. I like the way that car's handling.
Shannon, what's the latest on that number 1 car?
Well, according to the sign language from Max Pappas, the car's a little bit loose, but it's all right. But guys, right now the team is contemplating not even changing the radio. They said as long as Max can hear us, we're good. Of course, it's ruining our experience. We would love to hear Max Pappas over the radio all race long, but right now the car's good and they're able to communicate using hand signals.
Yeah, one thing you don't want to do is get too preoccupied with fixing something that may not hurt you as much as you think. I know the radios are very critical, but if you get so preoccupied with changing the radios, you can get completely out of your rhythm and then play catch up the rest of the race. So I think that's a good decision.
Andy, I totally agree with you, but on the other hand, we have watched radios really play havoc with some people. Take a look at Tony Stewart last week at Bristol. Lost his radio early, had a lot of problem getting that car figured out, and honestly never did.
Well, one guy who doesn't have a problem with his car is Marcus Ambrose. As you can see, he's already picked up a 0.2 of a second lead over Brad Coleman. And boy, Coleman really could use a good finish here. This is his last ride scheduled for this car. And he put some pressure on himself. He said, in this stretch, I should win a race, and he hasn't.
He's a good road racer, though. See, he got a little damage, though, on the left front.
I think by the time this one's over, almost everybody's going to have some damage.
Yeah, that's one thing you got to take care of, though. I mean, you talk about
it's a pretty physical racetrack, though, especially with these double file restarts getting down into turns 1 and 2.
Well, Andy, just listen to what Ron Fellows told us. He said, man, I tore my air dam up, couldn't stop the thing that wasn't right. So, you know, you got to have downforce on these road race cars. Even though you're not running real fast, downforce is downforce. No matter how fast you run, you got to have it. And if you beat up your front fenders, like some of these guys have been doing, it'll hurt you.
On board once again with Max Pappas, as he has got Jacques Villeneuve in his sights.
I'll tell you, a good, impressive run out of Jacques Villeneuve, too. I mean, got himself up there in the 3rd position. Got a good, clean car, nothing tore up on her, doing a good job.
And look at Marcus. That gives you an idea. That's the gap now, and that's well over 2 seconds. Let's get an update on the 32 car from Dave Burns.
Well, no, we might ask Jacques how he enjoyed South Carolina, because that is where he spent time with this race team to get to know them and them to get to know him, his communication, and how he likes the race car. That was Kershaw, South Carolina, with crew chief Trent Owens. And as Max Pappas gives him just a little bit of a nudge right there, he likes a soft race car, and that's what they went with to start this race. So far, not too bad for Jacques, just a little loose.
The guy I'm watching is Patrick Carpentier right behind those two. As Carpentier has gotten around for another spot, he moved to Perez back, and Boris Said has gotten around. Here he takes a look inside.
Yeah,
he's got him.
He's got Max right there. It looks like Villeneuve was holding Max Pappas up just a little bit, and it's cost the 1-car spot here.
Hey, Andy, what's going on now? These guys, Carpentier, Pappas, and Said started tailback, and now they're all the way up to 5th, 6th, and 7th. Maybe that was the place you needed to start, huh?
Well, you got to hand it to Max Pappas. He passed a lot of cars. He was in 9th spot even before a lot of cars just made those pit stops under caution and gave him a few extra spots. But you see Carpentier, he's giving a boot to Villeneuve here. I wonder which one the crowd's pulling for.
I noticed that little nudge, and that was hey, buddy, I'm back here.
Yeah. Hey, pal, I'm the best Canadian, right?
I see a lot of sparks flying over those curbs now. You got to be careful with those curbs and not to tear anything up under the car.
Well, there's a little rivalry between these two guys because they are both heavy favorites here with the Quebec fans. But, you know, they'd like nothing better than to be the guy to be the one in victory lane with the other in 2nd place.
Yeah, and Max Pappas has got to be careful with them, too, because you don't want to be the one that's going to take one of these favorites out of the race.
5 countries right now represented in the top 7 positions. How's that for an international flavor? Who says NASCAR's a regional sport?
Yeah, they love it, NASCAR up here. I mean, these fans are still going crazy. You get a little sprinkle of rain out there right now, but track's still staying dry.
Heading down into turn number 10 one more time. The 99 can't get it done. Let's get an update from Shannon.
Well, you heard Dave mention Kershaw in South Carolina. This is a track that Patrick Carpentier also went to with the 99 team. They were so happy with their test out there. Guys, he is in the wall. Looks like there's a problem with the 99 car. We're going to check on that and we'll get back to this story.
Yeah, something while you were talking, he just nosed over towards the wall and has pulled it off. He's off
Get
to
ready. I think it blew right front tire. Get ready.
No, that's something abrupt there. I don't know what happened. Looks like Carpentier has his window net down. See some debris, though.
Well, if he blew the tire, that could be part of the vent tubing to cool the
but you would
brakes.
think he would try to get the car back to the pit road. I don't understand what he's doing there. He's got the window net down. You can see it hanging on the door.
3,700, Ty.
Okay, now one key thing, we're at lap 16 right now. We've really figured around 16, 17, 18. Those 3 laps right there are key.
Think it blew right front tire. Keep going, Patrick, if you can. Keep going.
If they can put fuel in now, that should get them to their next window, make this one more stop and take this baby home.
Well, he was 4th when this all happened, and it doesn't look like this looks more serious than
yeah, something else happened to this car, because he would try to, if it's just a flat tire, he would drive it back to the pit stall.
Well, we got our 3rd caution here, as the most we've ever had in the 3 years now that we've been coming here with the series was 5. But take a look, see if we can see what happens. He's 3rd in the screen, 4th overall.
You see, the car just nosed over hard.
And I'm not seeing any tire rubber or anything.
He must have had a problem either with the...
It actually looked like he was wheel hopping a little bit at one point. Let's take a look at this, see if he missed a gear or something, caused it to wheel hop, guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he could have actually... when they shift, sometimes they'll go into a lower gear. If you go from, say, 2nd to 3rd, if you happen to miss that and you could actually suck it up in the 1st gear, that could have happened right there, and that would have tear the transmission. It'll tear everything up. when you downshift instead of upshifting.
Yeah, because it looked like he just locked the rear tires up, whatever he did. So, yeah, he could have went, okay, so think about it. He could have went from third gear back down to second gear area and locked that baby right back up. Accidentally. It's hard to do, though, an H-pattern shifter like this. So
it's easier than you think. I've done it.
Okay, I have to. I'll admit to it.
Okay, go ahead and admit it. It's not as hard as you think. I mean, the transmission shift, they've made them where they shift so much better. They go in gear so easily that now they'll actually even go in a gear you don't want them to go into easily.
Pit road will be open. We'll see if there are any takers. Remember, the first 17 stayed out. They have yet to take any fuel.
Here comes Marcus Ambrose.
He's definitely coming this time.
This opportunity now. We'll see what these other cars do. There's Villeneuve. He's going to stay out.
Oh, and this will make the Canadian crowd happy.
Now we're going to see what the 10 lappers are going to do. The guys that pit on lap 10.
Look at the lower left of your screen. All the fans of Patrick Carpentier, they are heading for the exits. And I hate to tell you, but that section's going to be they're going to be a little empty there. Let's check in with Shannon.
There's going to be no changes on this one car for Max Pappas. 4 tires only and Sunoco fuel. The car is good, guys. They still do not have radio communication, but they're not going to worry about it right now. Jamie?
Brad Coleman worked his way up to second. He was the lone American in the top 5 for a while. He said he's a little tight on left-handers. 4 tires, fuel, track bar, and air pressure. Dave?
Marcus Ambrose, who has led the majority of this race, pits now for 4 tires and fuel. They will pop a half a spring rubber into each rear spring to make the rear of that car just a little bit stiffer, trying to get every drop of Sunoco fuel in, and he leaves pit road.
And unfortunately, we have to tell you, the rain is starting to fall a little bit heavier. We're seeing people getting some umbrellas up, and you can see on some of our camera lenses right there some raindrops. As several cars did stay out, including Quebec native Jacques Villeneuve, and he takes over the race lead. Our third different leader. We're under our third caution here as we have worked 17 of 74 laps as the umbrellas go up at Montreal.
All right, here we go. 4 set at Montreal. The 5 off the right side. 5 on the left side. Wait for the jack. Pull the left rear. Get 5 on. Waiting on the front. Boris is gone.
And thank you, Justin, for giving us the play-by-play as the pit stop for Boris Said was completed. Now, the good news for Jeffrey Earnhardt, we can tell you that he is going to be the recipient of the Aaron's Lucky Dog. The bad news is he's going to need 10 more cautions to get back on the lead lap because he had that transmission problem earlier, and there he is. He is coming in to get some service. So Jeffrey, the only car that is down at least 1 lap. Everybody else is off. And we should point out Tony Ave is now behind the wall. He just came behind at the last caution, and Carpentier brings our total to 6 cars now either off or out.
So, Marty, last year we had 14 caution laps during this last race. We've already had 8. We're only 18 laps into it. I bet Jeffrey Earnhardt might get back on the lead lap.
Well, we'll think positive thoughts for him as we are getting ready to go back to green flag racing. The lights are out. It's a long pace lap, so we'll go for one more break. Stay with us. Well, Jacques Villeneuve is no stranger to victory. That was Indianapolis when he won the 500. He also won the car championship that same year in 1995. And then went on to Formula One to win the World Championship in 1997 to become a national hero for Canada and especially for the province of Quebec. And look at this too. We had a shot of them before we went to break, and there they are, still celebrating 1997. And he is on point in that number 32, Braun Racing, Dollar General Camry, and right alongside will be Jason Leffler. Now, those two have yet to pit as we're getting ready to go back to green flag racing. Andy, would you care to speculate on how much farther they want to go?
Well, I don't know. They must not feel like they're inside their window to come down pit road. They're going to give up a lot of track position when they do. You see now there's 3 different strategies in play. cars that haven't pitted, some that pitted at lap 10, and some that pitted on lap 16.
Now the lights are still on the pace truck, so that means we're going to go at least one more time. Another guy that has not pitted is back in 6th place, that 27 car of Jason Keller. There goes Jeffrey Earnhardt, the Aaron's lucky dog. So he is going to hustle around to get back to the back of the field and pick up his 1 lap. We pointed out he needs quite a few more. 9 more to go.
I'll tell you what, guys, you start thinking about fuel strategy and stuff like that during this race, it'll make you pull your hair out, because the more caution laps they got, the better fuel mileage they can get, the longer they can go. And it takes a lot of these calculations these guys have been planning on and makes them recalculate every single lap.
Let's talk a little bit about the fuel and the fuel calculations. There they are on the wall. They said that
they had a window that they wanted to be in, and they felt like probably it was going to be under green. Now they're still under caution. So they looks like the 32 has switched sides. I think he is thinking about pitting, Dave. Is that right?
Adjusting, Andy. They are. I'm not talking about the sides on the racetrack. They're adjusting their pit strategy. They wanted to pit. They talked about pitting. There was a little bit of a miscommunication that left Jacques Villeneuve on the track to the cheers of the fans, but it really wasn't their strategy. They're going to have to pit here either when they go back to green or very soon thereafter.
Yeah, if he made a pit stop right now, it might be the best move. He would probably lose the least amount of track position. If he's inside of his window, he could come down pit road right before the green flag and lose probably a little less time than he would under a green flag situation.
Well, he did switch over to driver's left. Everybody else has been on the right side for the restarts, and he has the choice. So we will find out if he is going to take advantage of it when we get ready to go back.
Well, the guys that are looking good right now, the folks that come down pit road along lap 16, 17 in that area, because I'm pretty sure, Andy, they can get to their next window no problem.
They are pretty sure that they'll only make one more stop.
Yeah.
The only question mark will be the ones that pitted on lap 10 or whether they can make it on one more stop.
And if these cautions keep going like they are, those guys are going to look like heroes, because now they're in the front. They got that track position. The guys that pitted on lap 10.
Got a quick moment. Let's talk a little football because it's preseason time. Monday Night Football is coming back with Brett Favre and the Minnesota Vikings. It still does not sound right, but that's okay. It's the Houston Texans in Minnesota. Preseason football. It starts at 7 Eastern with Monday Night Countdown, and then the game at 8, all on ESPN.
Come on, Marty, what are you talking about? You got a problem with guys who retire and come back?
Well, let's
see. Can he still do it?
Kenny Bernstein did it in drag racing, so why not?
What's going to happen here? Everybody in the pits be ready. So now with the second round of cautions, we kind of got screwed. We're going to dive into pit road, come into green, make our pit stop so we don't lose too much time, because now we're at our fuel window.
All right. Key words there. We're in our fuel window.
Yeah, they're at a disadvantage that their window is, that their mileage is so poor that they're just now getting in it because they're going to have to line up behind a lot of cars. But this is the right time to come in. Right on the screen flag, they'll lose the least amount of time, get in and out, get that tank filled up, and then they can make it on one more stop.
See, I believe they're in their fuel window, though, around lap 17, because a lot of these guys, when they do the calculations, they're not thinking about how many cautions you're going to get. And to me, you got to gamble a little bit. If you don't gamble, you're going to lose.
Well, the big beneficiary is going to be Paul Menard. He's going to get a big surprise here in a few moments in that number 98. He started 10th in this field, and he's going to be looking at a clean, wide open track ahead of him.
And he is one of the cars that did pit on, it's actually lap 11 that he made his pit stop. So he is one of those that is gambling, Rusty, that he can make it on the rest of the way on one more stop. So he's got the lead and rolling the dice a little bit here.
I'll tell you, one thing I'm looking at right now is Paul Menard behind Jacques Villeneuve. He's going to have to slow down from 170-something to get on the brakes and not bust that speed limit. And he needs to let Menard know behind him he's going to hit pit road.
Well, I think Villeneuve's going to make this pit stop right now. He'll do it before they get the green. He'll come down pit road right now.
Stand corrected. Sorry. Glad you said that, because I'm thinking that's going to be tough. When he locks those brakes up front of everybody and tries to hit down pit road, that's going to be a trick.
Oh, and look at this. Leffler's coming as well. So the second row becomes the front row.
32's on pit lane, 38's in back.
So it's now Menard and Carl Edwards, and they're going to be coming to the green flag, and they're both going, holy smokes, this is nice. We're up front.
Everybody's just got to stay on course right now and save the brakes. They got their gas. They're all in their windows now.
Team cars are in right now as we go back to green flag racing. On the right side, you can see going down into turn 1, Carl Edwards has got the jump.
Yeah, but look at Andrew Ranger now. He has the preferred line off turn 2. He gets a second spot from Paul Menard.
Now, Ranger ran earlier today in the Canadian Tire Series, so he has a lot of laps on this track. He's done well here in the past. Now on the right side, you can see the pit stop for Jacques Villeneuve. Ranger right now running second. He ran second behind J.R. Fitzpatrick in that Canadian Tire race just earlier today. Carl Edwards with that swollen jaw on the left side and a very sore left shoulder, doing very well right now out in front of this race with Ranger second, Menard third, Jason Keller up to fourth, and Michael McDowell in fifth. And that is a car that is not a road course chassis. That is an oval chassis.
Here comes a turn 8 right now. This is a great passing zone. Andrew Ranger just not close enough to Carl Edwards to get it done. But look at the Holiday Inn car. Stephen Light, he took a shot at it, just didn't get close enough either.
Ranger won here back in the Canadian Tire Series back in 2008, and look at this. He's trying to take the lead here.
Okay, makes a wide entry. Now look at this.
He's going to duck under
him. Good move right here. Carl Edwards just overdrove the corner, and Ranger was ready for it.
Look at that. Also a little further back, about 5 cars trying to make it through that turn 10. Looks like everybody survived.
Now heading out of back straightaway here into
big
turn
drag race
13. Yeah, big drag race.
Who's going to be the bravest one to dive down in here on the brakes?
Watch the nose of the car. It's Carl hitting the brakes first. Ranger's going to take the inside line. He's got the preferred line. He'll make it stick.
Oh, he jumps over the curb, gets the lead. Woo, man.
Oh, almost hit the wall. Coming down the front straightaway to complete another lap. It'll be at the end of lap 21 of 74. So we're almost a third of the way through this race.
It's 11 cars, the car that Denny Hamlin's driving on the oval tracks currently. You saw Scott Legacy in this car earlier in the year. Scott did a great job driving it. They've been switching a lot of drivers around, trying to get the right performance out of this car and evaluate it a little bit.
Oh, there's Kyle Busch now with another problem.
That's back in, look like the turn 1-2 area again as they look at the smiley face they put on the patch. It's good the guys in the pit crew have a good sense of humor. I don't think Carl has a good sense of humor right now after that problem. Go ahead.
It's just about the right time, Marty, right now. About 4 laps into this thing since its restart, where these guys started sizing these other cats up at where they're going to make these passes at. Is it going to be down the long straightaway? Is it going to be in turn 8?
That's Ambrose.
Where's it going to be?
Jumping up into the top 5, gets by Stephen Light.
Yep, move Marcus to 5th. Stephen back to 6th. Brad Keselowski is shown in 7th right now. He got around Jason Keller. Oh, look at the battle up at front for the lead. And boy, does Andrew Ranger know how to protect that inside line there.
Well, it actually looks like Carl Edwards, when he got passed over there, went to the inside of the track to guard that pass that Andrew was getting ready to put on him. And he really had to square off the corner, Andy. Got him sliding out, and that's where Ranger got him.
And Ranger set him up perfectly. Right here, you see Carl Edwards now trying to make this move. Thinks better of it on this long straightaway down into this corner. High braking area. You jump over these curbs. Man, they're getting some air over those curbs.
While all this is going on, let me tell you, Andy Lally, who finished 2nd yesterday, along with Brendan Gaughan in the GT category in the Grand Am race, he has gone behind the wall. He was running in the top 25. Right now, though, that's the main battle on the track.
Yeah, but look at Marcus Ambrose makes the pass on Michael McDowell. He has made up a lot of ground. That 47 car is flying.
There you see Marcus, and he is trying to pull away from McDowell. I just give McDowell credit for being able to get that car around the track. I mean, it is not set up for a road course at all. He had to qualify on time, did it in the rain, was the last one to make it in on time, in fact, and here he is running in the top 5. Let's get an update on Andrew Ranger. Jamie?
Well, Marty, he's making just his 6th ever start in the Nationwide Series. He's learning as he goes. First time driving for CJM Racing. He talked to Paul Wolf and under. We've got a crash on the track, guys.
Yes, we do. It involves Brad Keselowski. And also Alex Tagliani in the 81.
And Dumoulin gets a little bit of damage from that too in the 23.
So tough break for another one of the native Quebecers, Alex Tagliani.
Okay, this is exactly what the guys that put it on lap 10 need. They just need more cautions. Because I'll tell you what, Andy, they get enough caution, they can get themselves in there, and pitting on lap 10 could be the time that made these guys heroes.
Well, those two were duking it out for 7th position. In fact, Brad had the spot. Tagliani was trying to take it away, and let's see exactly what happens. This is the tail end of it. Boy, somebody must have dropped some fluid.
Incidents there at the same time. You see Brad Coleman making his way through there.
Well, there's the help.
Coleman gets a piece of Tagliani, puts him around. But you can see Keselowski's already around in front of him.
Is that called a sympathy spin? On board with the Stephen Light.
That's a good shot now. Keselowski just going around.
Well,
a synchronized spinning.
Keselowski spins out. The guys behind him spin out too. So I don't know if it's a chain reaction or what happened there.
Here's Max Pappas' view. He's going
easy.
Oh, watch out.
Just past 4. That was pretty easy.
Well, he's passed a bunch today. Max Pappas has. He's back up to 13th spot now.
All right. Well, and you know who else this helps? Jacques Villeneuve. Remember, he and Jason Leffler came in just as we went back to green flag racing. That allows him to tighten back up into the back of the field. He's shown in 35th. Leffler is 34th, but now they were half a track behind. Now they're right in the pack. Lights are still on in the Pace truck, so it'll give us a chance to take a break here under our 4th caution at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal. Back here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, the Aaron's Lucky Dog, we told you Jeffrey would need 9 more. Now he only needs 8 more. He's the only car that's still out there that is at least 1 lap down, so he gets the benefit, but still going to need some more help to get back on the lead lap. But he is getting some camera time at least, even though it was a tough break.
Had 4 cautions so far with 10 laps of cautions total. I mean, looks like we're only at lap 23. We got a ways to go.
Let's get an update on the 11 of Andrew Ranger, Dave Burns.
Well, Marty, just how much fun Andrew Ranger has on the road courses? We mentioned he ran here earlier today, mixed it up with some guys. How about 2 years ago here, mixing it up with Kerry Mix as they came to the checkers. Mix down to the inside, Ranger on the outside. Oh, can't outbreak it. Mix over the curb. As they come down to the checkers, he'll try to make a run back, but Ranger will fall short that day. Then, just a few weeks later in Trois-Rivières, there he is falling short. In Trois-Rivières, they came towards the finish. Here goes Ranger trying to make it, and he's going to go for the win. Oh, he gets the crash instead. He loses both times, but you know what? He won the championship that season, and the next year, he won both those races, Marty.
Well, he leads the Canadian Tire Series right now by 134 points over DJ Kennington. And you want to see how that race ended earlier today? Take a look at this, because here is J.R. Fitzpatrick leading. Second place is Kennington. Guess who's third? Yeah, Andrew Ranger turns him. And that's the way it would end. Oh, yeah, that's right. We did have a little problem here. Scott Steckley going upside down in the 22 with Don Thompson Jr. in the 4 car. Nobody was hurt in that, but Andrew was accredited with the 2nd place behind J.R. Fitzpatrick. Kennington was given 4th place, and it's a 134-point difference. And he has won about 5 of the 10 races held this season. And right now, he's the race leader here at Montreal. Back here in Montreal, the sun is shining again, and Andrew Ranger is leading the NAPA Auto Parts 200 here at Montreal. 2nd place is Carl Edwards. Paul Menard is 3rd, and Marcus Ambrose is in 4th, and he's another one that's talking about Andrew Ranger like we were just before the break.
Canadian guy, I don't know, Ranger or something. Ranger. You should know, Francois. Thank you.
And Paul Wolf is the crew chief for Andrew Ranger. First time you were watching that old video footage and laughing yourself. First time for your driver ever doing double file restarts. What are you telling him as he leads the field to the green?
Well, he's done such a good job so far today. We just tell him just keep doing what you've been doing. He's a little nervous right now. This is a big day for him, but we told him just keep doing what you've been doing. It'll come to you. I think we got a great race car, and we just need to log laps. It's still early, so we got to be there at the end.
He's been very confident all weekend. He finished 3rd in the race earlier today. Guys, we'll see how he does leading the field to the green for the first time.
And the lights are out on the pace car as it'll pull off right there at turn 14. Andrew on the right side there in the 11 alongside Carl Edwards. How would you feel if you were basically the rookie against Carl?
Well, that's the thing he's got to put out of his mind. He can't let that affect his judgment. He's a good road racer. He knows this racetrack. Don't worry about who you're racing against. It's just another car, but it's kind of hard not to.
his 6th Nationwide Series start. First time ever on a restart as he takes the green, heading towards 1. Here we go. So far, so good.
That's textbook right there. He's racing Carl Edwards clean and aggressive through there. Gets the lead out of turn 2.
Going down that long straightaway. Notice a little bit further back there, the 5 car. There is Ron Fellows. Remember, he last pitted on lap 17. He's well within his window. So maybe things are turning towards his stretch. You're thinking the guys that pitted on lap 11, which includes the top 6, might be on that cusp.
They're right on the edge of being able to do this on one more stop. Now, we know for sure the 5 car can do it, and all the cars that pitted after him can make it on one more stop. And likely with all the caution laps we've had, even the guys that pitted on lap 11 can make it on one more stop.
Well, Rangers got a mirror full of the 60 of Carl Edwards. There is 3rd place right behind him, Paul Menard, Marcus Ambrose, Coleman, Pappas in the 1 car is 6th.
Oh,
look
right
out.
here.
Kyle Busch gets turned. Justin Allgaier, and the 5 is involved, but I don't know how much damage.
I think the Fellows is going to have some damage there. We couldn't see it from that angle, but you see all the damage on the 12 car. That came from contact with Ron Fellows.
Boy, Allgaier coming off a dismal week last week at Bristol, and now he's got more damage.
Get ready here. Big damage.
More cars beating and banging.
Yeah, everybody going into 10.
Can't make it.
Tell you what, guys, there is a lot of beating and banging. You can't
see here, Fellows has a lot of damage.
Yep. Fellows.
And Allgaier's car's destroyed.
Yeah.
And caution is out.
And this is going to tie our record for cautions here in 5. Boy, what a tough break for Justin Allgaier.
It's been up bad. It looks like it's bent in the middle.
Justin, remember, started at the back of the field because he had to change a transmission. He was running 15th, had a good drive going because he's not a road course specialist. Here we go. Oh, he's kamikazeing. He couldn't stop. I wonder if his brakes were out.
Locked it up and just tried to maybe get a little too aggressive and didn't have a full pedal.
Well, you saw the 12 car, just like you said, coming at it dead sideways. And
Ron Fellows is going to get blindsided right there.
Oh, yeah.
See?
Look at this.
So did Kyle. He got the right rear quarter panel damaged. And I'm just wondering if he's got any brakes. Let's listen.
Wheel hop.
Oh, yeah, you can hear the wheels hopping right there. Just totally out of control. That's a 2-for-1 right there. He gets the 18 and the 5.
Take a look from Stephen Wallace's perspective as he barely survives this. Look at this.
Man, he got a good
And now, where does he go? To the right. Makes the right move.
Boy, good job right there. You need to give him a raise, Rusty.
Well, he's got one. How's that? I'll do it after this. I'll buy him a Coca-Cola on the trip home. Won't charge him. Be on me.
Tough break for Ron Fellows. We had just
tires and fuel. Fix the damage as you're changing the tires.
Well, I think they need more.
I mean, it looks like the frame's bent.
Yeah, they've got some damage. I think they've got damaged the trailing arm on the right side, some of the rear suspension. They got a lot of things they need to fix.
Cracking really bad.
That's one of these deals when you interview Ryan Fellows after this, he's going to say, they'll probably say what happened. He'll say, I have no idea.
Said, you tell me.
You tell me. I just got blindsided, buddy.
You'll turn left, right.
And
gosh,
look at what's left of the 12.
It's amazing they were even able to drive these cars back.
You know, we talked about wheel hop, Andy. That was a classic case of wheel hop, getting in there real deep, and you heard those rear wheels jumping up and down. We've seen that problem at Watkins Glen, a lot of tracks. This is a problem that's been happening more and more of late.
Well, these cars are just real susceptible to that. I mean, they have truck arms. They were actually called that because they came out of pickup trucks originally. They're long suspension arms that hook the rear into the chassis, and it's real susceptible to that wheel hop when you get on the brakes hard and the rear tires kind of lock up a little bit, and then you just start bouncing.
My question for you, as we watch these two making their way back to the garage, this basically opens the window for everybody in the top half of the field to make it now on one stop.
Well, everybody can make it on one more stop, I think, from what I've seen. Now, especially with these extra caution laps, I think that puts everybody on equal ground. The only thing is now you've got, the running orders kind of jumbled because of the strategies.
Well, and then the question becomes, we always talk about on a road course, it's always the guy who makes that.
It's the next stop.
Right, that guy who's first on the last round of pit stops. And that's what we're going to have to keep track of next, because it looks like Ron Fellows' day is over, as he will not repeat as winner here in Montreal, despite the fact he has 4 nationwide wins, all on the road courses, 2 in the Camping World Truck Series. His day is done here, but it's not over for everybody else. Stay with us. Well, let's take a look at our Verizon Wireless race rundown. It was a soggy qualifying effort for Marcus Ambrose, but he was 1.2 seconds better than runner-up Carl Edwards. When it came time for the race, the Canadian fans, well, they follow Patrick Carpentier as well as Jacques Villeneuve, but Carpentier, it appeared that he missed a shift going from possibly down from second up to third and caught first because he pulled it over. Saw a lot of skid marks. They're back in the garage working on it, trying to get him back out. A lot of early cautions. We've had 5. This is Brad Keselowski with no help doing a little loop. Right behind him, there was a lot of help for Alex Tagliani as he got punted. And then the big one that brought out our 5th one. Watch Justin Allgaier as he's coming down in that Verizon car and bam, right into the 5 of Ron Fellows, and also collects Kyle Busch in the quarter panel, and oh, was that wicked. And there is the damage back in the garage area, and Jamie has caught up with Justin Allgaier, so let's find out what happened, Jamie.
And a lot of damage all over this car, but they continue to work on it. Justin, what'd you see?
Well, I caused it, and I feel bad for Ron and Kyle because they didn't deserve to be in it, but got down in and got on the brakes and unfortunately just started wheel hopping real bad and tried saving it, and once I realized there was no chance of saving it, I tried getting away from everybody, spinning it out to the right to try to not hit anybody, and unfortunately once we got in the grass we just picked up speed and unfortunately got right on those guys. So I hate it for those guys. They definitely shouldn't have been involved, and I hate it for the Verizon Wireless guys because they didn't deserve this day. This 2 weeks in a row now that we've had bad luck, and this one's my fault, and unfortunately saying sorry doesn't take away anything, but just hate it for those guys. They didn't deserve to be in the wreck.
Well, Justin, you're leading Rookie of the Year. What is it like as a rookie coming here for the first time, and you have all these road course veterans around you?
This is a tough place, for sure, and you know, we've spent the last couple of days in the rain, and so to come here in the dry was definitely a different racetrack, and probably just trying too hard. You know, we weren't really trying to race anybody. We were just trying to keep, maintain position and keep good track position and play fuel strategy, and unfortunately, we didn't do that today.
Well, they're not giving up. They're working on this car, going to try to get back out there. Dave?
Yeah, and I don't think that's the case for the 5 car, Jamie. It looks like they've shut it down for the day. Ron, how deep is the disappointment after having such a good car?
Well, man, I just love working with these guys. Dale Jr., Mr. Hendrick, thank you very much. We're not even halfway. It's crazy. This thing is wrecked. Just, a couple of road races for me are my Daytona 500s. But we will be back.
Rusty, you know what it's like not to do well at Daytona.
Oh, yeah, I sure do. I mean, that's unbelievable. You can just hear his voice, how disappointed he is. I've been that disappointed many, many times. Just like he said, these road courses are his Daytona 500, one of the biggest races of the year. He really thought that he could run well, qualified great, and Andy's stuck here with a pile of rubble.
Yeah, they got a car they can't fix, and it's just a big disappointment, and you hate seeing that. And he did a good job of handling it. It wasn't anything that Justin, did unintentionally, but he did make a mistake and took 2 cars out.
Well, guys, we have finally caught up with Patrick Carpentier, and Shannon, what's the word? What really happened out there?
Well, you can see Jerry Baxter and Patrick Carpentier speaking right now. I did speak with Jerry Baxter. He said that it was a blown engine. Can you tell me what happened, what led up to that?
Yeah, I haven't made that mistake too many times in my life, but missed the shift, on the downshift there. I was going through the field, and the car was really fast. I mean, we had an amazing car, and I was going to go and battle with Marcus Ambrose and up to 4th, and on the downshift, went a little bit too high and damaged the engine, and it blew up down the straightaway. So it's a mistake. It's more frustrating when you make your own mistakes, but part of racing, I guess.
I know that this has been a frustrating weekend for you, qualifying in the back of the field, and now obviously this. When's the next time we're going to see you in a car?
Hopefully I do I'm going to do some more races for Tommy Baldwin, so in the Spring Cup Series. So hopefully we get to keep going. I wanted to show well today, but little mistake there.
All right, well, the fans are definitely disappointed, and Patrick Carpentier is definitely disappointed here today, guys.
But there is a Canadian at the head of the field. Andrew Ranger is ahead of Carl Edwards and Marcus Ambrose as we are getting ready to go back to green flag racing. The lights are out on the pace truck. Back here at Montreal, getting ready for a restart. Let's listen in on Marcus Ambrose.
Hey, Al, if you can find Carl's spotter, I'll be on the inside behind Ranger there. If he wants me to, I can make room for him. Leave that 11 for him because he's not being very nice at 11. He's here. Can you get with Jason up there? His name is Jason. 10-4.
Drew, make sure when you get there, tell that guy he's got to finish first to make a hero out of himself.
So they're a little worried. I guess they saw Andrew earlier today in that Canadian Tire Series, and he gets a good start and goes into the corner now. Does everybody give everybody room? So far, so good. And listen to the Canadian fans. They cheer as he goes through turns 1 and 2 and takes the lead a little bit farther down that stretch. But here comes Ambrose, looking for second place on Carl. And I think he's got him, yes.
Yeah, Carl was real smart through that corner right there. There's nothing he could have done to block him off on that one. When you got a guy coming at you that hard, under braking, through these very tight S's, man, you got to be respectful in that part of the track.
Well, he also knows that Ambrose is going to the front. I mean, there's no reason to try to chop him off at that point in the racetrack.
Boy, Brad Coleman is doing all he can to hold off the 98 of Paul Menard. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it down this long straightaway run. It's going to happen under braking. And there is Max Pappas right alongside. Is he going to try and follow through? No. But it was Menard safely getting around Coleman.
And that was another key place to pass. Like we said, that was the entry of turn 8 right there. Now they're coming down into the hairpin. This is another great place to do the passing.
Yeah, you see
Menard blocking.
Taking a look.
And Max has to get on the binders hard.
He still got up the side now with Brad Coleman.
Andy, these guys are just tearing fenders up big time. I mean, every corner, they're beating them in.
We're working lap number 30 of 74. We're not even halfway, as Ron Fellows pointed out. I mean, this race has taken a long time, and it's taken a heavy toll.
You remember what Ron Fellows said? This is my Daytona 500. These other guys are thinking the same way. I want to run good here. But, man, they got to bring these things home because they're tearing these dudes up right now.
On board with Carl Edwards. Running in third place right now, ahead of Menard. And you can see that the top 3 are trying to check out.
Ranger gets a standing ovation coming through there.
A little bit further back. There's Coleman. He's going kamikaze on the outside. Underneath, lights up the tires. Stephen Wallace right behind in the 66.
Looks like he's going to get the spot.
Yeah, lights way wide, and he's going to lose not only 1, he's going to lose 2. Further back there is Jacques Villeneuve. Remember when he had to pit, they messed up the pit stop? Well, all these cautions have helped Jacques as he is now running 12th. Look out, as we've got a battle for the lead now.
And you know, there's no love right here between Ranger and Ambrose. Ambrose is not happy with how Ranger's been so aggressive early.
And Ambrose had to use every inch of that outside part of the corner to make the pass stick.
Yeah, that was a pretty risky move for Ambrose.
And here comes Carl underneath. So he's going to dive underneath and makes the pass, and Ranger goes back to third.
He did just exactly what he said he was going to do. He's going to make Carl some room. And he did that, and Carl followed him through.
You know, getting back to Ranger, one thing I want to say there, I do not see any damage on this guy's car at all, so he can't be getting too aggressive. Oh,
there's some damage.
Yeah, that's some trouble for the 23 of Jean-Francois Dumoulin. He is another one of the Canadian contingent on a one-off here, and boy, he's got that thing pretty well tagged, but he's able to keep it running. He was 24th at the time before that contact. Whoa, we're lighting him up a little bit further back. That's Brad Keselowski. He's got his hands full with Justin Marks, Dumoulin, and the 23 as well. Up front, it is still the 47 of Marcus Ambrose. And the top 3 have opened up some space over Menard in 4th.
Well, Ambrose is sure aggressive over the curbing. See how high the car jumps up off the ground, but he makes it work.
You know, Ambrose, you know, Andy, you got to admit, this guy has got to be one of the best road racers that's ever come along in NASCAR. I mean, he's on the pole in the rain. He's run good in the rain. He's got from the back to the front. It's amazing what he does on a road course.
And think about this. You saw Kyle Busch there. He has moved into 6th position. And how many times have we seen him almost sideways or being hit?
Well, right now he's had plenty of time to figure this course out. We mentioned this is the first time that Kyle's been here to Montreal, but he's got enough laps right now. We're 31 laps in this event, and he knows how to get around this place right now, so now he's just getting aggressive.
Yeah, let's think about just how lucky he is, too, because he was a part of that incident with Ron Fellows, and he's still able to stay on the racetrack with minimal damage and still very competitive.
You can see the front of this car is in pretty good shape. He's got some damage on the left front. A lot of damage on the right rear quarter panel of the 18 car, but it's not affecting the performance.
Right behind him is Brad Coleman. We already talked about the fact he needs to finish well. This is his last run in that car. So right now he is in the 7th position, trying to track down Kyle in 6th. There's your top 3 going through turn 10. Here's 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Whoa, and Menard gets wide. That's the door opening for Pappas in the 1.
You know, we mentioned earlier about the brakes, how tough it is right here. This is the point in the race where if you can get yourself a little breathing room and you don't have to use the brakes right now a lot, save these babies because you're going to need them at the end of this race.
Heading for turn 13. Everybody staying in place. Max looked to the inside, but no, didn't have enough opportunity or enough room to get it. Remember, we talked about the brakes, and if you use them up, and we were all thinking that Max was pretty hard on him early in the races. He was picking off people left and right in that first few laps, and he still seems to have plenty of braking power underneath him, but maybe he realizes we have still got over half of this race to go. We're working lap 33 of 74.
And they're finally starting to settle in just a little bit, and guys are getting kind of in a rhythm. You see here comes Stephen Wallace, and Boris said running right behind Stephen Wallace.
And then Stephen Light right behind in 10th. J.R. Fitzpatrick, who was the winner earlier today in that Canadian Tire race. And then Kenny Wallace is running 12th. So for all the Kenny fans, that over 5,000 of them.
5,000 happy people seeing Kenny Wallace. He was in the top 10 on this restart. He's slipped back a couple of spots now. He's back to 12th, but he's still having a great run.
Well, Stephen's got his mirrors full, Boris said. We told you if you were with us yesterday, Boris, they redid the seat in that car. Remember at Watkins Glen, he had his knees up around his ears, and it was very uncomfortable. They gave him about 3 more inches, and he said it's still not perfect, but at least now he's not cramping.
Yeah, he struggled. I talked to him in the garage. He struggled big time at Watkins Glen with that. He said it was so uncomfortable to drive that car that way.
You know, I like watching him following Stephen right there because he taught Stephen 4 different times how to road race. Took him to wheel hop.
That was a lockup in the rear wheels there.
Now, you think that was wheel hop or lockup? Probably lockup.
That looked just like he just flat locked up the rears without wheel hopping, and very seldom you'll see that.
Some great racing here. This may be our longest green flag run of the day, guys, as the field has finally stretched out a little bit, where it's allowed us to move back into the field to where some of the battles are happening. Whoa, Brad Keselowski's around again. That's turn number 10.
He's having a tough day today.
Yeah, he was in 24th position, and he's going to go backwards. You know, in the last 6 races, he has scored more points than anybody else, and that includes Kyle Busch.
Speaking of Kyle Busch, he is putting a lot of pressure on Max Pappas right here.
Pressure, I think he's trying to rearrange the bumper.
See the 2 team cars right there, the 18 car and the 20 car. This is both out of Joe Gibbs' stable. Brad Coleman, this is his last time this year in this car for Joe Gibbs, so he wants to have a good run today.
So you say he's driving it like it might be his last race?
Yeah, he wants to show off a little bit right now. At least I would be.
What's that song they play in drag racing? Drive it like you stole it?
Had a lot of bad luck, Brad.
Oh, there goes Max. Max a little bit.
He got a little spot. Yeah, that is going to cost him 2. Kyle and Brad say thank you very much, and we'll take the positions.
You know, Andy, a little while ago we saw Boris said lock those rear wheels up and slide in there. You know, in order to save the front brakes, you probably want to get as much rear brake in those cars as you possibly can, don't you?
Yeah, you do. You want to try to put that bias as far back as possible without having that lockup issue or a wheel hop issue. And it's a fine line that they walk there because those front brakes are taxed so much. You want to try to take some pressure off. But, boy, if you go too far to the rear, it causes you to crash the car like we saw Justin Allgaier do earlier.
Well, we've got our first chance to really take you up to speed with Nationwide Insurance. There's our leader, and Dave Burns, you're up.
Marcus Ambrose told you the story that he wrecked his primary car at Watkins Glen doing the celebration. Well, according to crew chief Frank Kerr, we found a chassis laying around, put a front clip on it, added some sheet metal, and we're on the pole. Pretty cool, huh? And they continue to lead. The 60 car of Carl Edwards running in 2nd place right now. Of course, he's trying to chase down the 18 for that championship. Carl's car condition loose, and the right-handers, they, of course, will have to pit again. They are on with that group, strategy-wise, that pitted on lap 11. Jamie?
Andrew Ranger, the 2007 Canadian Tire champion, is learning how to save fuel. He did not know how to do that before this race. They continued talking him through it. He last pitted on lap 11. They must pit between 48 and 52, but he's holding his own in the top 3. Dave?
Menard also pitted on the lap 11 strategy. They did not change tires on the 98 car, but just took on fuel. Again, that damage, not a problem for him right now. And the other interesting thing about his car, he's got the rookie stripe like other guys who've not been at this racetrack before, including the 18, I think, Jamie.
Yes, he does have rookie stripes. Kyle Busch, something you never see from him. He just continues to forge forward despite all that damage we've been talking about. He said it's handling just fine. Didn't sound like he was a fan of the track earlier, Marty, but I think he's changing his mind.
And rounding out the top 10 is Brad Coleman in 6th, Max Pappas in 7th, Boris said 8th, Stephen Light 9th, and J.R. Fitzpatrick in 10th. Where's Jacques Villeneuve, you say? Well, he is in 12th place, sandwiched between the two Wallaces, Stephen and Kenny, as we step aside here on lap 35 of 74. Yeah, we still got a long way to go in this one. Let's check out our motorsports action for next week. NASCAR Nationwide Series, Degree V12 300 Atlanta, Saturday at 6:30 Eastern. It'll be the backseat drivers again. The 4 guys will be in the booth. I'll be in Crandon, Wisconsin, off-road racing, guys. And NASCAR Sprint Cup Series will be in Atlanta, presented by Pennzoil. That's next Sunday night at 7 Eastern on ESPN. And the Max Tools NHRA US Nationals, presented by Lucas Oil, qualifying next Sunday at 11:30 a.m. and 5 Eastern on ESPN2. And then finals Monday, September 6th, Labor Day, 1 Eastern on ESPN2. Stephen Wallace just took his pit stop here, working on lap number 37. So he gets the service done. He has a bit of damage, but at this stage of this race, almost everybody does.
Yeah, it was definitely unscheduled. It had a lot of left front damage on that car. It must have got in the corner a little too deep and slid up into somebody or something, but that tire was rubbing, a lot of smoke coming off it, so they had to pit this car to get that fender off the tire.
We should tell you Justin Allgaier has officially been ruled out of this race, along with Ron Fellows, who they knew that one as soon as they brought it in. Not out of this race is that man right there, Marcus Ambrose. And you want to talk about a guy who is doing very well in road course races. He has, in the last 4 road course events, finished no lower than 3rd. And he's won the past 2 years at Watkins Glen.
I mean, he is the man right now on all road courses, no matter which series, whether it's a Nationwide Series or the Sprint Cup Series. He is the man to beat everywhere we go. Well, if you're turning right and left, this is the guy you got to beat.
Yeah, and we asked him about what his secret is to doing so well on the road courses.
I don't have the perfect lap ever on a road course. I just try to eliminate as many mistakes as I can. So I get the car very neutral. You know, it's not doing anything crazy. I want it so I can jump curbs. I want it so I can brake late, straight. I just want it very docile for me, so then I can look after the rest and not make the mistakes. So I think that's what is my secret to road racing, is that I don't look for the perfect lap. I just try to minimise my mistakes.
I guess that's his way of saying he's not going to tell us what his secret is.
Well, I noticed he said he wasn't talking about bumping and topping curbs, but yeah, I think we saw him do that.
Oh yeah, he's doing plenty of that. He's he's very aggressive. I mean, he's not afraid to use the bumper if he needs to, but he has got some kind of secret really that makes him faster. I mean, he's just faster than these other guys when you start turning right and left.
Well, and you saw that graphic. I mean, he has run a lap as quick as the track record in the race. So that gives you an idea of just how good that car is. And right behind him is Carl Edwards saying, how do I find 3.4 seconds? Because that's how much he's trailing by. And Andrew Ranger's another 2 seconds back.
Well, the last lap, Carl Edwards actually beat Marcus Ambrose by just a little bit. Now they're coming across the line again. Marcus Ambrose runs another fast lap, though, and Carl Edwards loses another 3/10.
You know, Marcus and Carl Edwards had teamed up to run that Daytona prototype car yesterday. They had a lot of practice on the racetrack in the dry, and Carl says it really helped him, and obviously he had to help Marcus also. I don't know if he needed any help. I had to help him.
Mike Wallace around.
Yeah, Mike Wallace gets it turned around. Now gets it back safely under control and back out onto the track. He was running in 21st at that time. Checking in right now on the 33. That is J.R. Fitzpatrick, our winner from earlier today in the Canadian Tire Series, and Boris Said right behind. And that is for 8th.
Looks like Boris has been involved in a few little skirmishes too today. You can see a lot of damage on all 4 corners to the body, but his car is very competitive. He started in the rear also by having to change engines after qualifying. Blew an engine up in the rain qualifying last night.
Yeah, he actually qualified 4th, and then it just let go. And they made the change this morning. Let's check in a little bit further forward on the field, because Paul Menard has got a very nice run going right now. He is there in 6th place, trying to track down Brad Coleman for 5th. And Dave Burns is caught up with his crew chief.
Yep, he's doing a great job right now. Matt Puccia looking down the straightaway to pick up his driver. How is the car, and is that damage affecting him at all, Matt?
No, I don't believe so. He says the car's pretty good. Just takes a couple laps to get going here on after a caution, but other than that, the balance is pretty good. So we're going to do a little bit of air pressure here, see if we can get to go a little bit better on the shorter run. But we're going to stop here about 4 or 5 laps here and see what we got then.
Okay, they'll be pitting soon, guys. Maybe 3 or 4 laps. How much of a gamble would that be?
And while
a little gamble.
Yeah, will be. While you were finishing up, I just noticed Eric Darnell. We haven't mentioned him very much. He's mired back in 30th. He has just made a pit stop, so we'll update all the Darnell fans there. But meanwhile, Paul Menard continues to circle this track in 6th position, and he's got a bit of a gap now of about 4 seconds over 7th place, Max Pappas. In fact, there you just got a quick glimpse of how far Max is behind in this battle. So I'm starting to wonder, as Alex Tagliani comes into pit lane, another of the Quebec contingent, as he's already got some damage from an earlier spin, especially in that right rear corner panel. He was in the top 15 as he's heading towards Jamie Little.
He's actually had a heck of a rally back. You see the damage there, but remember earlier, Marty, he got a speeding penalty and he fought back to 12 now. They're going to try to fix some of that damage. 4 tires for Alex Tagliani, who's a regular open wheel veteran and making his first start ever in the NASCAR series. Good to see him here. He's got quite a few fans around here.
So they continue. They're having a little bit of a problem on the jack doesn't seem to be getting the body up high enough for them to get the wheels on, but he finally gets it done in 24 seconds, and that's a lot of time. So here we have run 10 laps under green. I hate to tell you this, but that really is our longest green flag run of the day. We've had 5 cautions. We're working lap 40 of 74, so we are past halfway. Can we stay green, and how is that going to affect that last round of pit stops? Well, stay with us to find out. There's your top 5. Coming out of break because Andrew Ranger, who was running in 3rd place, is in for a pit stop, which should potentially be his last one. They're already on the left side. Now remember, Tagliani stopped 24 seconds. They were 10 seconds better.
Okay, now you know what they want? A caution flag. If
yes,
they could get one right here, it would put them in a really good spot.
We talked about if you're the first guy to make that last stop, you sometimes, most of the time, have the benefit.
Well, the benefit is if the caution comes out now, he's the only one that can take advantage of it. If it goes here a few laps and the other cars get on pit road, then it kind of evens itself out. But right now, Andrew Ranger is sitting in a good spot.
Ooh, I just saw some more raindrops on that camera lens.
And that could bring out a caution.
Well, let's hope not. We had a few sprinkles earlier. Right now, Marcus Ambrose is closing in on some lap traffic. We can tell you that there are now 4 cars at least 1 lap down, including Antonio Perez, Eric Darnell, Mark Green, and Jeffrey Earnhardt. Jeffrey's been the beneficiary of 3 of the lucky dogs.
Take a look right there, 166 miles an hour down the straightaway. Hard braking into this corner.
There's those curbs he said he didn't want to hit.
You see, they're coming down to 50 miles an hour and below from 166 miles an hour. So you can see why the brakes are taxed so heavily here.
It is Jean-Francois Dumoulin, another one of the Canadian contingent. As there's Carl Edwards peeling off from 2nd place. So he's making a pit stop here. As we are working with 32 laps to go, this should be his last stop, as he makes his way that long trip down pit road towards Dave Burns. Dave?
And we're waiting Carl Edwards right now, slowly coming down pit road. The trouble for Carl has been the right-handers when he steps on the throttle. That's when the car gets a little bit loose, so they're going to make a chassis adjustment and a slight air pressure adjustment, plus the 4 fresh tires, plus the packet full of Sunoco fuel, so we don't have to worry about any fuel shortages at the end of the day, guys.
14.7 on the actual stop. As he makes his way back out, you notice that was Antonio Perez. He went by also in pit lane. Coming onto pit road now, the 62 of Brendan Gaughan finished 2nd yesterday with Andy Lowley in the Grand Am race. They were running a GT Porsche in that race. They did a very fine job. He took the first shift. They've got a little bit of damage on that left front as well, Rusty.
Yeah, it looks like RWI's body shop's going to be busy.
Yeah, left fronts for some reason, Andy. It's all both cars, left front problems.
Dave, you're up again.
Yeah, and remember early in the race, look at the right side of that car as well. He pancaked the side of that, so it's a good comeback for Brendan. They'll take on 4 tires for him, and you talked about that GT Porsche he raced yesterday. That was good lap experience for him. Just getting used to this place, hitting his marks. 4 fresh tires for Brendan, and he should be done pitting for the day with a little fender adjustment there as well.
And they're taking a little bit longer on this stop. They're up to 23.8 seconds before they get back out, but at least they got that fender away from the tire and the wheel, so he'll get back out, shown in 29th position. We should update you. We just got word Mark Green in the 49 is now officially retired, as here comes Paul Menard. So Menard, as the top of this field, slowly but surely is making their last round of pit stops here with 31 laps to go. And the busiest man in pit lane is back to Dave Burns.
Yeah, for now, Marty, but that will change as business picks up all up and down pit road. Paul Menard, the very good road racer, now comes in for 4 fresh tires. He told the team he needs more forward bite in his car, so they're going to make an air pressure adjustment for that. Change 4 tires and fill it full of fuel. Jamie?
And Stephen Light, the 29, they've been chasing the balance on this car all day. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, track bar adjustment for the 2nd time today. You see him working on the left side there. Stephen Light started 11th. He's down and away. Been top 10 all day, guys.
Yeah, he's had a very good, consistent run in this car and not a lot of damage compared to some of the others that we have seen. So a good day so far for Stephen Light as he's made what should be his last stop, as we are still under green flag conditions, and now we've gone 13 laps under green, which we were wondering if we were ever going to get that many. But there he comes, our race leader.
And still making another lap, not coming down pit road. It's 31 laps to go. We're coming down to 30 laps to go this time.
That is Kenny Wallace right in front of Marcus. Kenny fell back. He had gotten himself into the top 10. He is right now 25th, the last car on the lead lap. And he's got some damage on the front end, so maybe that's part of his issue. There you see on the right front corner. And he goes a lap down, but the thank you fans for the 5,000 and plus that donated to help get him over $100,000 that they needed to come to this race. And it has been an interesting story. It's even been picked up by the Canadian media up here. And so a great experience for the Herminator. Great experience right now for Marcus Ambrose, as here comes Boris Said. Now, Boris peels off. He was running in the top 6 positions as he makes his way slowly down pit lane for what should be his final stop. We're going to go with Justin Fiedler over the wall on this one. Here we go.
5 off. 5 on.
Roll the tire, roll the tire.
5 on.
There you go.
Hit 5 on. Done. Go, go, go.
Go, 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 go.
19 seconds for the team. Not the fastest that we've seen, but also not the slowest. And Boris back out on what should be his final run towards the checkered flag.
Marcus Ambrose passes the pit lane entrance again, so he's going to make yet another lap.
Somebody real slow. I just saw it on the very top of the screen there coming down the front straightaway. Marcus went blowing by, and it gives you an idea as we pull back. Yeah. So it's looks like it's Morgan Shepherd that we're being told. Then yes, he is finally getting back up to some speed.
That's Brent Rowe in the 75.
Brent Rowe, I'm sorry. As he slowed down and then all of a sudden did start to pick back up. Well, we just got word that that pit stop for the 09, while we were focusing on what was happening with Justin Fiedler, they have gotten a penalty. They rolled a tire outside the box, so they're going to have to come through. Yeah, they're going to have to come back through.
You have to do a pass through. Roll with the tire.
Andy, I'm watching Marcos Ambrose right now. He has got, I believe he's in his window right now to make it.
Yeah, Jean-Francois has turned it around, trying to get back out on track. He's had a very rough day, as you can tell, as he's gotten his nose punched in.
It's been eventful.
And then some.
Tell you what, if Marcus doesn't get that car down pit road pretty quick, he might get hung out there if a caution flag happens.
He'll be coming this time.
He's got to get that car down pit road right now. That kid in trouble if he doesn't.
And remember,
he's in the hairpin, so he's got a little ways to go to the entrance, but I think he'll pit this time.
Remember, he has led the most laps. As Tony Raines, he was running 14th. Tony's in the pits for his final stop. A good run for Tony going right now. And we'll get back to Marcus in just a moment as we watch the Long John Silver's crew at 17.9 seconds. And all tires are in the box.
Well, Marcus Ambrose bypassed pit lane yet again.
Well, and we better point out, Marcus led both the most laps last year and the year before. Here he comes one more time, stretching it another lap. And both those races, things happened that kept him from victory.
Okay, I'm saying we're hearing they're going to pit this time. The only risk here is if the caution comes out now, but before he can get in, he's going to lose a lot of track position. Now, if he makes it into pit lane before the caution, what happened to fall, he'll be on equal ground with everyone and no problem at all. And here's Stephen Wallace now. He's in for his last stop. Just gas only. You know, we saw him just a few laps ago get tires after he had a tire rub so they can just get fuel.
They're telling him to go. He is now shown in 26th position, one lap down. And Kyle Busch peels off from third. Jamie?
I'll tell you, Marty, they really thought that the damage was going to hurt this car severely. Kyle Busch hasn't said a word. 4 tires, they took a tear off the windshield, filled it up with fuel, and he's down and away. And J.R. Fitzpatrick in the 33 making his second ever start in the Nationwide Series for Kevin Harvick Incorporated. Had a good run. He came in. He was about 7th. Car has been pretty good. They battled with the center of the turns, but the car has gotten better the longer runs. And now that it's cooling down a little bit, you see him putting on the left side tires, rubbing the tape on the front. He's down and away, 15.3.
And as you finish up, we find out bad news for Tony Raines, too fast entering pit lane, so he is going to have to come in and serve a penalty, and he was having a top 15 run, which for that team is excellent. But it's going to go for naught as he'll have to come back down.
Yeah, we've heard just how hard it is getting down this pit lane without getting caught speeding.
And there is Victor Gonzalez Jr. He is the first ever from Puerto Rico to qualify for a Nationwide Series event. He was running in 16th place, had worked his way back through the field. We hadn't really seen him all day, but here he was in a top 20 position, and pit stop taking a little bit of time, 22.6 seconds. And here comes Marcus Ambrose finally making it to pit lane, and you're breathing a sigh of relief because you were worried about him getting
if I'm his crew chief and his team, I would be breathing a sigh of relief. Now that he's on pit road, he can make his stop, and no problem. He can make it from here, and he's the one that's going to have the most fuel and plenty of cushion to make it to the end.
Let's go back to Dave.
And Marty, he of course has led about 3/4 of the race today so far. No adjustments to the car on this stop. Again, packing it full of fuel and setting up for the end of the race, which could go longer than scheduled if there's a green-white checkered. 4 fresh tires, and he's out of here. Shannon?
Dave on the same fuel run as the 47 as Max Pappas in this one car. Remember, he started in the back of the field. No adjustments for this car. 4 tires and fuel. Jamie.
And Brad Coleman, it was 4 tires, a tear-off, air pressure adjustment, and fuel. The 20 is down and away. Good stop.
You mentioned how many laps Ambrose has led. He has locked in the 5 points, even though he's not in the championship. He's led 32 of the laps so far. Andrew Ranger has 10 laps led. Kyle Busch has not led, and the only other race he has not led this year is Las Vegas. So Kyle's still not up front. How about Mr. Villeneuve? That is your new race leader because he has yet to make a last pit stop. So we're hearing that he's probably going to come in on the next lap, but at least for now, the Quebec faithful will be up in their seats, and right behind him is Jason Leffler, who is running right in position with him in second. I'm seeing a few more raindrops. Whoops, got another car spinning down in turn number 10, and that's Jeffrey Earnhardt. So Jeffrey has got a problem. He had gotten 3 of those laps back through the lucky dog. And let me correct something. We missed it, but I want to pick up Ambrose was out in front of Villeneuve. He did get out in front. In fact, there he is. So we thought that Jacques got past him, but that is not the case. So let me correct that. So Marcus comes out, and here is where Jacques Villeneuve is going to pay the price.
Yeah, you're going to see right here where the real problem is with getting caught out on the racetrack and not having made that stop, because Villeneuve and Leffler are running second and third. Let's see where they line up on this restart, and you'll see how much work they're going to have to do.
Well, I think I saw Leffler coming down. Yes, he is coming down pit lane.
Well,
so
if the pit road I think the pit road was closed when he came in.
Well, we'll check.
I don't think he could have gotten on pit road before the caution came out, and that pit road closes the second the caution comes out.
Well, they are going to go ahead and do the stop. So we'll wait to see what NASCAR officials say. He's either going to get a very big break or a very big case of heartburn. We ran 19 green flag laps.
Yeah, that was our longest run.
That was by a long stretch.
I know one thing, the longer these guys run, the more tore up these cars are. Look at the front of this thing, the left front fender, the nose, the right front fender. It looks as though when they try to outbrake a guy, they slide up into him, and they've been knocking the fenders in on both sides. Seen a lot of damage with these cars.
Well, this is our record-setting 6th caution in our 3rd trip here to Montreal, and Jason goes back out. We're still waiting for word from NASCAR as to whether or not he is going to have to serve a penalty because of coming down possibly too soon or too late after the caution coming out. Jason doesn't look worried right now. The lights are on.
See the flag? There's a pit road closed flag right there waving. You see Jason Leffler now making a pit stop, and that'll draw a penalty for sure.
So a tough break for Jason, who was another one in that last group last night. If you weren't with us in qualifying, it was very dark, and a lot of the guys just could not see, and it really hurt their qualifying efforts. So as we continue under our 6th caution, it is Marcus Ambrose in front of Villeneuve, Ranger, Edwards, and Justin Marks. Stay with us. We're coming right back. Bottom of your screen, that is Jacques Villeneuve on his last pit stop as he got caught by this caution here at the NAPA Auto Parts 200 at Montreal. And so it's going to really move him back. Right now, it is, I'm trying to see where they have him coming out of the rotation here. Give me just a second. They're showing him in 14th position, guys. And the only thing that helped him was there were several others in the same boat.
And there were quite a few cars that did pit after he did, so.
All right, let's take you back and show you what happened to Brad Coleman, because he had some issues.
Now, they had some issues with controlling the tire. You see the front tire, nobody's touching it. It's just rolling back to the pit wall, and also the rear tire not being controlled.
Yeah, it's outside the box. The guy, and he doesn't pick it up.
That's fine where it's sitting, as long as it's on the inside half of the pit box.
But
penalty nonetheless. He's
yep, Brad's got the penalty.
He's coming back.
So he was running in the top 6. And you can see where he's currently shown in 15th, but he's still going to have to serve the penalty. His high was as much as 2nd.
And the tough part, this is his last race driving for Joe Gibbs this year. And he had a good run going. He really did. He looked really good out there. Now he's going to have to drive harder to get this thing back through the pack, because he's a ways back right now, that's for sure.
And guys, we can tell you he has already served the penalty, so he is in 15th as a result of the post-race penalty position. So let's take a look at our Holiday Inn race summary as we still are under our 6th caution here. We've had 4 different leaders in the race with 6 total lead changes between Ambrose, Ranger, Villeneuve, and Carl Edwards. Our speed under green, 61.5 miles an hour. 25 cars right now on the lead lap. And we've had 16 total laps of caution on this 2.7-mile layout. 10 cars out of the race as the field slowly makes its way down towards turn number 10. Give us an opportunity to take another commercial break at this stage. Who is going to win this race? Well, fuel should no longer be an issue for anybody, so let's find out together here at Montreal.
Marcus Ambrose in search of his first career NASCAR win. Robbie Gordon behind him.
Robbie Gordon to the inside for the lead.
Ambrose goes back on him. Well, who is leading the race? When did the caution come out?
Get black flag me after the race. I'm staying here.
They are putting the black flag up for Robbie Gordon. And indeed, Gordon will hit Ambrose.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Marcus Ambrose, your leader, having trouble.
He goes too fast into pit lane, has to serve a pass-through penalty. Despite all this, Marcus is in 3rd.
You know, we've dominated the race twice here in 2 years and haven't closed the deal, so I'm just bitterly disappointed. You know, I feel a little robbed. You know, we dominated today's race. What can you say?
And for the 3rd year in a row, Marcus Ambrose is dominating. He's led the most laps again, already at 35 and counting, but there is weather on the way. We looked at the radar, and there is a chance that we could get wet again, as we see it right there. Each one of those lines is 10 miles, so that's about 30 miles and now 20 with that one cell where it's bright yellow is the one we're keeping our eye on, as boy, it would not would not want to see that happen. These guys have raced too hard today. Here is Marcus, and boy, he has done very, very well. We mentioned earlier about how he has finished no lower than third in the last 4 Nationwide Series road course events. In fact, today he's now led the most laps in 3 of the last 4 Nationwide Series road course races.
He's got to be feeling pretty good right now. He's got plenty of fuel in that car. He doesn't have a dent in it. He's in great shape and leading this race right now, but he's got Andrew Ranger alongside of him. And we saw some previous videos that Andrew Ranger is a pretty aggressive driver, and there's really no love lost between these two drivers.
Let's get an update from Dave Burns.
As they're coming to green, Marty, just found out that those spring rubbers, we said they jammed into the rear springs to help the car not roll so much. Well, they didn't do that. And guess what? Marco stopped complaining, and he's still leading the race. They never put him in, guys.
Okay. Great story. Let's update 3 other cars. Brad Coleman did not serve his penalty. They're moving him to the rear, so he's going to lose about 15 spots. He was 15th when we brought him out of commercial. Now he's going back to the back of the field. That'll put him 25th. Also, Jason Leffler to the rear because he pitted when the pit lane was closed. And also Jason Keller for a penalty as well, as he is going to restart at the rear of this field. So pace truck pulls off. Ambrose in the 47. Alongside is Mr. Andrew Ranger. Can he get his first ever Nationwide Series win in his 6th start? We're about to find out as we are getting ready to run lap number 51 of 74 here at Montreal. Oh, boy, does Ambrose really slow Carl down. And Ranger is the loser on that deal because he knew he had to stay behind first place coming across the line.
Out of shape there. He's right on Ambrose.
And he nudges him.
He's inside. It's going to be a drag race down through here. Looks like Carl's got the advantage.
He used the chrome horn. Will it work? Down into the corner. He's got the preferred line. Hang on. Here we go. Now it's back in the favor of the 47. They're rubbing door to door.
Oh, man, that was a great race through those 2 corners. Marcus Ambrose got out with the lead.
And look at Kyle Busch. He's trying to work his way around Andrew Ranger right behind him. Here comes the 09 underneath. You saw that, as that is Boris said. He's got a position as he gets around Paul Menard. J.R. Fitzpatrick a little bit further back.
These guys have got to drive hard right now because 23 laps to go.
Speaking of driving hard, looks like Stephen Wallace is off in the gravel.
A little too hard.
Whoa. Maybe going around a little bit more. That's going to cost him quite a few spots. Meanwhile, up front, it is still Ambrose in front of Edwards. Then it's Ranger. There's Kyle. Look at this. This is a battle for positions. Menard's trying to come back. Kyle lights him up.
Man, he is pushing hard. Kyle Busch is in that 18.
Boris said gets underneath the 98. There's J.R. Fitzpatrick in the 33. Brendan Gaughan saying, get me out of this.
Well, Menard and Boris said are going at it right here. They've been racing side by side for almost this whole lap. Gaughan got Menard gets the advantage.
Yeah, Gaughan got a little too wide there. He is running for position there. He is not a lap down, so he is running in 9th place right now. Coming through, there is Boris still holding off Fitzpatrick, but he gave the position back to Menard. So here they come.
On the entry to turn 6. Just be careful getting in there.
Yeah, you hear there's some gravel down there in turn 6. That's where Stephen Wallace went off the racetrack.
Jacques Villeneuve. 32 goes underneath. Can he make it stick? Boy, you want to talk about some dirt tracking.
Listen to the crowd. Listen to the crowd. Caution is out for that debris over there.
Yep, and here we come to our 7th caution here on lap number 53 of 74.
Villeneuve, he restarted in 13th place. He's up to 8th after just a lap or so of green. You could hear the fans really cheering for him.
Ambrose is saying, oh, not another caution. Let me go and hide from all these guys.
No, there's the gravel.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess you could call that a little bit of debris.
Well, that's a lot of gravel right there.
Now, NASCAR has been accused of throwing those phantom cautions. Well, there's no phantom about that one.
Stephen was right in position to get that lucky dog. And look at him. He's just upset. Doggone it. I was so close.
Actually, it looks like it will go to Stanton Barrett.
Looks like he's talking to
Yeah, he's talking on the radio. He's telling them what happened here.
He's just frustrated right now.
Well, he finished in the top 10 here last year. Here's what happened, and this is why all the gravel ends up out on the corner.
Gets in the throttle and just gets that thing too far around, trying to get the thing back on the track. Should have kind of just got out of it a little easier, but I tell you, when you get stuck in that gravel, And you slow down too much, it'll just jump you right in it, lock you down in it. He didn't want that to happen.
As he rides off in the cloud of dust.
Well, Andy, 22 laps to go. Do cautions breed cautions now this late in the race?
Well, it looks like everybody's temperature's coming up and the intensity level comes up.
Well, I know it's a kiss of death if I bring it up, but we really have not had any major deals into turn 1 and 2. We've had a few minor, incidents where guys have gotten loose, gotten turned a little bit, but we haven't had the big one, like we had 2 years ago here where we had like a 5-6 car stack up.
There's still time.
I know. That's why I said it's probably the kiss of death.
Yeah, 22 laps is a long way to go. It really is. And so, well, it's not over, that's for sure.
The other thing is, we're not sure what NASCAR would do if we get rain at this point. We're past the halfway mark. If you're a crew chief, you got to be thinking about what if we get the rain and they just say, hey, we're not going to make everybody make all those changes. We'll call the race like we did last year, short of 74 laps.
Yeah, we haven't heard from NASCAR what they're going to do, and with that being an unknown with the crew chiefs, all you can do is just race with what you have, and that's a dry racetrack right now. And if that happens, then they have to just NASCAR has to make that call.
It's going to take a while to change these things over from a dry condition to a wet condition. We're past halfway. We all know that past halfway is an official race for NASCAR. Guys, I'd have a hard time believing this late in the race they'd come in and change these cars all over. I think they'd call it a race. But you know what? I have been wrong many times.
Well, we mentioned the fact that Stan Barrett would get the lucky dog to get back around. There is your top 5. We'll step aside for a quick break here at Montreal. We're under our record-setting 7th caution.
NASCAR Nationwide Series at Montreal is brought to you by Nationwide Insurance, official auto insurance partner of NASCAR.
Well, you saw the threatening clouds off into the distance. We had a report of some lightning in the area as well. We'll keep our eye on that for obvious reasons. We got a lot of camera people high in the sky. We've got another in-race reporter as Ron Fellows is out of this event, but Marcus Ambrose is willing to talk to us.
Probably like 15 minutes, bud. It'll be here. That's what they're thinking.
Marcus, Rusty Wallace, ESPN, you got us?
I sure do, Rusty. I'm going to struggle talking to you because I've got to try and save fuel at the same time, and I have trouble doing 2 things at once, so I'll give it a go.
Okay, buddy. Looks like you're having a great race right there. Just keep it going. We'll get out of your ear.
I think it's just going great. Really excited about how we've run so far. Who knows what's going to happen here? We're fighting the rain and I'm fighting Carl, so we'll see what happens.
All right, Marcus, you know you got weather coming right now. Is this a big concern of yours? Your pit crew talking to you about this?
Yeah, it's a concern, but we're leading the race, so it's less of a concern for us than others. What I'm really worried about is probably Carl putting a bumper to me like he did on that last restart. We built a good friendship over the last couple of weeks driving that sports car, but he's sure put that to the test.
Okay, well, looks like you got to drive pretty aggressive and stay away from his front bumper, so good luck with it, buddy. We'll talk to you later.
All right, so since we talked to Marcus, let's give equal time to his sports car compatriot who, well, didn't make it through the warm-up lap yesterday, but we won't talk about that right now. Let's talk about what's happening here.
Carl Edwards, Rusty Wallace, ESPN, you got us?
I have no plan as of yet.
Hey, Carl, Rusty Wallace, ESPN, you got us?
Hey, Rusty, I got you. How's it going?
Pretty good, buddy. Got yourself up to 2nd position right now. How's that car handling for you?
The old City Financial Fusion is okay. It's pretty good. It's been a lot of fun racing today. I'd like to run some more green flag runs. It looks like that rain over there over the city is coming. So hopefully we can get this City Financial Fusion, in front of Marcos here and go take off.
Well, it looks like Andrew Ranger and Andros Marcus, no love between these two guys right now, so I guess you're aware of that. And Marcus was just talking about he's got a little concern there, but you two guys were teammates in that Daytona prototype race, and I know he had some problem, but maybe you two can get it home as teammates also.
What's in for? I didn't know there was something going on there. What happened between them?
A little complaining going back and forth at radio. We'll see if they can sort it out. But we know tensions are building right now, 20 laps to go, and the rain is coming.
At them 4, man. It's going to be some drama, so stay tuned.
All right, thanks for talking to us.
All right, guys. I want to go back to what we talked about a little bit earlier. NASCAR has not decided what they would do if we get rain, and it looks like it could be potentially heavy. That is rain over to the right side of the screen across that trestle bridge. So if you are a crew chief, are you telling your guy get as many positions as you can now? Because if we get wet, we don't know. That could be it.
Well, with 20 laps to go, I'm telling him that anyway. So it's just as hard as you can go. I mean, you're going to try to get all you can get. And you can't control the weather. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. So you just go for every spot. I think you're going to see the intensity level come up because it could end at any second. And we heard that from Carl. He was talking about all he wants to do is try to get in front of Marcus.
Okay, and we talked to the guys, and they said if you really lean on these brakes, you're going to get about 6 or 7 laps before they are just going to be going to the floor. So we still have more than 20. So what do you do there, driver?
Well, you can't do anything. You just got to go for it right now. You got to get yourself in a position. We are pretty confident that rain's going to be here before this race is over. And look, you got Kyle Busch there. You got Andrew Ranger running third right now. He doesn't care about points. He wants to win this thing. And we saw him before. He's an aggressive driver. He's a good driver. J.R. Fitzpatrick's back there. You know, he's running 6. Boris said, Villeneuve, all of them. They want good runs. So I expect right now they're going to get very aggressive in turn 1 and 2 to make that happen.
Well, still no official word from NASCAR, and the lights are still on the pace truck because they're trying to get that stone debris cleaned up. And there, off into the distance, you get a great view. And we may not have that view for long. Our camera guys are like lightning rods, and whenever there's lightning in the area, we're going to take care of them. And so we may have to bring those guys down, but we'll keep you posted. The rain tires are out and on the wall and waiting for instructions should we need them. All right, what we're going to do is take our final break. We have about 19 laps to go here if the rain will hold off. That is a very big if. Stay with us to see what happens. Back here at Gilles Villeneuve, the racetrack in Montreal named for the great Formula One champion. As the lights are out on the pace truck, the weather is approaching rapidly, and we are getting ready to go back to green flag racing. Let's reset the field for you. In the top 5, it is Marcus Ambrose, Carl Edwards, Andrew Ranger, Kyle Busch, Paul Menard, Boris Said is 6th, J.R. Fitzpatrick 7th, Jacques Villeneuve 8th, Brad Keselowski has fought his way back to 9th, Stephen Light rounds out your top 10. And as we mentioned, we have no word yet from NASCAR as to whether or not they would sit out the rain, put everybody into the pits and change over, and possibly call this race short. Let's hear from some of the crew chiefs. Jamie?
Well, Paul Wolf, will check in with him again. Andrew Ranger is driver, sitting third right now. First time for you ever sitting here and dealing with this. You have rain tires out there. Paul, what do you want to see happen in the coming moments?
Well, right now we're a few laps short. We've kind of been playing the weather deal all race, kind of tracking where that's at, and we feel like it's going to get here before the end of the race, so we should be in good shape. Really had nothing to lose. Andrew's done a good job, and Ridemakers Toyota's been good all day, so we'll just kind of wait and see what the weather does and go from there.
Okay, so what happens if the rain does come? NASCAR says, okay, come in and put rain tires on. Then what happens?
Yeah, I mean, we're prepared for that, and we feel like Andrews did a really good job yesterday in the rain, so not really concerned. We'll just play what's dealt and see what happens.
Well, you heard him. He's a few laps short right now. If we go green, we'll have to sit and wait, Dave.
Marcus Ambrose is the leader. Frank Kerr, what's on your mind?
Well, Mother Nature looks like it's ready to knock on us here. You know, we'll see what happens here, you know, what NASCAR is going to do because the rain is coming. And we'll be out front, so that would help, you know, with the weather.
Your opinion is they should probably just call it, right?
Well, as heavy as this rain's coming, you know, it's really not going to be safe for anybody. You know, people in the stands and for the racer. So it's up to NASCAR, and we'll have to wait and see.
All right, Marcus has got the upper hand right now, Shannon.
Yeah, down here with Mark Reno calling the shots for Max Pappas. Some of you guys may be wondering why he fell back in the field. He had some problems down here, had to come down pit road. Tell us what happened.
Well, I'm not real sure why NASCAR made us come in. They told us earlier about our bumper bar, and we worked on it on the green flag stop, and our pit official said it was fine. We left, and they waited about 3 laps later and made us pit again. It had been like that for 25 laps. I have no idea. They wasn't in danger of falling off. I don't know why one official says it's okay and the other one says it's not, but that's the way it is.
Well, they did have a bumper bar sticking out. They had to come down pit road and cut it off. But we saw Max Pappas move through the field at the start of this race. Started at the back, moved up to the top 10, got about 19 laps to go. So watch that one car.
Yeah, they brought him in on lap 50. We're working lap 56, and it has dropped him back to 20th position. And you're wondering, why has Andrew Ranger got to save fuel? Well, remember this. Ranger stopped on lap 41. Ambrose stopped on lap 47. That's the big difference. You're talking about 2.7 miles every single lap.
We heard Paul Wolf say he was playing this weathered game. He could see that it was coming, and the race would not likely get to the end without having some rain.
All right, here we go. Coming down for the restart, and we are starting to feel raindrops already as they stand in the grandstands, and we'll wait for the green flag here at Montreal. One more time, we're going to go green, completing our 7th caution of the day. Ambrose closest to you on the driver's right. And again, he does that slow approach and then hammers the throttle, heading towards 1. So far, so good for everybody. Kyle Busch tried the outside, didn't get anything from it, but boy, Marcus gets a great restart again.
Yeah, it's a very clean restart. I expected a lot more action in turns 1 and 2, but gets single file pretty quickly here.
Oh, he had to get that good restart because the guy he was worried about is that 11 car right there, Ranger. But he got away from him, and he's clear sailing right now. But Carl Edwards, don't count him out. This guy's been fast all day long.
Okay, the trick now is how long is this track going to stay dry, and is it going to catch one of these guys off guard if we happen to get rain on one end of the track before the caution can come out?
Oh, Carl takes a defensive line down that long straightaway, going to force Ranger to take the outside. Carl saying, welcome to NASCAR, son.
He's just blocking him off right there. He's doing what he's got to do.
Ranger is all over Carl Edwards.
Well, we thought we would see this, that these guys, and you heard from his crew chief, they are playing the rain game, and you could see the debris and tree limbs and leaves literally being blown all over this racetrack. The wind has really picked up.
Okay, there Carl gets a shot from Ranger.
Little chrome horn action. Meanwhile, the guy who's loving it is that guy in the 47. Marcus has pulled out to a sizable lead, probably about 7-8 car lengths.
And we're getting rain on the window of our booth here at the track here in Montreal, Canada, but the track is still dry enough that you're staying green.
You saw Kyle Busch looking in, take a look on Andrew Ranger. He had no opportunity there. Marcus continues to pull away as he has opened up. It is at least a 7-10 car length lead now, heading down into 1. 2 seconds, in fact, on the clock.
You take a look at the 60 car right behind it, 18 car behind Ranger. Kyle Busch and Carl Edwards are points leaders. The guys that are racing for the championship. Edwards just can't seem to gain any ground on Kyle because he's just too close.
Look at Ranger making the move on Carl Edwards.
Got the position. Yes, sir. And Kyle Busch is right behind of Edwards. There's Kyle. Side by side, first and second in the points. Kyle has yet to lead a lap. Edwards has led 2 today. We mentioned earlier how Kyle has been involved in numerous incidents and still has managed to keep coming back, and he's waving. He's letting him know, saying, okay, it's cool.
It's always important to peak at the right time. Kyle Busch is peaking at the right time.
Ooh, look at that. I was looking.
Whoa now.
The trouble. Yeah, he was a little hot. Hang on, he almost gets off to the edge there.
Danny, ran at this end. Track is still good. Just watch yourself down here.
See, we're starting to get the raindrops, and this is going to start playing a factor. This track's going to get a little damp. Carl retakes the position. Listen to the crowd. They see that 32 car there right alongside the 88. That's their guy. Oh, and he gives him a little nudge. They're still hoping for Jacques Villeneuve to be able to try and pull something out for the Quebec faithful.
Well, Marcus Ambrose has just been stellar all day, all week. Matter of fact, that car's just been perfect. Andy, look at that. Not even a dent on that car.
He has been the class of the field. But remember, he dominated the last 2 years we've been here and fell short both times. And last year was basically a mistake on his part where he got too fast into pit lane and got the speeding ticket.
Yeah, you see Carl Edwards with his hand out the window. I think that's a signal to the flagger that they have rain on the racetrack. And that's what the caution is for.
Full course caution.
Yep, and there it is. Full course caution, our 8th of the day. with now 16 laps to go, and the rain is beginning to fall harder here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve.
They threw that caution just in time because it did start raining hard right here at our booth and at the start-finish line.
So now the question becomes, what does NASCAR do? Do they try and wait this out? Or do they order the teams? Uh-oh. Trouble just as the caution came out, as that is DJ Kennington.
Well, he's pounded something there.
Yeah, that's right at turn 13. Oh, look at the, he obviously got loose earlier. Take you back, see if he got any help on this deal. That's turn 13 right at pit in.
Oh, you see parts flying back there.
He got turned in the straightaway, so he had some help. That's the tail end of it. Kennington, second in the Canadian Tire Series points. He finished 4th in today's race that ran earlier. And he was running in second until Andrew Ranger gave him the chrome horn at that point. Heading into turn 2, we showed you that a little bit earlier.
Now that's a pretty big lead when Marcus is already out there. The caution's out and the guys still haven't caught him. So what a great day he's having.
Yeah, he's even leading by 10 car lengths under yellow. Problems for Stephen Wallace.
And a guy not having a good day right there, Stephen Wallace. Really been struggling all day long.
That's between turns 7 and 8, and can't get any wider than that from that position. He's right underneath our camera. Now you get an idea where that happened. And he's 1 lap down right now in 28th. He would get the lucky dog, but I don't think right now that's what anybody's worried about. Because
the big question is, what's NASCAR going to do here? Are they going to run with rain tires and keep racing, or are they going to call it?
Let's listen in on the onboard, see what happened.
Work here on the nose too, because I asked back the car. Yeah, 10-4.
Whoa.
If I get a look at everything next time by, Greg, like I said, you just take care of making
that
sure
thing just swapped on him. Oh, no, it didn't. He got help. We just didn't see it.
And now you know the rest of the story.
Yeah. Oh, that was Antonio Perez in the 86. So from the onboard is like, well, what happened? There was nobody else there. But then the exterior view. Oh, a couple laps earlier.
Oh, a little
nose.
gouge in here.
That is Perez in the 86. And maybe a payback. All right, while we're under this caution, let's hear from pit road again. Jamie Little.
Well, Jason Ratcliffe, crew chief for Kyle Busch up here, looking at telemetry, looking at the weather. Jason, what do you think? Is NASCAR going to say bolt on some rain tires and let's go?
Wouldn't surprise me. I thought yesterday when it was raining that they would cancel qualifying. They didn't, and it turned out okay. I mean, the conditions stayed the same other than it got dark, and I think it hurt maybe the last couple of groups. But we're prepared. These guys on the Interstate Battery team are prepared to put the windshield wiper on, put the wet tires on, and go after it. Kyle's done a great job all day. It's his first time here, and actually, before the race started, the only laps he had were in wet conditions. So he's probably more prepared for that than he was dry.
All right, so the fans watching, ourselves as reporters, this is fun. The rain's going to come, and for once we can just keep racing. We don't have a long rain delay. What's it like as a crew chief? You crossing your fingers and hoping this thing ends now?
I think we're as prepared as anybody for the rain conditions, and you know, I know Kyle will do a good job, so it doesn't matter. We're either way, it'll be good. You know, I'd like for it to run a few more laps because I think we could get up there and maybe battle for at least the top, maybe the second or third spot. I don't think we got anything for that 47. He's pretty sporty, but it doesn't matter. We can do either way.
Battling is the key word of Kyle Busch today. Started 12th, damage everywhere, Marty, and he sits 4th.
All right, thanks, Jamie, and you're right, 4th and waiting to see what happens here. That's the view under, you know, a reduced speed, and as you can tell, becomes a bit of a challenge to see out of these windshields, especially if you don't have a wiper. And even some of the wipers we saw yesterday didn't work all that well. So let's check in at the Craftsman Tech Garage with Tim Brewer to find out what you can do to help with this problem.
The biggest challenge in the rain road racing is seeing through the windshield. We've got good windshield wipers that actually clear the outside. But the other problem we have is on the inside. We actually use electric motors and hoses to blow air on the windshield to get the things where we can actually see through them because they fog up. But the best trick I've ever seen is a simple bar of ivory soap coming in and just putting a line here and about every 5 inches across the windshield, putting a line. Some kind of chemical in this ivory soap keeps the windshields from fogging up.
Tim Brewer's got the answer for everything as we're under our 8th caution now as the rain is coming down, and you can see just how hard it is. Let's hear from the Carl Edwards camp, Dan Stillman. Dave, I think you're there.
Yep, and he is standing by in a nice dry area right now. What do you think? Take home 3rd place money, or bolt them on and start them back up when the rain stops?
Well, we'll see. We're pretty good in practice in the rain, so I'd kind of like to see it keep going. But, we're 3rd right now. I think we can, I'd like to do a little bit better. City Financial Ford Fusion's been running good, so maybe we can move up a couple spots.
We just saw Tim Brewer talk to us about windshield wipers and keeping things clear up there. Car Chief Darrell told me you put a spring on that windshield wiper that would, if it got loose, might hurt somebody. Will that windshield wiper work, or did it work in practice and qualifying?
Yeah, everything worked pretty good yesterday, so yeah, that's a big deal. You want to keep your windshield clean, and you got to keep everything from fogging up. We'll just see what happens. Everything's been good, though. And
did you tell me you couldn't have a Swiffer in the car this year?
No, actually, that's like the secret weapon. So if all else fails, we got that.
The super secret backup plan, guys.
Oh, it's not secret anymore.
All right, thanks, guys. And we're getting word that NASCAR officials will be bringing the cars down pit lane. And we'll wait to see if that is the case. We do not know if they're going to order them yet to strap on the rain tires and all the equipment that goes with it. But they will take one more lap now, we are being told, around this track because they want to, I guess, get a little more work done in that area there as well as areas around the track. While we've got a moment, let's check our ticket to the race because we've got some great upcoming events. And, of course, Atlanta, the next stop, and then on to Richmond and Dover, Kansas, out to the West Coast, back to Lowe's, Memphis. That's the last standalone event for the Nationwide Series, October 24th. On to Texas, Phoenix, and we'll wrap it all up at Homestead, Miami, November 21st, where the official championship will be crowned. But right now, it's looking pretty good for Mr. Busch.
Looking pretty good. 10 races to go, right? There's a lot of racing that's going to happen in 10 races, and I'll guarantee you, all those tracks you're looking at right there, Atlanta. What about Richmond, Andy? That night race, that really gets exciting over there.
That night racing in Richmond.
Got a Lowe's Speedway.
I've seen how many trophies you've got.
I got 7 of them. I like over there. That's a nice track, Richmond.
You notice how he had that number memorized?
Hey, all those key tracks that I've run, I think all these drivers, the places they like the most, they memorize those things. Not just me.
Boy, look at that right rear quarter panel. Kyle has had a lot of contact today and somehow has managed to put his car into 4th position despite all of it. As this has definitely been a contact sport here at Montreal. While we've got a chance, let's talk about the future here. I mean, this is the 3rd year. The fans support this event immensely. I mean, especially if you bring a couple of good Canadian drivers that they can get behind and show that spirit that we've seen. Obviously, NASCAR has said, look, we want to expand more in Canada, but they've said we want to wait about 3 more years. We want to make sure.
Well, Marty, look, it's a no-brainer that this thing is hugely popular up here in Canada. These people were just dying for some type of NASCAR racing, and they've come out in groves to support this. Now, is there room in the schedule to add a cup race here? I don't know. The schedule's pretty tapped out at the moment. They're doing an awful good job with the Nationwide Series here right now. But I know Brian France and Mike Helton, the guys, are really smart guys. They'll make the right decision if this venue justifies that. It's a pretty tight circuit.
Yeah, this is my first time coming up here, and it is amazing how much these people love it, this kind of racing up here, and how much they do support it. So I think, yeah, this has been a great experiment so far, and why not take our sport a little, broaden it out a little bit if there's room in the schedule.
By the way, you mentioned Mike Helton. It's his birthday today.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday, Mike.
I won't tell how old because they didn't put that in the media guide. Shannon, let's check in on what's happening with the 09.
Brad Parrott holding it down for the set heads up here. Nice and dry under this pit box. But rain tires, you definitely think that's an advantage, huh? Why?
Yeah, Boris has got a lot of experience racing in the rain, and this Zaxby's Ford's done a great job with everybody involved, all the guys at the shop. I'm going to give a good call out to them because they really worked hard preparing this car after Watkins Glen. So thanks, Nick and the boys. But, you know, he's done a great job today. Now it's time to go racing in the rain. You know, had a great job in qualifying yesterday. Ended up breaking a motor, started at the rear, and come up through there pretty strong today. So we're going to give the fans something to shout about if them Canadians aren't up there.
Yeah, it's definitely been an eventful day for the 09. They say that there's a lot of bumps and bruises on that car. Doesn't look pretty, guys, but it's fast.
There's bumps and bruises on everybody's car. There's very few that are in one piece. Paul Menard's got a pretty good-looking piece right now, but there's the 09, and yeah, it's banged up a little bit. All right, here's the word from NASCAR. They are going to bring the cars down pit lane. They will put them on the 5-minute clock to make all the necessary changes, and we are going to go back to racing on wet tires. Let's tell them what they actually get to do.
Well, what they can do is they can put on their, and what they have to do is put their windshield wiper on. They can, they have to turn their rear light on, their defoggers. The teams will be allowed to do a standard pit stop and make adjustments. So they can put fuel in, they can make some adjustments if they need to, pulling out spring rubbers or disconnecting the rear sway bar. Major adjustments cannot be made. You have to come back to pit road after the field is reset if you try to make major adjustments. So if you make the time limit, you can line up back in your spot. They're going to freeze the field right here and give them 5 minutes to make all these changes.
And remember, Paul Wolf, Andrew Ranger's crew chief, said they played the rain game. It has just paid huge dividends for them because remember, he was going to run out of fuel if this thing stayed green, and now they get the top off, they get the rain tires. He knows this track about as good as anybody out there, and if he can get it all done, he'll restart in second place.
Yeah, so Paul Wolf made a good move there. He gambled on that, pitted early, and so if the caution had come out, he'd have got the track position, and now he knew that it was going to rain, and it worked out for him.
All right, David, I know one thing. This is one heck of a crowd. They are staying here strong.
Marty, that's the second reason why I like NASCAR's move. First reason is because I got all this practice in the rain yesterday, but these people haven't left. They are staying here. They've got their rain gear from yesterday, dried it out in the sun today, and they are sticking around. They want to see NASCAR have these guys put the rain tires on and go for it.
They are not going to be disappointed. As you can see, the rain just continues to pour down as we're going to be getting a lot of interesting action when we go back to green flag racing.
I guarantee these drivers and the crew chiefs are talking about vision right now. That's the biggest problem they had yesterday when they were qualified. They couldn't see real well. So they're probably putting a different product on the windshield, getting their windshields just right, the windshield wipers, trying to get the fog, and even maybe one of those Swiffers they clean the inside of the windshield with.
Yeah, you're right about the vision because the traction is going to be about the same for everybody. But the vision is going to be the big deciding factor. Who can see the best will have an advantage. So a lot of teams have prepared for this and prepared well. We'll see who's done a good job and maybe who hasn't.
And I'm still curious to see if anybody uses Tim Brewer's tip about the ivory soap to keep it from fogging up on the inside.
I doubt if they do that because we just now did find out from Tim Brewer about that. These teams probably don't know that, so they're probably not prepared for that one.
Well, some of them have some really exotic blower systems that are getting air up on the windshield and taking care of it that way. So, Dave, nobody jiving all over the car because everybody has to get in and the clock will start all at once, correct?
Yeah, Marty, that is correct. The crews are waiting right now, and they're waiting for their crew chiefs to call them over the wall there. And then you're going to see which of the options they do, what type of wiper they put on, whether one or two, whether they go for the Rain X or don't go. Jacques Villeneuve in the 32, he's one of those guys that does not want the Rain X because he's had some bad experiences in the past with that. So it'll be interesting to see all the different things they take advantage of and which ones they leave on the table.
Well, we had a shot of you in that long view, Dave. Get an umbrella. You're getting soaked, partner.
Tried to stay out of the way of the still photographers down here. I'm a good guy.
All right. Hey, listen, the signal has been given. Everybody's going to work. Get the clock running. Listen to the fans.
Oh, yeah.
They're loving it.
Be rewarded for sticking it out.
They are absolutely loving it. They know now that they're going to continue racing in the rain here at Montreal.
Well, remember, NASCAR told us that they need to totally lose this racetrack. I mean, it's got to be so totally wet. It's got to be raining if they're going to go race in the rain because this track dries up awful quick, and this is perfect conditions right now to run in the rain. So We have completely lost it, Andy. There's not a dry spot on this thing nowhere. This is a good call. If they're going to do it now.
4 minutes, 30 seconds left on the 5-minute clock. And what's so important about that is you get done, you get out, you get your position back. If you are late, you lose. And the driver is so helpless at this moment.
A lot of drivers down there with body damage on their cars. They're pulling the fenders out, I'm seeing. They're trying to get some of the stuff fixed that they couldn't do under normal green flag runs.
Yeah, you can see what they're doing with Marcus Ambrose. They're trying to get this windshield wiper adjusted properly so it cleans the part of the windshield that he wants clean, and he's having them to move it. You see they're resplining it to try to get it down lower so it clears the windshield where he wants it.
There you see one of the teams using Rain-X. If you've never had it on your windshield at home, it helps get the water to bead up and then just dissipate and blow off. And its speed, it is pretty amazing what it can do.
Now those tear-offs, so you saw him take off, Andy, I got to believe I want to get this windshield as clear as I possibly can. I'd probably get all the tear-offs that are left off of there so you get a clear view like Carl Edwards has right now. And you see someone putting a Rain-X, like he said, you need to put it on that clean windshield.
That Rain-X will definitely help repel that water. Still helps to have that windshield wiper, and you see all the cars putting them on. Most of the cars will have a windshield wiper as well. You see they're putting a little piece of plastic over the cowl opening. That's the air intake for the engine. They'll pull it off when it gets ready to leave. Okay, there's Marcus Ambrose trying to get, looks like he's changing a few things here in the cockpit.
And it looks like he's going to change a helmet.
Going to the wet helmet. They have actually a different helmet for the wet.
Well,
different visor.
It's
so,
just easier.
It's like he's going to, instead of unbolting the visor off the helmet, he's just going to change the entire helmet. The backup helmet is ready with the clear visor. You saw him with the plastic baggie. It looks like he was trying to put it over the radios also to keep things dry. Andy, maybe.
Yeah, that window's just open right there, and the radios sit in that hole. So if they put that baggie over that, it'll keep the radios dry. Dave?
And guys, that helmet actually has better vision all the way around for Marcus Ambrose, and that is the reason that they're doing it. He also had a lot of descriptors for the team as they worked with the Rain-X. If I'm not mistaken, the V8 Supercar series that he ran in Australia also ran in the rain. So he said, make sure the rag is dry, make sure you get a lot on it. That is proper Rain-X application. Jamie?
And now Kyle Busch is going to stick with the same helmet, but he took it off, handed it to the crew. This is the visor he had on. As you can see, it is tinted. They're making a quick change. There's bolts. There's all kinds of things they're dealing with to put a clear visor on. They have less than 4 minutes to complete this change right now.
They have 1 minute 50 seconds to complete this change. The clock at the top of our screen counting down the time. And before they have to be back out in line.
That's critical that they get that helmet back on Kyle Busch to get him out on time, or he'll lose his track position. And he's sitting there in a good spot, and they don't want to lose that.
Kyle right now would restart in 11th position.
No, he'd be fourth.
That's
the way
right.
they've got him lined up on our monitors, the way they just came in on pit road.
I just looked down there, and you're absolutely right. And there is Kyle waiting for the helmet to come back.
Getting down close to a minute to go.
Well, here's one car that does not have a windshield wiper.
He's going to rely heavily on the windshield application here to try to keep, as far as the Rain-X on the windshield, to keep it clear.
This is a really good team right here, this 11 team. I'm surprised they don't have windshield wipers ready to go for this car. This might be a pre-planned thing as they come into it, because at speed, actually, if you put some Rain-X on there at speed, it really clears the window pretty good. The problem you have is under a caution flag, when you're running real slow, you really need that windshield wiper to clear that vision. We've actually seen the windshield wipers in the past blow off top the windshields because of aerodynamic problems.
Yeah, we see some guys under the car here, under Marcus Ambrose's car, probably unhooking the rear sway bar. I can't see, it looks like they're working under the rear suspension. That'd be the most likely thing they're doing there. Also adjusting shocks. They can adjust the shock absorbers.
There's Kyle's helmet. Already back into the cockpit. The window net is up. 17 seconds.
Seconds to spare.
Now down to 10.
You'll see the official giving the word here, and everybody will line back up in their spot.
3, 2, 1. That's it. Car's got to come down. Now we're waiting from NASCAR for the... So the inspectors now will clear everybody. They'll check for the lights to make sure that they're working in the back.
Now, the light is mandatory. They have to have that on there. You see some of them do not have windshield wipers, and that is obviously okay, but you have to have a light that's a courtesy to the other drivers so they can see you.
Well, Andy, I hope one thing. I hope all our cameras are working all around this racetrack. There's a lot of rain out here, no doubt about that, and I was worried about some of them might get shut down. But we're going to need them, because I can promise you somebody's going around when they start this race. There's going to be some spin-outs.
And while we've got a moment, hats off to all the crews down there. They're soaking wet. Hats off to our crew as well. This is the second day. Everybody has been out in this weather, and the guys came home looking like drowned rats last night. And there's some of the... Don Russell is 200 feet in the air there. Don, you're a braver man than me, gunned it in. And
tough.
It is. It is a very difficult job. And these guys, there's his view from down into turn number 1. So thanks, guys, everybody out there from the audio and the video side for making it all work for us, because believe it or not, the weather creates havoc for all the electronic equipment that we have, just as it does for the guys on the race cars. Cars are fired. They're moving out. Dave, what's the latest?
We talked about the things that they could take advantage of. Obviously, the windshield wiper and the Rain-X for the 47. They also unhooked the rear bar, made a shock adjustment, and made some air pressure adjustments. Can't really think of anything that they didn't take advantage of, guys.
Well, as you look at Marcus Ambrose, remember this. He won 27 races in his 2 championship seasons in the V8 Supercar Series during 03 and 04. We have seen what he has done in the last 4 races on the road in the Nationwide Series, as he has been absolutely stellar, never finishing lower than 3rd in any of those 4 races. So the cars slowly form up behind the pace truck. And we'll be getting ready to go back to racing. Let's check in on Boris Said. What's the latest there, Shannon?
Well, guys, not only were teams allowed to make some modifications, the rain modifications, but Boris Said the 09, a lot of cosmetic damage, and the team really worked on it. They added some tape, they banged out some bumps and bruises that 09 car had, send it back out, maybe make it a little more aero for the last couple laps here.
And Jason Ratcliffe, crew chief, standing on the wall now. You guys kind of chuckled as Kyle drove away. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking it's going to dry up pretty quick here. We're going to come back and do this again. I don't know how dry it can be and run these tires. The other day it dried up a little bit entering the corners, and they don't like it dry. So as long as it stays wet, we'll be good. But I think if it starts drying any bit, they're going to have to bring us back in and put the other tires back on.
You got to keep an eye on those windshield wipers. It's like a Batmobile, Dave.
And I believe Paul Menard will be lining up 6th on this restart. Just talked with Matt Pusha, his crew chief. They didn't adjust the shocks, but they did take spring rubbers out of those rear springs, made an air pressure adjustment. And you can see the windshield wiper on the windshield for Paul Menard, and they also have some Rain-X on there. Matt told me they did that earlier, so some of the things they had actually done ahead of time just to save themselves a little bit of time.
Well, we've got a guest here in the booth, the head man who makes all the final decisions for NASCAR, Mike Helton. We just told everybody a little while ago, I don't know if you heard, but happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
We didn't say how old. They didn't put that in the media guide.
I appreciate that part.
Let's talk about how quickly and efficiently everything has transitioned here. You got to be happy.
Well, everybody in NASCAR knows these guys in the garage area are quick studies, and after last year and yesterday's qualifying, I think they were prepared today, and watching the radar as the race went on, most crew chiefs kind of anticipated this moment to get here, and they were ready, and we're very proud and kind of excited about the last 13 laps or so here to see how it comes out.
Mike, what was the decision to get these cars back on the racetrack and normal racing back on oval tracks? If it rains, we're past halfway, the race is over. But was it because of this probability to be able to get with these rain tires and make this thing finish? Was that it?
The Nationwide Series at road courses has the wet tires, and so this gives us an option and an opportunity to do exactly what we're doing right now, and the weather circumstances presented the same opportunity. But you know, we talked about it before the day started. We talked about it as the race was progressing. What would we do if this scenario? And you know, we agreed that we tried to run the balance of this race if it was permissible, time-wise and everything else, because it's Montreal. The fans up here are great. They're incredibly supportive of this event. And it's now part of the Nationwide Series at road courses for the wet tires to be part of it. And this is kind of another step in the experience and the learning curve, I guess.
Mike, this track has been on this circuit now, on the NASCAR series, for 3 years. It looks like it's hugely popular up here. Do you see this staying here for a while?
Well, I hope so. But it's a great marketplace for the Nationwide Series. But the support by the fans, they sat out here yesterday and cheered, and they've got so much enthusiasm and energy, and we know they're great motorsports fans here, but we wanted to make NASCAR part of their favorite type of racing, and this is a good opportunity to do this.
You heard the reaction, the fans, when they saw you bring them in and the rain tires were going on. Does this give you any thought about also transitioning this to the Cup Series?
Well, there's always that possibility. We'll see as the development over here takes place, and there's a lot of differences. The downforce on the Cup cars isn't what it is on the Nationwide car. The races are longer, and there's a little variables there that keep us from moving in that direction right now. But who knows? You know, the progress that we're making in the Nationwide Series, you never know.
Now, the success you've seen with these guys on the rain, do you see the Cup cars going to this in the future? I know you've been kind of quiet about that, but I'm going to push you a little bit, man. I think you could probably do it. What do you think?
I think as we do get the experience, the race teams and the drivers and the whole garage area gets more and more experience, that it is something that we might be able to look at down the road for the Cup. But as it stands right now, like I said, the downforce on the Cup cars is a considerable difference, and I think on a wet track, these guys really would prefer as much downforce as they can get right now, and grip.
Mike, we want to thank you for taking the time to come over and talk to us and bring us up to date on all the decision-making process, and good luck with getting the rest of this race in.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Yeah, happy birthday.
All right, guys.
You want to sing?
No.
Oh, okay. No,
I'll
we were going to make Rusty sing.
No, that's why I was answering for Rusty.
Okay. It's clearing up off into the distance, but we've still got a wet racetrack, but it doesn't matter. We've got the tires bolted on, and we're getting ready to go back to Green Flag Racing here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal, Quebec. All right, back here at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, the rain has stopped, at least for now, but as you can see, the track is plenty wet. So if this was the old days, we'd have to wait probably an hour and a half to 2 hours to dry it out just to get the remaining soon-to-be 11 laps in. That's not going to be the case because of Goodyear's new tire, of which is much better than last year's. We talked to Patrick Carpentier yesterday, and he said it was like a day and night difference with these rain tires. And you can see there are a few dry spots where there were trees protecting the track, but still plenty wet enough that these tires should be able to go the distance. Let's get a last-minute update from pit lane. Dave?
All right, guys. Now, Marcos Ambrose will restart in the same spot he has been all day, but he told his crew, I need to get cleared over to the other side as quick as possible. Rusty, you know this. When it rains on the track, the line is the greasy, slippery part where all the oil's been laid down and everything else. He wants to get to a little bit further outside and maybe not run that curb.
Well, they've always told me, I'm not a great road racer, that's for sure, in the rain, but they always told me if you're racing in the rain, get out of the groove where you've been running all day long, because that's where the oil and all the debris have fell. You want to get completely run offline, and that's what Marcus is actually talking about. He's not going to run the normal line he's been running the entire race.
There you see a couple of birds that are going to be relocated pretty quickly. Gives us a chance before we go back to green. Let's talk about next week's motorsports action, because the Nationwide Series Degree V12 300 at Atlanta will be Saturday 6:30 Eastern on ESPN2, and that'll be a repeat edition of the backseat drivers. And then on Sunday, the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series presented by Pennzoil at 7 Eastern Sunday night on ESPN. And then for drag racing fans, it's the biggest event of the year, the Mac Tools NHRA US Nationals presented by Lucas Oil. Qualifying is next Sunday at 11:30 a.m. and 5 Eastern on ESPN2, and then the race is on Labor Day Monday at 1 Eastern, also on ESPN2.
Well, Andy, I don't see a lot of standing water anywhere. It looks like the surface is in pretty good condition right now.
It's going to have a lot more grip than they had yesterday qualifying. And that's what you see, a lot of guys trying to just feel it, feel their car, feel how much grip they have here. Really an unknown. They're just going to have to drive down in there. They're not going to know exactly.
Well, and you heard the concern from some of the crew chiefs that if it dries out too fast, of course, the rubber on these tires will go away quickly. And then we saw a couple of spots where the trees had protected the track, but it looks like by the time we go back to Green Flag Racing, we'll have 12 to 12 laps it says to go right now. So there you see just a couple of those dry spots, but it shouldn't dry out that fast.
Well, it's not going to dry real fast, but you see some of the dry spots under the trees right there. That's what's keeping part of that track dry right there. But hey, we're going to have to watch turn 1 and 2 right now. That's the corner that I want to keep my eye on, because the rule is if you go into turn 1 right here, you're looking off to your left right there, and you miss that and you land over here in the center portion of the racetrack, that is not where you want to be right there. If you slide off there, the rule is you got to give that position back, and I got a feeling we're going to see a little of that going on.
And we have not had what we talk about, the big carnage that we've seen here like 2 years ago in that section. But again, we're talking about a whole different set of circumstances as we're back on a wet track.
The biggest issue right now is going to be visibility for everybody behind the leaders right here. You see a lot of water flying up in the air, and there's no rain out here right now. You're just seeing all the water being kicked up. These rain tires work real good, and the way they work is to kick that water out of the way, and you're going to see it all up in the air. It's going to be really difficult for these people right here, all these drivers, to be able to see, the ones in the middle of the pack.
The Montreal faithful are on their feet as we get ready to go back to green flag racing here in Quebec. And again, Ambrose gets a good jump. Carl trying to shoot underneath on the outside of Ranger. Now he's going to have the preferred line, but Ranger's going to pinch him off. Carl says, I'm not going to have any. Here comes Kyle Busch. Busch gets around both of them.
Well, that was a lot cleaner than I thought it was going to be through those two corners.
3 wide off of turn 2. That was something to see. And a lot of positions changed in that last corner right there.
Oh, and Ranger and Carl are still going after each other. And Carl takes the position back once again. Paul Menard got a little bit sideways, but Boris said was kind enough not to get into him, allowed him to get straightened back up. That's Ambrose. Right behind him, the wounded 18 and still fighting Kyle Busch. Then Carl. Then there you see Andrew Ranger. He's looking a little slick. And then here comes Paul Menard inside of Ranger trying to take that spot.
And now they're making their way down into turn 8. This is a key passing zone like we talked all day long. And this is where you're going to see some attempts right here. In the 8 right now, exiting turn 9.
Goes off the track.
Oh, right through the mud and kept on going.
And look at Ambrose. Is this guy good on a road course? Doesn't matter whether it's dry or wet. He is already opening up a big lead. Here comes Carl, going to try the outside on Ranger. Ranger's got the preferred position. Now he's going to duck underneath him.
The old crossover move.
Yeah,
here.
But he gets some wheel spin. Look at the gaggle of cars behind him, 3 wide there at one stretch. That was Antonio Perez having some problems. Whoa, and Stephen Wallace goes around.
Yeah,
look out.
That
Jason
was an intentional
Keller.
move by the 86 car. He just wrecked Stephen Wallace.
Stephen has gotten wrecked twice by the 86 car. No love between those guys, that's for sure right now.
Yeah. See what happens at the end of the race if we make it that far with those two. All right, back to the battle towards the front of the field. You saw Ranger. There is Carl Edwards. He's opened up a bit of ground over the 60 car, but Ambrose is checked out.
Yeah, you can see how much spray is up in the air. These cars behind the leaders are really fighting that vision.
All right, there is the 09, Boris said.
Still side by side. They've been racing all day long.
And now the advantage goes back potentially to Menard as he's got the inside line. As they straighten out, Menard still has the spot, but here comes Boris one more time. 10 laps to go here in Montreal. Everybody slip sliding everywhere, but hanging on. Some really good the driving improvement from last year to this year has been better too. These guys are more comfortable, the ones that have been here more than once.
Well, and also on a lot better tire. Goodyear brought a lot better tire. We got a caution out for debris in turns 13 and 14, which are the last 2 corners before the start-finish line. And there it is.
There it is. Yeah, that would not be fun to hit, and that is right near the exit of that corner, the final corner onto the front straightaway.
Yeah, we've heard NASCAR say that we're not going to put up with bumper bar problems. It looks like the 27 car.
He could have been the one that maybe lost the bumper. I see some damage just on that right rear corner.
Oh, he was involved in that
spin. Got a flat left rear.
When Stephen got turned, he also got involved.
Yeah, Stephen's got some there's where the bumper came from.
Him and Antonio Perez have been having a real fight out there all day long.
Yeah, they've been into each other a couple of times.
And they need to get it settled because it's starting to affect the race now. They've had a caution because the bumper's flying on the racetrack, so we don't need to have any more of that.
Well, unfortunately, we've set a record that you really don't want. This is the 9th caution. It's a new nationwide series road course record for the most cautions in a single race. And we've had a total of 24 laps, almost 1/3 of this race under caution.
Well, we obviously didn't want to see that, but what we see, some domineering runs out of Marcos. See Max Pappas flying through this field. Some incredible runs we've seen out of these road racers today, and just everybody in general. But one thing you said earlier, Marty, that I was really impressed with is how good these guys have really done from last year to this year, understanding how to race in the rain. And listen to what Mike Helton told us. If this is successful, we might move this to Cup racing. Let the Cup guys try it, because let's face it, those guys will know a little bit more of what's going on. That's the high talented guys out there, good crew chiefs. These guys are smart. They know how to race in the rain if they had to.
All right, let's go back and show you a replay of what happened back in turn 10 involving that man right there, Stephen Wallace. Okay.
8 inside, 86 inside here, inside.
Yep, there it is. And then that's Jason Keller. And then this is what happened to his teammate Brendan Gaughan. He got turned going into turn number 1 by the 81 of Alex Tagliani. And
almost saved it.
Almost saved it and didn't lose any positions. He had a good run. He was 11th when this caution flag come out. He was looking great in that US Fidelis car.
He has dropped down to 24th position because of the spin.
Marcus Ambrose, Rusty Wallace, ESPN, you got us?
Rusty.
All right, buddy, looks like you have a little time to talk right now. That car looks pretty good in the rain out there. What's it feeling like?
Well, it doesn't feel great, but I guess it feels better than most others out here. Experience pays off in the rain. I've had a lot of wet weather driving, and you know, I'm just trying to search for the good line here, not spin those rear tyres. But it's like this race will never end. I mean, I've been trying to win this race for 3 years. I get to this point of the race, and something goes wrong, and I just hope that I can bring it home here and just seal the deal.
Well, Marcus, if there's any track that owes somebody something, it's probably this track owes you something, but I bet you're concerned about those double file restarts.
Yeah, I sure am, and I got Kyle behind me as well, and you know, over the last few weeks, I've tended to get one on him, and he's probably going to try and get one on me now on this restart, but we'll see what happens. I've got absolutely nothing to lose. I'm here to win the race. I don't care about points. I'm just trying to win this race. My team in Armour All, and you may see a little bit of the Tasmanian Devil come at me here at the end.
Well, I appreciate you talking to us. I guarantee you, Brad Doherty's at home listening to this broadcast, pulling for you pretty hard.
Yeah, he should be up here with us for support.
All right, thanks, bud.
Of the top 3 last year, Ron Fellows, Patrick Carpentier, Marcus Ambrose, only Ambrose is going to be around for this finish. Now, of course, you heard Marcus talk about the history he has with Kyle. Let's go back to the Glen, and boy, this is where he made that surprising move, caught Kyle off guard completely, went over the rumble strips into the grass and took the lead and went on for the win, his 2nd in a row at the Glen. And then Kyle also came up at the end of the race and said, hey, I didn't really appreciate that.
That's one thing about Marcus Ambrose. He's not afraid to get aggressive if he needs to win a race.
Well, and that's exactly what he said. The Tasmanian Devil may come out in me.
Well, he said a key thing right there, because the Tasmanian Devil, that's him, buddy. And he's not racing for points, just like he said. He just wants to go out there and win. He doesn't care. He'll get rough if he's got to.
Well, how about the other end of this equation? Let's talk to Jason Radcliffe. Jamie?
Crew chief, we've talked to him a few times, and for good reason. You guys are making gains now. You gained 2 spots on that start, but you came on the radio and said, stay out of the groove. How much is that helping him?
Well, yesterday when we were practicing, and you know, you hear that from road course racers, so don't accuse me of being an expert, but just, you know, yesterday when we were practicing, it was like our car was better. It would brake better when we were out of the groove, and you know, so I just want to remind him of all the things he learned yesterday, and looks like he's doing a pretty good job.
Well, you just got reminded about what happened back at Watkins Glen when these two got together. Same scenario now, double file restart. What do you think is going to happen here?
I'm just hoping we keep up with the guy. I mean, he's this is his environment. I mean, this is his deal. We know he's this is what I guess he grew up doing. So he's probably praying for rain. He's just driving away, and Kyle's going, I don't know how he's doing it, but we're still learning about the rain. How to set up for the rain or go from dry to wet and things like that. So we probably have a lot to learn as far as the car goes. But Kyle's doing a great job. We'll just get all we can.
On this restart, Marty, let's watch the different lines, the 47 versus the 18. Kyle said he just can't get in that regular groove on this racetrack.
And it will be interesting as we will be going back to green flag racing here shortly on our 9th caution.
One thing I did notice on that last run, that just short run we had, was that Kyle Busch was running a whole different line than Marcus Ambrose. You could see he was just basically the opposite line of Ambrose. So I don't know if that's intentional or for vision.
Could it also be because of the experience factor? This track is not that wet, so there isn't that standing water down in turn 1 like there normally would be. And Marcus says, hey, I've got some grip down here. Let me take the short route.
Yeah, I mean, Marcus knows a lot about this kind of racing, and be pretty smart to watch what he's doing.
That turn 1 is the one you got to watch. I mean, obviously Marcus is concerned about this restart. Tell you, look, talking about some other drivers had a good day. Brad Keselowski spun out 3 times during this race. He's got himself all the way up to 7th. Brad's doing a good job out there. We all know he's 3rd in the points right now, not too far behind Carl Edwards.
Right next to him is Jacques Villeneuve, the favorite, carrying the banners for the hometown Montreal fans. Dave, what's going on in their camp?
Trent Owens giving him some last instructions. Of course, when they pass by the pit box here, they can hear each other better on the radio. So what are you telling him, and how much car does he have left, including the brakes?
Yeah, the brakes have been a problem on the dry, but the wet cools them off enough that it should be fine. I'm counting on his experience here in the wet to hopefully gain us some spots here. We get back going green. I was kind of excited to see it rain. I thought that was our best shot to win. Kind of got screwed up on the strategy at the beginning of the race. Just miscommunication between the spotter and driver and stuff. So looking for a good finish. Let's hope we get the Dollar General Chevrolet Toyota up in the top 5.
As he restarts and he's coming to you, he'll be on the right-hand side on the inside behind Boris. Do you like that lane for him?
No, we'd rather be on the right-hand side. I mean, we're on the left right now, so the right-hand side seems to be better for the second corner. Not necessarily the first one, but the second one, you need the inside lane to get going.
All right, thank you, Trent. Shannon?
Well, you don't really think of Paul Menard being a road course racer, but he has done an excellent job here today. You guys also had a really strong run going in Watkins Glen. Since we put the rain tires on, what is your driver saying about that car?
He hasn't really said a whole lot about it. Just said lacking the grip, obviously. But Paul's done this before. He's raced in the rain a little bit, so he's got a little bit of experience. Hopefully have one up on everybody else. But who knows what's going to happen here? You get the 47, the 18 beating and banging on each other. So hopefully it'll turn out to be a good race here at the end.
Yeah, it's really all in the driver's hands right now. What is it like for a crew chief sitting here watching all of this just take place on the racetrack?
Yeah, so I kind of told Paul, so it's kind of up to you right now. It's all balls in your court. So I think you can do it. We'll see what happens. Hopefully these guys get racing in front of us and opens up a door for us.
Have a lot of trust in your driver, the tires, and of course the car, guys.
And as you finish up, we can tell you Antonio Perez will get the lucky dog and get back on the lead lap. So that gives us a total now of 28 cars still on the lead lap here at Montreal. Oh my, the sun has broken back out. And that is the city of Montreal off in the distance across the St. Lawrence River as we're getting ready to go back to green flag racing. And I still think about the fact that right now, if we didn't have these rain tires, we'd be waiting for another hour or an hour and a half drying this track with a bunch of jet dryers.
Well, one thing we know for sure right now, 8 laps to go, guys, this track is going to dry real quick, and it will start eating up these rain tires because they're awful soft tires compared to the regular tires that we run, the slick tires, I call it. So there are portions of the track already that are pretty dry, and there's portions that are wet, like you're seeing right there in the hairpin. But under the trees, through the S's, it's pretty dry.
Did you notice, Marcus, when he came around, turned 10 there, he gave a little throttle to see how much wheel spin he was going to get? That's the experience that we're talking about. Now, there's one of those dry sections that you were talking about, Rusty. But you know what? There's plenty of water around the rest of this track. I think these tires are going to go just fine all the way to the finish, as long as we stay green. The last thing we need is more yellow flags.
Andy, the thing I'd be wondering about, if I hit the dry, then hit the wet, what's that car going to do? Is it going to have grip, no grip, grip, no grip?
And that's why you get paid the big bucks, man. Got to make it work.
I don't drive no more, Andy. I can sit up here and talk about these guys.
All right, that's the view out the back of Marcus's car. It is Ambrose, Kyle Busch in second, Andrew Ranger third, Edwards fourth, Menard fifth. That's your top 5. And Kyle Busch has yet to lead a lap in this race. And remember, the only other race this year he has not led was Las Vegas. getting ready to come down for the start. Pace truck has pulled off. Listen to these faithful fans here in Montreal. They're all on their feet as we get ready for another restart, ending our 9th record caution of the Nationwide Road Course Series. Green flag's out. Here we go.
Flag, man.
Oh, another good start for Ambrose. Right behind him, Kyle Busch.
J.R. Fitzpatrick, he's going to have to stop now, which is a problem for him on that little island right there.
Yep, got some more action. Got another car turned around.
Michael McDowell gets spun around.
Boy, that is really going to hurt J.R. Fitzpatrick. He was running in 9th position on the restart. Look out, Villeneuve trying to bull his way through. Whoa!
Got Coleman into the tires with Kenny Wallace.
Kenny gets a little nudge into Coleman. They both go off, but both are still running. No yellow.
It is so hard to anticipate how slick that corner really is. Guys diving in there thinking it might stick and hit too much water.
Nope, there goes Max Pappas around off the front bumper of Brad Keselowski.
Oh, he's got to stay in that throttle so he can get stuck in that stuff, Andy.
He's still got a little momentum. Momentum's your friend in this situation.
Cost him a ton of positions as well. And as he comes back out, there's contact with a couple of cars. Doesn't look like anything major, though, as everybody still keeps going down that long straightaway.
7 laps to go, and these guys are just muscling themselves around here.
See some smoke from another car in front of this group.
Looked like that was Brad Coleman going by with smoke coming off that car.
Whoa, and now another car gets some help. That's Brandon Gaughan, and the 86 involved in that one potentially again. That would be Antonio Perez. So Brendan, and you got to be careful when you get back on that grass.
Look, you can see right there in that shot, Kyle Busch is just about to overdo it right there on the throttle. Gets a little bit out of shape.
That's Andrew Ranger in 3rd, Carl Edwards in 4th, and there is the 66. Turned around in turn number 10, so Wallace has got his issues there again. Another car off to the right there. Can't seem to make out the number.
And here comes Marcus Ambrose.
And the caution is out once again. So number 10.
I believe this.
And listen to Marcus. I can't believe this. Every time he gets a good restart, we end up with another caution. And the caution we're hearing is for the 33 of J.R. Fitzpatrick. And there he is, as he is stuck down in turn number 1, never getting that car refired. So a tough break for Fitzpatrick because he had a very solid run. He won the Canadian Tire race earlier today. Of course, that now seems like a long time ago. We were supposed to be off the air a half hour ago. Does that give you an idea?
Said this is the longest race of his life.
Yeah, welcome to the 24 hours of Montreal.
Comes Brad Coleman in with a lot of body damage.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of work done in the sheet metal shop over the next few days.
You got a feel for Brad Coleman right now. This was his last run in this particular car, the 20 car, really good car out of the Joe Gibbs stable. And he really did a great job today. He ran strong, but when this rain came and problems started happening, this track has been chewing cars up.
He was 12th when this problem occurred for him, and obviously it's going to set him way back. There's a 33 getting pushed around. Being told the 75 of Brett Rowe is going to be getting the free pass, so he'll get back on the lead lap. That'll give us 29 cars, at least if Coleman can get fixed and back out before they get back around.
See the dry spots there. I mean, it looks like we said, this thing is really drying out quick, and this is going to make for a little better racing in some corners. The problem is when you leave the wet surface and you go to the dry surface and then back to the wet, that's when these cars come around, they get out of control, and it's not the exact conditions you want for racing in the rain, that's for sure, because you got too many obstacles out there, grip problems.
I think the biggest problem is we got a few guys out there with the red mist. I mean, they're just not giving any quarter. They're not giving each other room. And
now this could take a while to push this car all the way around the racetrack if it doesn't fire.
We got cars just tore to pieces out here. This left front fender in this car is wiped out. Half the field is destroyed. It's exciting to watch, I'll tell you, but man, they have tore some stuff up.
It has been an expensive day for car owners. Well, while all this is going on, Andrew Ranger still finds himself the third car in line behind Ambrose and Kyle Busch. Let's find out what's going on in his camp. Jamie?
And Andrew Ranger shares Rusty Wallace's sentiments. He said on the radio right before we walked up here, he said, I can't believe NASCAR is letting them race. Everybody's wrecking everywhere. The good news was, though, Paul, you guys got to get some fuel. What do you think now? Are you guys going to be able to make it here another few laps?
Yeah, we're good to go. Andrew, I'm just really impressed with what he's done today. He just, every restart, he just keeps hitting his marks, and he's real calm. Yeah, it's just a little crazy now. Those guys in the back of the pack, it just looks like bumper cars back there. So, but we'll be all right. However it turns out, we're just going to keep doing our deal and try to get us a good top 5 out of it.
First time working together. You guys don't have that solid relationship yet, but how much are you able to coach your driver right now? Keep him calm and keep him on the track in the groove he's supposed to be in.
I think we've done a good job today, and you know, the communication's tough. We have a little bit of would be better with more time, but all in all, I think it's fine. He knows what he's doing out there, and we'll see what we can do.
This team has had fast race cars the last few weeks. We'll see if it'll pay off and they can hang on to third, Dave.
Pops Yuri's driver, Brad Keselowski, has a top 10 run going. And Pops, based on yesterday morning's practice, when a semi-wet, semi-dry condition, how long do you think these tires can go before they really get out from under, Brad?
They'll be fine. We ran a bunch on them yesterday and had a whole lot of dry spots on the racetrack. Basically, what happens to them is they slide them and they just kind of chunk them out when they slide them. But they'll be fine. I don't think we've got enough laps to go here we'll have any tire problems.
Okay, this is entertaining to watch at home. What's it like to watch up here?
Well, I don't know. I guess they're doing what they need to do, but we've lost the nose, the hood, and both sides of the car since they put the rain tires on. So these guys have enough problems getting around these places when it's dry, much less when it's wet.
Interesting perspective, Shannon.
Well, down here with Doug Randolph, crew chief for Stephen Light. Stephen, you told me earlier today, practiced this car for Clint Boyer last season, but did not get any rain time. So how is he doing out there on the rain tires?
Well, he's doing fine. We obviously got a little practice on rain tires the other day, and he's doing a great job in the Holiday Inn Chevrolet. It's definitely crazy out there right now. I'm sure it's exciting to watch, but I would hate to be out there. We're just, you know, you run good all day long, and you're just at anybody's mercy right now, and it's fun to watch, but I don't think it'd be fun to be in that.
Well, you say it's crazy out there right now. What is your driver telling you? Because, I mean, that's just your interpretation of what must be going on out there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just trying to be smart and not get into anybody and hope nobody gets into him, but they're just slipping and sliding out there, and you know, everybody wants to race and do well, but everybody also wants to be able to load it up on the truck at the end of the day, too.
Stephen Light having a great run here today, guys.
Yeah, they're going to load them up on the trucks, but they may need a hook to be able to do it. All right. As we get ready to go back to green flag racing, here's some of the action that has transpired, and there you can see what happened to Stephen Wallace. He got a little assist from the 34, and then, oh, ouch, that's where Brad Coleman got some more damage. He had been in a couple incidents already. And then pick up the 88 coming across. He's got the inside line, but not quite enough room there, and Brad gets into the one car of Max Pappas, gets Max turned around.
It's comical to watch, guys. They're just tearing to pieces out of these things. One thing for sure, this is the last road race of the year. Generally, these teams bring these cars home. They change some fenders around a little bit, kind of prepare them for the next season. Today, they're going to have to take them home, take the whole entire body off, and throw it in a garbage can because there's nothing left on these things.
Now, they'll have some parts to rebuild with, but they're not going to have cars left. Most of these guys aren't.
Okay, this is a 2.7-mile circuit, and there's going to be 4 laps to go when we get back to green flag racing, and there still the fans as they are waiting to see if their guy can pull off a victory, being the 32.
Is there not like a spin rule, Al, like there is every week? You spin out like 5, 8 cautions, you go home? That's the way it should be. They should adapt that USAC rule. 2 spins and you're out.
That really is rules at some racetracks. If you spin twice, you have to come in the pits and you're done.
Sort of like the Little League 10-run rule. You know, if you have that many, you ought to go home. They're up through turn 10. Still got a bit of a ways to go to get back to start-finish. Let's reset it for you. You've got Ambrose and Kyle Busch in the first row. Then it'll be Ranger and Edwards. Paul Menard, Boris Said in row number 3. Villeneuve and Brad Keselowski in the 4th row. And the 5th row will be Stephen Light and Alex Tagliani. So the Quebec faithful have 2 that they are really rooting for. And of course, Rangers in that group. So we ought to put 3 up in that group. So 3 out of the top 10. And that's why you see a lot of these people still on their feet, still supporting their guys.
Well, anybody saying we're going to see another crash yet? We're going to be able to get this thing home, Andy? Come on, you understand that stuff.
Well, I hope they calm down and race it to the end, but I'd say they'll probably crash again. I don't know if we'll see another caution, but they'll definitely be spinning.
We are going to think good thoughts. How about that?
I'm a positive thinker, but I'm pretty realistic also.
Well, the weather has cleared off in the distance, so, you know, if we have to, we can run into just almost darkness, which is
that's the next thing. That's the next thing that's going to get us.
It's only about a half hour away. All right, here we go. Lights out on the pace truck. Marcus is going to be on the left side of your screen. There he is, driver's right. As they come down for the straightaway, he's done the same pattern every time. Slows way down right before the green flag and then hammers the throttle. See if he does the same routine. Now, Kyle's seen this act before. Kyle's right there with him. There he goes. Green flag out, and here comes Carl taking a peek to the outside. Cannot get any ground there. Andrew Ranger on the high side. He's got some issues. He's trying to hang on. A little further back. We don't even make it through one. The 66 involved again. Couple other cars as well. The 41 of Stanton Barrett.
Looks like Justin Marks.
Yep.
Michael Annette was also involved, and it looked like maybe even
Michael McDowell in the 96. And everybody gets refired, except we're still waiting for that last car.
Looks like he's rolling.
Justin looks like he is going to get back out. So no caution as of now. We're still racing.
I think right now with 4 laps to go, I just keep running them. And if they run up across debris, just drive over top of the debris. Marcus
said gets into the gravel pit, manages to get enough wheel traction to get out of it. Maybe not. Maybe. Keep it going. Keep it going.
We got a little tread on these tires now, so you can get a little more grip.
That's true. So Boris loses a lot of positions, but at least he's back running.
Carl's shoving Kyle.
There's the chrome horn.
Excuse me, he's all over Kyle.
Excuse me, pardon me, coming through.
Yeah, these two are racing for the points. You got to remember that. Those are
down
2
the
guys.
straightaway.
We've been following them all year long.
Heading for 10. Kyle's got the inside line here. Oh, Marcus gets wide.
Marcus Ambrose gets in there too hot. He's going to come out with the lead.
But the gap has narrowed.
And speaking of narrow, the track just narrowed up down there in turn 10.
Ranger now just about a car length back. Carl does manage to get around Kyle, and now the caution is out again. So, unfortunately, oh man, Jason Leffler has got all kinds of issues right after turn 2. And I'm trying to figure out how in the heck he could have ended up over there.
There's Justin Marks also.
Don't know if he got it. Well, there's another car involved as well.
Well, Justin Marks really never got going over there from that incident he had. He tried to get out of there, and he did, and this is as far as he made it. He was stuck in there between 1 and 2.
All right, let's go back and see if we can sort this out. Take a look. This was the original incident. Back in the middle. See, they're going 3 wide. Look at Stevens already in the grass skating.
He's going to meet up with these guys in the middle of this corner.
That's
taking out a 3 or 4.
Wouldn't you call that bowling for dollars on that?
That was definitely his mistake right there. He tried to make it 3 wide getting into turn 1 and caused a problem, that's for sure. But we've had some other problems at other parts of this racetrack just now with Boris Said and guys like that.
Okay.
So
let's see what happens here. We're on board with Steven. Oh, he had the contact with the 05 of Victor Gonzalez.
Keep her going. Keep her going. Get her going right there.
It's easy for the crew to say. He was able to get it going.
And there's Marcus Ambrose. You see him slipping wide.
And there goes the 81 of Tagliani. He gets a boot from behind. The 27 goes around.
Jason Keller goes around.
Yep.
You see.
And then there's Eric
Kenny Wallace
Darnell into Kenny Wallace in the 28.
Well, I've called a lot of broadcasts since I've been with you guys. This got to be the craziest one I think I've ever called.
We still haven't seen exactly what happened to Leffler.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out what happened.
I don't think we had enough cameras to cover all the action we had on that lap.
Now that's Justin Marks, and he's A-OK. Going to take the ride. Waves to the fans.
Another guy looked real good. Justin did a great job all through yesterday's practice, and good little road racer he is.
Crew going to work on the 66 as they're trying to check and see how many cars we now have off this track.
Man, just look at that carnage.
13 in all are either off or behind the wall.
See Stanton Barrett trying to make his way back to pit road with some flat tires. Still moving.
Yeah, Steven's shown in 22nd right now. Let's go back and show you. Here's what happened to Jason Leffler. He's got sparks coming out the back.
I heard the motor kick off right
there.
there.
Just quit. And now here you see.
That's where Steven comes across.
But now you still see the Leffler slow. He's over in that other lane now. That's the pit out lane.
I don't think anybody hit him except right a little bit there. But he's basically just trying to get out of everybody's way. So that's what it was.
He's probably got a flat tire. We saw the spark, so he had a flat tire. Couldn't get out of the way.
Andy, what about the motor just shutting off all of a sudden, though? You heard just like almost a plug check where a driver just turns the ignition off.
We saw a lot of sparks. He wants to stay in the car. Maybe he can get it refired.
Well, we're waiting to get a report from the team, see if they had any communication with him as far as what's wrong with the car, or if he's able to limp it back to pit lane, or if he's done.
Jason Leffler right now is 4th in our point standings in the Nationwide Series point standings. He's got a good margin behind him and a good margin ahead of him, so it won't hurt him in the points whatsoever. But it's got to be frustrating because he's had a top 5 car throughout the day, and everybody's just shaking their head.
There to push you.
Well, while we've got a chance, let's talk to one of our 2 in-race reporters, Carl Edwards. Go ahead, Rusty.
Carl, Rusty Wallace, ESPN, you got us?
Got you, Rusty.
Well, buddy, I don't know about you, but I've never seen nothing like this in a long time. How do you negotiate all these problems out there?
It's crazy, man. With a name like Rusty, I figured you'd know lots about the rain, but man, this is insane. You know, right now it's drying out. I was just asking Dan. I don't know how long these Goodyear rain tires will last. They're great on our City Financial Ford. They've done a great job with the tire, but we'll see how durable they are, I guess, right here because it's drying out.
Well, we're all watching you, Kyle Busch and Carl Edwards out there running side by side, racing each other for the points. You guys got pretty tight in a couple of those corners.
Yeah, we're racing, just racing hard. Pretty fun.
All right, buddy. Keep it on the course. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Rusty.
And there you see the exterior view of Carl's car. He's in one of the few that are in better shape than most. That's about one of the cleanest cars we've got out there.
Yeah, he's got that car in good shape. You talked about Marcus Ambrose up front earlier. He's got a good car in good shape too. Little right rear damage, not much at all.
Yeah, well, his best thing is he's been out in front for 57 laps. That's why he's looking pretty good.
But it's been a fun day. Give me a great piece. If we don't win it, it's won't be for lack of better. What comes to us, but you should be proud. All of you are really proud about what we've done.
That's Marcus giving the crew its deserved props, but this one may finally come into fold. It's going to take a lot longer than he anticipated, a lot longer than any of us anticipated. But next time by, there will be 2 laps to go, so it means we should be down to 2 the next time by. There's the 38. Let's get an update from Jamie.
It is a broken transmission. That's why he stayed in to get pushed back. His day is over. Marty, tough break because he started 22nd, but he got up as high as 2nd. And it was a good run, ended early for Jason Leffler.
All right, thanks for the update there as they're trying to push him back.
That's a long pushback right there. I mean, you get so close, 3 or 4 laps from the end, and this happens to you, lose the transmission. But, you know, they're probably sliding, wheel hopping, all kind of stuff going on out there that really hurts the transmission, hurts the drivetrain. You know, you see some of the ripple strips there. Jumping over those things really hurts the car. I got to believe that just some of these cars are just flat wore out.
They're just falling apart.
Their tongues are hanging out. Yeah. They're like, I want to go home.
We saw the sparks flying out of this car on the in car, but must have been something else. Like I say, drivetrain related. It went in that corner. It's kind of like a sitting duck. No power.
Well, as we're taking a look at the progress of trying to get this car back, let's give some props to some other teams that have done well. And check in to 10th place. Coming into view, you'll see the 23, and that is Jean-Francois Demoulin. And, oh, we got a little rain props going. There he is. And the nose of that car, he's had several incidents, but somehow this man from Quebec has managed to fight his way back to 10th position. And you guys were worried about having to say his name, so who wants to take a whack?
Well, I'm going to let you do that. I mean,
Jean-Francois Dumoulin.
There you go. You got it.
There he goes, the 23 car. Now check out Max Pappas right here. He's been cleaning, been doing a little housekeeping there. He's trying to get the outside of the windshield clean. He had a stick out there with something on the end of it. There you go. You see a little mop. There we go. Thanks, Max.
Trying to get some vision. After last year, a lot of these guys knew they needed to put something inside the car in case the inside fogged up or the outside. And actually, Max is doing a good job holding on to that thing.
First time I ever saw that, we were doing the 12 Hours of Sebring, and Hans Stuck, great driver from Germany, he was in a BMW and literally would be going down the straightaway, wiping the inside with a squeegee that they had provided him. He'd shift, get on the next straightaway, wipe it some more, because the defroster system, the defogger system, just totally went south on him, and he just handled it. They ended up finishing second that day.
You know, talking about some other guys that have done a great job out there. What about Alex Tagliani? He's up to 7th right now. He's done a good job. We've been talking about Brad Keselowski. After about 3 spins, he's in 6th right now. Jamie, what you got down there?
Dave Ingram standing on the wall with your boys, working with Alex Tagliani for the first time in NASCAR. You guys worked your way up to 7th. How have you fought through everything today?
We've come from the rear 3 times, and Alex is really pumped up now. We struggled yesterday in qualifying in the rain. It's pretty exciting. I mean, it really is. He's really pumped up in the car. We're trying to keep him calm, and he's saying how these NASCAR guys beat and bang so hard compared to the kart guys. It's pretty exciting.
You guys are an underfunded team. You look at your setup here. You guys threw yourselves together. What would a top 10 finish mean to you guys?
It's really big. McDonald Motorsports has had 1 8th place, and it's been years ago. Our best for the year is 14th, so this is pretty exciting. All the guys are all pumped up. So
you're pumped up. Keep your boys together. Keep your boy in 7th. Alex Tagliani doing a heck of a job in his debut in the NASCAR Nationwide Series.
Yeah, you don't beat and bang when you're in those open wheel cars. He has a 1 Champ Car win back in 2004. That was at Road America.
Yeah, this is Randy McDonald. You saw he standing up there without the uniform. That's one of the owners of the team, or the owner of the team. There he is right there.
And there he is. And we should point out his driver, Alex Tagliani, won in a Toyota Atlantic race here at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve back in 1999. So he has tasted the champagne. He won't today, but as we pointed out, this would be an excellent run for that team.
I'll say anything's possible. He's running in the top 10 with his green-white checker. Anything's possible.
There he is, right along fellow countryman and Quebecer. That's the 32 of Jacques Villeneuve. This will be our 7th green-white checker of the year, and here are the others. Shows you the Biffle did real well at Las Vegas and Phoenix. David Reagan at Talladega, Matt Kenseth at Darlington, Clint Boyer at Daytona, and Reagan again at Bristol.
That was a great run out of David Reagan at Bristol just a couple weeks ago, or a week ago. I watched that one. That kid did a great job out there.
This also will be our 2nd green-white checkered here in the history of Montreal. The first one was back in 07, and it is actually now the 4th total for the road courses. Lights are out on the pace truck. 2 laps next time by. We hope.
Well, this is it. This is our 1 attempt, so no matter what.
I know.
This is it.
I know. But it has been a long day. And all of you that have stayed with us throughout this, we do appreciate it. It has been a challenge not only for the drivers, but literally everyone, especially those fans in the stands. They suffered through the one rainstorm that we had.
Well, Marty, I'm sure there's a little bit of eye rolling going on back at home, and a lot of the fans watching this broadcast about what are they doing in this rain. But one thing for sure, we have made history in the Nationwide Series. Last year racing in the rain, this year qualifying in the rain. The Nationwide Series has for sure been the guinea pigs of whether you can race in the rain.
And it can be done. I mean, some of this is just a question of, the guys not getting too over aggressive. You've got to, make adjustments, or you're going to end up in the wall. Fans down in turn number 10. We still have, at this stretch, 26 cars on the lead lap. We talked about the fact there were 13.
Seen a lot of spins right here in the hairpin. As you come down into turn 10, that's a great opportunity, and we've seen spinning out all day long there. But now they're getting ready to get on this long front straightaway, and Andy, you try messing around there, you hurt yourself, because we talked earlier, they're 175 miles an hour. Getting down into turn 13, another good place to pass. That's where these cats have got to be careful.
And even yesterday, in really a lot of water, a lot of rain, they were going 160 plus miles an hour going down that straightaway.
In the rain.
In the rain.
And let me update it. It is 14 cars now that are either off or out of this race. So as we get ready for our one and only final attempt here at the green-white checker, we do know this race will finally come to a conclusion here in Montreal. The question we don't know is who's going to take the victory. If justice is served, it has to be Marcus Ambrose. This guy has been phenomenal today. He has led 58 laps. He led the most laps the last 2 years here. Came up short both times.
You know what? Marcus just does not deserve this many caution flags.
Well,
he's been so good.
In 07, it was Robbie Gordon that denied him. Robbie, to this day, will tell you he actually won that race. Last year, it was Marcus's problem. He got caught for speeding going into pit lane. Cost him dearly. He had an 8-second lead at the point. What will happen now as we get ready to go back to green flag racing? It's Andrew Ranger right alongside. And again, Marcus gets a great restart. Ranger right behind him, pinches off Carl. Carl then gets into him, and Kyle's going to spin around. 3 other cars spin around. 4 cars. This looks like 2007.
All these guys are still trying to race each other because the caution is not out yet.
And there's a lot of positions to be gained right now.
So far, still no caution. Marcus pulls away. Carl's in second. Still no caution.
And this is what Carl Edwards needed to happen out of Kyle Busch to run him down the points just a little bit. This is going to be a big gain for Carl today in the points.
So then with that problem down there, they have a minute and a half to sort that out and let those cars get moving before these leaders get back to the scene of that last little mess up.
Staying a little bit wider here, and you can see some smoke coming out. There is Jacques Villeneuve.
That's Keselowski.
Keselowski's going to pick up some points. Tony Raines. Then on back, I'm still looking for Kyle Busch. Has he gotten back into the action here?
He just came into the shot under the bridge, right behind Stephen Wallace. Here comes Kyle Busch.
So Kyle has lost a lot of positions here on this green-white checker, and we look like we're going to go the rest of the distance because the caution never came out.
You see Dumoulin there, his car smoking heavily through the hairpin.
Yeah, he's got some problems. Everybody else trying to tiptoe through this corner. Couple cars getting wide, but holding on. Meanwhile, here is your race leader, Marcus Ambrose, heading down for turn 13. Into 14 will be the left-hander, and he'll have 1 lap to go to finally win a race that has eluded him for the past 2 years here at Montreal.
And this is going to be the longest last lap of his life. I mean, this has been so hard for him to get around this track with all these caution flags, but he looks great right now. But Carl Edwards, don't count him out. He's closed in on him.
He knows exactly. Listen to the fans cheering these guys as they go by.
Marcus Ambrose has been flawless all day long. He just has to make a few more corners to get this thing home.
Carl Edwards trying to do everything he can to get close for one more final dive on him, but I don't think it's going to happen. Marcus has just been that superior today.
I'll tell you, Carl Edwards not letting him get away from him too far.
Now this track's drying out pretty good right now. Carl's getting some good bite on these dry sections of the racetrack and actually running them down just a little bit.
Looks like he has closed the gap.
Long way to go still when you think about it in Marcus Ambrose's eyes. Heading down into 8. That's the final time there. So only one more real good opportunity for him.
But Carl Edwards is right there. I mean, one mistake by Ambrose. Carl Edwards win this thing.
Down in the hairpin here, Andy. This is where he's got to try to get it done.
If he's going to dive on him, it could be here.
And he tried. He's made a move here.
Going to go high-low on him.
Right off the corner.
Can he get the grip?
It's the grip. He's trying to fight that grip off the corner.
All right.
He gets in the bumper. He's pushing Ambrose.
Now he's got one more chance going into 13. Marcus taking the defensive line down the middle, saying if you're going to go, you're going to tell me where you're going first. Here he comes into 13.
Well, Carl Edwards is doing everything he can right here. And
Marcus!
Big time curve. Here comes
It's going to cost him. No! Can you believe this? Carl Edwards gets around him. Marcus makes one mistake all day, and it's going to cost him the win.
The last lap hits the ripple strips, goes airborne, and loses the race all by himself.
Andrew Ranger comes home 3rd. Jacques Villeneuve 4th. Brad Keselowski in 5th.
Unbelievable. You got to feel so bad for Marcus.
Guys, that means the world to me. That means the world to me. Thank you.
Well, you got to hand it to Carl Edwards, but what a heartbreaker from Marcus.
Oh, absolutely. Heartbreaker for Marcos Ambrose. So
you can see how much this means to Carl Edwards, though. This is a big, big win for him.
2 years in a row, Marcus's mistake is going to cost him victory. He led 60 laps.
Carl was just pressuring him so hard, never did touch him, but got so close to him. Man, when you're leading, you got a mirror full of a driver like Carl Edwards, makes you drive harder. Just
Take another look at it.
You see, he's trying to defend that corner, and he goes in a little bit shallow, and that puts him offline. You see him jump over the curb in the last corner. Oh, what a heartbreak.
Ambrose has led 125 of the 199 laps run here at Montreal. That is 62%, but he has never been first across the stripe, and he is going to be living that moment for a long time.
Well, he was trying to put a defensive move getting into turn 13, and that put him offline for 14.
Tell you what, that's what makes
the dream come true to win a road course race, guys. That's awesome. And to beat a guy like that, that's unreal.
Now, Carl knows he just beat one of the best, if not the best road racer in the business.
And that's his first on the road course, his 3rd win of 09 and 23rd win in 166 starts. Kyle heading to the transporter. He comes home in 10th position today, and obviously not happy with the deal that ended up transpiring down in turn 1.
Well, Tony Raines got a great finish, finished 6th. All this action going on. Villeneuve came up 4th. Just a lot of good runs. And you see Michael McDowell, 11th place in the Keselowski family-owned car.
Dumoulin also had a good run coming home in 7th. Stephen Light 8th. Brendan Gaughan 9th. Kyle Busch, as we pointed out, in 10th. And McDowell in a car that wasn't even, it's an oval track car. He comes home in 11th position. What a day. What a day for a lot of people. Some good, some not so good.
What about Alex Tagliani? 7th to 25th in 1 lap with a problem in turn 1.
And there's Carl. And this is something that the Montreal fans have never witnessed in person. There it is, the backflip. And the fans give him a standing ovation. Absolutely. They love their motorsports up here. And you heard at the beginning of our broadcast, if you were with us, Formula One appears to be coming back next year, sometime in June. They're on the tentative schedule. The official schedule comes out in the fall. And a disappointed Marcus Ambrose is with Shannon.
Yeah, Marcos Ambrose just climbed out of his car. Walk me through that pass that Carl Edwards made on you.
I just made one mistake and it cost me the race.
You guys can see Marcos Ambrose obviously very disappointed, guys. As you said, led the most laps here again, the one that definitely got away.
Yeah, he was absolutely flawless today and made the one mistake off the last corner, and it cost him the race. You can see the disappointment.
Could be one of the best road racers I think I've ever seen in my life. I mean, this year's been a fantastic year for this guy, and he's Tell you one thing, everybody's looking for a good racer. He's on everybody's radar, that's for sure.
He did not put one wheel wrong this entire week end until that moment. And what a moment to do it. Let's go back to the last restart.
Now, you see, Carl Edwards starts this race, and he goes into the corner, and he gets underneath the Ranger car, the 11 car, and it starts to force him up out of the groove. He goes in the grass, and now all this jammed up behind Carl Edwards. This is what caused this big wreck in the second turn.
Because Brad gets into the 18, as does the 98. They help each other around. There goes the 81 of Tagliani. The 23 of Dumoulin somehow manages to nurse its way around. Max Pappas in the 1 gets swept up in it as well. And just a log jam. I mean, everybody knows what that turn's like. And there's the 27 also. Jason Keller.
There's Kyle Busch now just getting back on the track.
Boris Said also in the 09. He ends up 26th because of that. So a tough day, as we said, for a lot of guys. Others had some great results here at the third time that we have visited Montreal at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. And speaking of Villeneuve, let's talk to the son of the man that this track is named for. Shannon?
Yeah, let's ask him his opinion on the race today. A lot of cautions, but you guys definitely earned your money. How was your race today, and what did you think about the show we put on?
Oh, it was fun. I think it was a great show for the fans, and there was everything today. We even had the wet race, dry race. Well, the last 10 laps, every restart, we all were running into each other, and it was a question of surviving, and that's about it. But you know, my Dollar General 32 run went really well. The guys did a great job, and it was strong in the wet and in the dry.
All right, and as you can see behind you, there's some celebrations going on here 2 through 5, and of course Jamie's with who looks like the victor right now, huh, Jamie?
I know. Andrew Ranger stepped out and stood on his car like it was a victory, finishing 4th today. First time running with these guys at this track, Andrew. Lot to go through in your mind. Finish 3rd. Take us through your race.
I think it's fantastic just to race here in Montreal, have a nice ride like that. I need to thank the teams. They did a great job. The car was fast all weekend long, and we finished 3rd. It's fantastic for me. I'm really happy.
Congratulations. Great run today. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for a long time. Dave, let's go to victory lane.
No, that's fine. Whatever he wants. I don't care.
Go, girl.
Hey, whatever he wants. No, what to say about the hooligan? City, thank you to City Financial.
Last lap, last corner, pass for the win. How you feeling?
I feel good right now. We just went international right there. International. I got to thank City Financial, Scott's, Save-A-Lot, Ford Fusion, man, and I got to thank my sponsor that was on, all the sponsors on that DP car that I drove for Kevin Doran. I drove right into the wall with it. Aflac, iRacing.com, AU Vineyards, and these fans. I mean, this is unreal.
Yeah, that was the most cheers you got for the backflip ever, wasn't it?
That's unbelievable. These fans are great. Marcus Ambrose, man, he's helped me a lot. He helped me a lot testing that DP car. Helped me a lot here this weekend, and man, that makes it special to be able to pass him. I feel like he's the world's best road course racer right now, so that's pretty cool. It means a lot to me.
To the last corner, were you still thinking, I can do this?
I didn't think I had him. I thought it was over. Once we came off of the last hairpin corner, I mean, I gave it all I could down in that corner. He had a little bit of trouble with wheel spin off, and I had a little run, but man, nobody can outbrake him, and he just let off the brakes a little early, hopped the curb too hard, and I just couldn't believe it. So, man, it's unreal. And the guy driving the 11, Andrew Ranger, is that his name? Man, that guy's got a future. He's unreal. Just a really fun race, real dynamic. Just got to thank everybody. That's a big win for me.
And with the win, Kyle finishing 10th, he's only 192 out of the championship now.
That's right. He picks up 56 points in the championship chase. 11 cautions today. Let's, Nick, hope it doesn't happen next week, as we'll be at Atlanta for the Series Degree V12 300 Atlanta at 6:30 Eastern on ESPN2. And then Sprint Cup Series, 7 o'clock Eastern next Sunday, presented by Pennzoil. Coming up next, it's Homecoming with Rick Riley. For our entire ESPN crew, a very soggy crew, thanks so much for joining us here, and congratulations once again, as this has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Till we meet again.